to Brawlhalla.
Doubles edition. We've got an action-packed weekend ready for y'all. I'm Duke, and joining with me is none other than Sparky and Duramgar here for our pre-show to talk about the European region. Sparky, you're the closest person to me. How are you feeling about this weekend?
I'm excited to see what Europe has for us in terms of legend picks and how the meta is kind of settled now. We were talking about this a little bit before. It was a good point that you brought up, is Europe has always been a very Olgrim-dominated region. It's gone and matriculated over into ones as well, but especially in twos. And we had the somewhat recent patch. I say somewhat because now a lot of time has passed since then. That nerfed Olgrim a lot. Wushang also caught some nerfs in that as well, but especially that Olgrim nerf. How is that going to play in this region? There's only one way for us to find out.
That's right. We have a whole weekend of matches coming up ahead of us, and I like that you brought up the recent patch, or rather the one before the last one that we had, because this was something I was talking a little bit about at Max Mode. At Max Mode, I was talking about, okay, this is it. We're in for a very exciting meta for twos. This is going to be awesome. And then Double Chakram happened. And Double Chakram ended up happening a lot. But that is apparently no more. Chakram might be completely gone at this time. I know a lot of people, especially online, have been very pessimistic after Chakram has been dealt probably a fatal blow, at least for twos. But we're getting a lot of Double Chakram. We might not be seeing that so much going into this weekend. So now I feel like I can say we have moved on past that. We have moved on past the Wushang and the Olgrim. We've left them behind in 2024. I am excited for this new world of doubles that we have coming up ahead of us.
Yes, it is a mysterious place that we'll get to explore here in just a little bit. Also, a thing for me watching the bracket and getting ready to today is Europe doesn't have really any consistent teams besides Blaze and Acno.
Yep.
Everybody else has just been kind of switching around. Honestly, one of the things that stands out to me right now, as I was looking at the bracket, is AMG and Kimono are actually in the top 16 already. And we're talking about those Priya players. AMG obviously did very well with the Priya last week. So I'm curious to see, obviously I think we'll get to see that qualifier for the top 8 on our stream in a little bit. But before that, we got to remind everyone about BCX. That is where everything leads up to. We want y'all to know to sign up for BCX. The signups are available now. You can go over to brawlhalla.com/BCX. And I know a lot of y'all at home like to go, oh, I can do it closer to the event. It'll be in November. I know what time to do things. I can do it. Do it early. If you have any inkling, do it early, because as usual with these kinds of things get more expensive as you get closer to the event. So we want to remind y'all, sign up, make sure you know, and also it gives us good information. It makes me know how much to buy things and bring things so that y'all have enough equipment to play. So make sure you sign up for Brawlhalla, brawlhalla.com/BCX.
One more thing before we move on is there's a block of hotel rooms for $114 a night or $119 a night. Please jump on that. I'm telling you right now, this is financial advice. You should absolutely jump on that if there's any inkling that you will be going to BCX, because those prices will absolutely go up the closer that we get to the event. That is a very good price in this day and age. You should jump on that absolutely.
Wow, Sparky, that was so natural. I feel like you could very naturally become a financial influencer online, a finance bro podcaster.
So it's called the blockchain. And
yeah, please.
Just list 3 good coins for me to invest in right now.
Bryn coin. Bryn is up at the moment.
Ooh.
Who else? No, Olgrim's down at the moment. I feel like
that just means it's perfect time to buy.
Yeah. Oh, it's perfect time to buy. That's
Olgrim's
right.
on sale.
Olgrim's on sale.
Yeah. Telos, always solid, always steady. Has been going strong for a few years now. Right. Get the hotels, get them all really cheap, everybody. As Sparky has laid out for us, sign up for BCX. BCX is also an amazing event. It's definitely not something that you want to miss out on. It is truthfully a celebration of Brawlhalla, and it's just a blast every single year. The crowd energy is exciting. There's something for everybody. Bring your family, bring your kids. BCX is for everybody, isn't it?
It is.
It's a great time, but now it's time to get into who we're going to be talking about. We already listed a couple of teams, but now we get to get a little bit more in depth on these teams and what y'all need to look out for when watching them. So we're going to start off with kind of the most obvious team, currently the top seed of the event, a long-standing team in the European region. Probably the only team that anyone at home will actually recognize is going to be the team of Blaze and Acno. They've teamed up together again here for 2025. Dara, What do you want to talk about with them?
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting, specifically because Blaze and Acno, for a good chunk of 24, they were jumping around teammates a lot, and we didn't actually get to see them all that much together. So it's going to be interesting to see them reunited with one another. I feel like between the two of them, I'm curious to see if we're going to be sticking to the Ulgrim from Blaze. I'm honestly expecting like the double Bryn. I feel like Bryn is in a very good place at the moment. Axe and Spear are both excellent weapons. Bryn, of course, did not get nerfed the same way that Ulgrim did, and I feel like they both this is one of the best legend picks that they're going to have. So I don't know if there is a single team in the running at the moment that has the repertoire, that has the synergy, the sheer understanding of one another that Blaze and Acno do. They have played with each other, they have teamed with each other for so long.
Yeah, I think the legend choices that they have are relatively patch independent. The choices that they make are probably more patch dependent, but they have the option to just like play completely outside of what happens to be in the patch that week. Like you're seeing some Kaya here from Acno, always a strong legend. We're probably going to see Lores play Kaya in the South American region. Blaze might still be going into Ulgrim, could be the Bryn that you talked about. Acno also could be moving on over to like Blasters that he's been playing in ones here recently. Now you're seeing the Bryn on the screen coming out from Acno. So yeah, like the choices are abound for this team, and I think they've always been very patch resistant to whatever has been happening. Like they're not as affected by that as some of the other players in this game are.
Yeah, they've been a relatively stable team. Honestly, in my head, they're always like the progenitors of Double Axe. Like they're the team that really started putting Double Axe on the map and made everyone else in Europe kind of lean into that, which is a huge testament to the skills that they have. They have a large pool of characters. Generally, you'll see Blaze on the Ulgrim and then swap over to the Bryn, depending on how things go. But like we've mentioned, Ulgrim not in the best place right now, but maybe still really strong in the 2 space. We'll find out.
So yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be really confident about this team, especially like you mentioned earlier. They're one of the only teams that have been sticking together here recently. Like Godly and Munir got 2nd place at the Winter Championship, and then all of a sudden they broke up. There are a handful of other teams like that, like Jakey and Safhir, are not teaming with each other. So there's a lot up in the air, a lot of question marks here.
That's right. Yeah, Jakey, I believe, is going to be going into this weekend teaming with Godly.
Yes.
Which I feel like is really interesting. Now, Godly and Jakey, I'm not sure if one of you guys has the stats, the numbers on that, but have these two teamed with each other in the past?
I would say almost certainly
is my question. Yeah, because I feel like Godly, he has been jumping around between quite a few teammates. But then, you know, honestly, no matter the teammate that he's had, they've never teamed with each other.
They've never teamed together.
Wow. But no matter the
otherwise.
no matter the teammates with these two, I feel like they're both just set to do well. So the question is, will they have, you know, the synergy and the cohesion to be able to match a team that's more established, like Blaze and Acno? Maybe one of the only established teams that EU has at the moment.
So here we're seeing some more from Jakey and Safhir, though we're really looking at Jakey here. Has the Tesca on board, a solid 2s legend here. The question is going to be, what is Godly going to be going in with? I think he also has a lot of options. He can play like the current meta. He can play like, oh, I'm just going to play Taros. Or he could, you know, just do his regular gauntlet thing. I don't know if he's going to be coming in with the Wushank, could be coming in with the Rayman. Again, like a massive suite of legends from someone who has been able to adapt to so many different metas throughout his time in Brawlhalla.
I feel like, you know, Onyx is such a good pick at the moment. Onyx has been one of the ones that have been left relatively unscathed.
I mean, speak of the devil.
I feel like more than anything, right? Like, the only thing that was lost was what? Like, Delight Sail? But past that, I mean, everything about Onyx is still fantastic and Susie. You have phenomenal skill availability, you have excellent signatures, you have Cannon, which is able to do Cannon things, you have Gauntlet with some ridiculous edge guarding capabilities. So I would not be surprised if we saw a lot of Onyx going into this weekend as well. And so we'll see if that's going to be ultimately the pick from Godly. But I've seen Godly play a million different legends and do excellent with each and every single one of them.
Yeah, I am very excited for this team of Godly and Jakey in particular, just because, as we've kind of talked about, Godly's been swapping around teammates for a really long time now. And generally when that happens, I'm like, oh, Godly's a really strong player, world champion, but I don't know about how his synergy with 2's player number 3 is going to be. But for some weird reason, I saw Jakey and I was like, you know what? This might actually be a really good team. This one kind of makes sense in my head. Is Godly has consistently needed kind of a good secondary teammate, like someone who's not really going to take the reins. And that's kind of what Jakey feels like to me. Someone who's really good in the 2 space, who's really good at following up. That's what Jakey and Safhir came onto the scene with, is like really good team combos. So I think Jakey is going to be that person to really round out Godly's kind of twos play style. So I'm actually really, really excited to see how they do. As again, this is going to be our first time seeing them in competitive. But of course, we talked about Jakey and Safhir. We got to talk about the other half of that sandwich. We got to talk about Safhir, who is going to be teaming up with Razox here this weekend. Another situation where I don't know how much they've teamed up together because it's been a little bit of a blowout. But Sparky, it seems like you got some info on them.
The last time they played was Autumn Championship, but it wasn't of 2024. It was of 2023. So it's been almost 2 years, been about 1.5 years at this point since Safhir and Razox played together. And that's probably because when they stopped playing together, Jakey and Safhir got together, and they were all of a sudden home. What do you call that? Names that we know at home. What do you call that?
Household names.
Household names. There we go. Survey says number one answer, household names. Yeah, them together all of a sudden became that household name, and they seemed inseparable from one another. We never talked about Jakey. We never talked about Safhir. We talked about Jakey and Safhir in that order.
Why did they switch off of each other? Why are they beginning to explore other options?
You know how players are.
Yeah.
Like, why did Godly swap off of Moonir after getting second?
Because you saw Moonir play at max mode.
Ooh.
I'm gonna agree from
Did you say that, Spikey? Did you say that?
I would never say that.
I would never say anything like that either,
say that
man.
about my goat Moonir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moonir knows it comes from the heart, and my heart is apparently black because I have no love for him, as we have to talk about him now. Moonir, he's an amazing player. Got second place at Winter Championship, takes out his teammate at max mode, but also still, a strong player.
Feels like you're obligated to say that. Like that's in your contract or something.
I gotta balance out the hatred that I have. But Dara, you got to see Moonir most recently in the two space. What do you got for him?
What I got was, wow, he was the Prius Slayer back at max mode. A little bit. It was a little bit tough for everybody. But otherwise, again, every time that I see him play, I'm like, oh, he is playing like he can take it all. There's always like a couple of like missed options, a little bit of, a couple of like missed punishes, especially I feel like in ones more so. But every single time that I see him play, I'm like, he's like this close to just being number one in EU every single time in some of his gameplay. And so in twos, there was that one Twitter clip, wasn't there? Okay, never mind. We don't talk about that clip for Moonir.
I don't even know what clip you're talking about. Oh, the team KO.
Yeah, that's what I've been. That's what I've been referencing the whole time. Is him taking out Sandstorm with dash jump side air.
Maybe we don't mention that, man. Maybe we don't talk about that.
Everyone makes mistakes. Honestly, the exception proves the rule that Moonir's the GOAT. That's all I'm saying. It shows that he's human. It shows that he's human, and he's not an AI developed.
That's right. Even goats on occasion make mistakes, but you know what makes them goats is that they come back from it. That was a little too inspirational.
What do we do, Master Wayne, when we fall down? What do we do when we fall down?
Is
Master
this a reference
Wayne?
to something?
It's Batman.
It's
a reasonably good impression.
I'm sorry.
Master Wayne.
What
Master Wayne, what do we do when we fall down?
It's not that much.
We pick ourselves back up.
It's gotten worse. I gotta say.
Michael Caine, everybody. Yes. Famous actor Michael Caine.
Is he a sir?
I haven't seen it, man.
Probably.
He might be. He's old enough to be. I don't know what their rules are for that. But, of course, we've talked about some teams. Now we got to talk about our predictions for these teams. Who do we think is going to be our top and bottom? Of course, y'all can participate at home probably. I don't know. Maybe that's why we're doing this. But let's get into it. I'll kick it off so that Dara has time to figure out what you want to put in your predictions because you didn't actually put it in the Discord. Yikes. In third place, I have none other than, I'm pretty sure, Safhir and Razox.
Do you know what your picks are? Am I the only one prepared here?
Scroll up, okay? There's a lot of chatter, okay? I was the first person to put mine in. Yeah, hey.
And then you forgot.
Yeah, well.
So, were you the first? If the tree falls down in the forest and no one's there to hear your predictions, did you put them in or whatever?
Yes.
I don't know, something like that.
You just go into the forest and find that tree, and you're like, oh, yeah, that fell. Okay. Yeah, that happened a while ago. Safhir and Razox, I got them in my third place spot. Second place, I'm going to put Godly and Jakey. Strong team. But, of course, you got to put at the top Blaze and Acno, strongest team in EU. We'll see if they continue to be, but, I mean, it's hard to not root for them.
My predictions are going to be pretty similar to yours, but in third place, I got Moonir and Taya. We didn't really get a chance to talk about Taya, and I don't want to give Taya any disrespect, of course. I looked at Taya. I wanted to see who Moonir was teaming with, and I saw Taya. Then I looked up on the power ranking board, and Taya is PR number 5 in the region. So I put a lot of weight into Moonir there, and I can't wait to see what Taya has for us. So I got Moonir and Taya in third place. Then in second place, I got Godly and Jakey. I can't deny Godly from getting the second place here, but that's only because I have to deny him from first place because it's Blaze and Acno. They won winter championships. I would be more confident in the team of Godly and Munir, and they weren't able to beat Blaze and Acno at winners. So I don't think it really matters who Godly teams with here. I still think Blaze and Acno are going to come out on top in that.
Yeah, so EU is a little bit chaotic at the moment because, again, like the biggest, most established team that I have as my number one, even though I did write it down in advance, was Blaze and Acno. Right? Blaze and Acno, they have like the highest like established repertoire with each other. It's Blaze and Acno at the end of the day. The third place, I feel like, is a bit of a toss-up. It could be going to a lot of different teams. The team that I'm looking at is Amit and Bamia. Amit and Bamia is going to be really exciting. I think they're playing on the side stream at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, they're going with Wushang Onyx. Yeah,
I think we're watching it technically on the other screen right now.
I feel like they have a pretty good chance to be able to take number 3 here. Amit has just been constantly on the come up again and again and again. He has been doing exceptionally well. Bamia is honestly one of the scariest players to fight in twos because sometimes he just plays like an animal and just is up in your face, and then especially just running you down with like a side sig every now and then. And then in second place, I'm going to have to agree with the pick for Godly and Jakey, even though these two have never actually teamed with each other in the past. At the end of the day, it is Godly, it is Jakey. They're coming together, they're joining forces. The question just remains, like, how well will they be able to play and team with one another? But I feel like, honestly, this top 3 can go any which way. This top 8 can go any which way. The thing in my mind that feels the most guaranteed, the thing that feels most secure, is Blaze and Acno at number 1. That I feel like is something that we can all be quite confident about going into this weekend. And maybe we'll see an upset. Maybe we'll see things get shaken up a little bit. But that's what I have at the moment.
Well, of course, that'll do it for our predictions, but we've still got some more things to remind y'all about before we let y'all go to break. We got to tell y'all about the mid-season championship. Talked about how things get more expensive as we get closer to it. Guess what? We're getting really close to the mid-season championship. I'm pretty sure some of the discounts have already started to go away, and so y'all are going to start missing out on some of these great deals that are happening with the mid-season championship. Make sure you sign up. It is a fun time. It's a great way to lead into the big BCX, and also some of your favorite players are going to be there. I was watching Pavelski earlier today, and Fry was like, yeah, I got to get ready for mid-season because that's going to be an in-person twos event, and I got to make sure that I show up at that. So you also want to show up at our mid-season championship.
Yeah, please, everybody. CEO is always an amazing time. Stark.gg/CEO. It'll be in Orlando, Florida. That is not an event that you want to miss out on. It is always a treat every single year. There's a lot to see there. There's a lot of different games where some of the legends, some of the crossovers have been taken from as well. That'll be shown off there as well. So if you've never been to like a proper LAN, I feel like honestly that is like an excellent entry point into it. Just an excellent like delve into, you know, the FGC, into the fighting game community as a whole, and not just into Brawlhalla.
And keep in mind, like Dara said, I'm going to yell at you again. This is at CEO. This is not just a Brawlhalla event. This is travel advice. We are not the only ones at that event. We are not the only ones fighting for those hotel rooms, those Airbnbs, those VRBOs, and all that kind of stuff. You are fighting with other people. It is a war against the other games to get those final hotel rooms and everything. So make sure that you get on the ball and you get that done ahead of time, so you're not calling up the hotel the night before being like, hey, excuse me, do you have a 2 queen bedroom? I would like 1, please, for me, because you're going to be out of luck.
What's a VRBO?
It's just another Airbnb.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Anyways, we also got to remind y'all about the Spring Royale. This Spring Championship singles has already completed. We figured out who's going to be going to the Spring Royale, so we want to make sure that y'all watch the Spring Royale and find out who is going to be our Monarch at the end of it. Will it once again go to the South Americans? We'll find out. But now it's time to remind y'all about callin.studio/springchamp. Talk to Skiff. He's alive. He's back, and he'll laugh at you, probably. Skiff's a great guy, but you get to have some fun talking to him and potentially be on the broadcast. You can have yourself on some of our break videos. Dara, have you ever called in?
No, I have not.
Oh, why not?
No, you're fake for that.
Because I'm usually working these weekends, man.
We've called in from the other room.
Do you have like 5 minutes to call in and talk to your friend?
I suppose I could do so. Okay, you put me on the spot here. But you guys should do it. So do as I say and not as I do necessarily. So call in Skiff. Tell him some things that you would like to be broadcast to the public, to the people. Let your voice be heard, because remember, at the end of the day, it's all about the customers, baby. It's all about the community. It's all about the viewers. So get yourself featured. Callin.studio/springchamp, and let us know what you have to say. And maybe I'll call in and I'll do the nice thing to Skiff. I'm sorry that I haven't called him in a while. I apologize.
Skiff should get mad at you. But one more thing before we sign off. do we just like say it? Like we're just like, who's that?
Probably. I don't know.
What's going on?
3,
I haven't been
2,
believed.
Who's that
Legend?
Dude,
Do we just say it?
Wait,
'Cause it's Ada.
Yeah. Like, is this a
That's
is this
Ada.
a challenge? No. You know what? I hope it's like Bodvar like stretched to fit into Ada. No,
It is Ada.
Hey, we did
Let's
it.
go.
Good job.
We did it.
Were you right, people at home? Did you
I
figure
hope
it
so.
out?
Because that's a pretty easy
That
one.
was not one of the harder ones, but hey, maybe they'll do more of those and you can challenge yourself. I don't know.
I feel
Yeah, I
like
didn't know
all
if
the
like we're supposed to do
silhouettes
that or if like that's for
in this
them.
game
'cause
are
the
distinct.
teleprompter says casters do this live, so I don't know if that's an activity for like us to do
Yeah. Mhm.
or if it's more an activity for you to do at home. So we'll figure that out for the next one, guys.
We'll get
But
better.
also, it was like obvious enough that I felt like you
Yeah.
had to like chime in anyways and spoil it for everybody. So don't feel bad if you didn't get it. Maybe we'll have some other ones coming your way. Are there any silhouettes in this game that are like ambiguous?
That's kind of how good character design is supposed to be, is that silhouettes aren't very clear. But also,
What are you saying about the
if-
game design or the character design
No,
of
that's like
another IP?
That's like a mark of good character design. Like when you listen to people talk about character design, they say you have to have very clear-cut silhouettes.
If you can tell
It's
the
ambiguous.
character just by their silhouette, that's at least one good indicator. Not the only
Okay.
good
I
indicator,
see.
but one good indicator on the criteria list of good character design.
that
So
was
this
not
is just
shade at
showing
any
off
other
in that
group.
case.
That's
This
just
is
like
the
Yeah.
whole like,
knowledge.
who's that legend is just us
It's
saying
all right.
like,
Next
hey,
time we'll get it wrong, and we'll
Yeah.
be like, "Oh, is that
Oh
Wu
my
Shang?
God.
I don't know. Is it rolling? I don't know."
No, we got to do the like children's TV show thing
Yeah.
of like, who is it? Could it be blah? But either way, we'll figure out more of those Who's That Legends. For now, we're going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 16 of our Spring Championship doubles. Stick around.
Cause you mixing with me is like keys in a sock drawer. I'm on target like 30 from half court. You're 15 minutes in fame for more than a half short.
Going off stage with down, eating that end light, coming back on, but that's a side sig on the wrong opponent, but it does not matter.
Hideaway! Are you kidding me? Hideaway! That's what I got till I break the mold. Weight on my shoulders, don't ever fold. We can't break even, no, I bet it all on me.
There's the GC side sig. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion. Welcome back, everybody, to the European Spring Championship 2v2 edition. 1 week ago, we crowned our 1v1 Spring Champion for every single region, but this week, it's all about the doubles, baby. It's all about the team. Welcome to the European Spring Championship. It's me, Sparky878, here on the desk, and joining me is Tazaraki here on the other side. What's up, man?
Not a lot, Sparky.
Bro, dude, we're not doing this, man.
I didn't really think about it. You know, you asked me what's up. I couldn't.
I don't even remember the last time I talked to you, Taza, and that's what you got from me.
You know how like sometimes people like have small talk and you say what's up and they kind of just like say the first thing that's on their mind. I thought very seriously about what to tell you that was going on.
That's crazy. We don't have to do small talk. I've known you for like a decade, more than a decade, Taza.
Well, I'm excited for this,
Me
right?
too.
Spring Championship doubles weekend. I don't know how excited I am about Europe though. So I'm
Why?
I'm excited to be proven wrong about being excited because now that like there's been a balance patch and Chakram can't steer backwards on down air, I don't know how much of that we're going to see in doubles, if at all, and we might be back to like Ulgrim meta. And
Okay.
that's usually what happens in EU and 2s.
Yeah, I think the patch probably isn't going to take too much out of the sales of Ulgrim in 2v2. Definitely not in 2v2 in Europe, and then probably there's not really that many like top player 1v1 Ulgrims these days. There's so many other options.
And it's very region specific,
Yeah.
I think, besides like the one pick that you would get in North America or South America. So I think we're going to be starting off with a little bit of that showing here,
Yes.
obviously, with Acno and Blaze. Although in Blaze's case, I think it's always been like pre-Ulgrim meta, it was always just either Ulgrim or Bryn, depending on what Axe Legend that he needed for the team comp. Acno back on the Kaya, which is very cool. And they're going to be going up against Mev and Toxys. It's no longer Little Mev.
Yeah, the Lil Mev has grown up.
All grown up.
Just a little bit here. Yeah, Lil Mev, we've known about Lil Mev and Toxys for a little while now. Never like consistently on the mainstream or anything like that, or like a consistent land place or anything like that. But, you know, kind of sitting around the PR39, PR38 of Toxys. So, yeah, they're definitely going up against very difficult opponents here of Acno and Blaze, the strongest team in EU right now based on the Winter Championship, and then also based on like PR going with all of that into this. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a very tough one for Lil Mev and Toxys. You talked about the Ulgrim and Kaya that Acno and Blaze are back on. Everything on the Toxys and Lil Mev side, not a surprise whatsoever. We're looking at like a normal Brawlhalla game here. For Mev and Toxys, it's going to be the Rayman and it's going to be the Chun-Li.
Here we go, Miami Dome for game number 1. I feel like Miami Dome has become more of a staple in both singles and doubles as time has gone on. Like as maps have swapped in and out. This is actually one of the oldest maps in the pool now.
Is it really? I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Besides, I think it's like Miami Dome and Fortress of Lions.
No, Fortress has to be newer than the Dome.
No, Dome's older than that for sure.
Oh, okay,
I think it's the oldest map.
Okay.
And so now I'm like wondering, like, is this just the one that people like to go to because they're not? They just like what they've been on the longest.
I don't know. I really like this map. I feel very comfortable on this map.
Really?
I feel like it gives you a little bit of everything. Blaze and Acno feeling comfortable on this so far. Blaze only in the orange, and Acno has even less damage on his stock as they get the full team wipe on Mev and Toxys about 40 seconds into this game. But I feel comfortable because it kind of gives you everything. Gives you a little bit of soft platform, but they're raised so you don't feel claustrophobic.
That's what I was saying.
Then you also have like long vertical walls, so it's not crazy small like Demon Island or anything like that. It's not a super low ceiling. It's not a super high ceiling. You can't go under, but like honestly, people don't do that often.
Yeah, it doesn't really happen. It's always fun. It's like our commentary buzz phrase where it's like, whoa, a pillar?
Yeah.
Because you actually used to be out of the stage. I think this was the first one. Yeah, I always look at it and go like, this is an interesting counter pick to me.
Oh,
Because of the 2 jump height platforms, but hey, they're loving it so far. It's working out so good for Blaze and Acno. Yeah, we can look at the match. We can focus on the match, or we can keep talking about the dome. It's 6-2.
I mean, yeah, the match is kind of going like it. No disrespect, of course, to Mev and Toxys, but they're just like outclassed here because they're against like one of the best teams that like Brawlhalla has ever seen of Acno and Blaze.
It's the best of 5.
They've been around for like 100 years, so it's going at least in game 1. It's at least going kind of how you would expect. But you said it exactly. There's the best of 5 here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Maybe
they're
not.
just so ready.
It might not feel like a best of 5 with these team combos. Acno and Blaze are looking super prepped. That was amazing. Nair into the recovery right afterwards. That's almost going to take out Toxys, but he's off the right side of the stage. Blaze gets the spike on
That's
Mev.
done for sure. Oh, he was there for the nair
Okay.
for the spear. Bounce Blaze down.
Yeah, and he grab bounces into the nair
Right.
again. Mev's just like grasping at straws there, and he's actually succeeding a few times, but that's going to be a quick game 1. All right, game 2. Let's see what they got.
Acno did 673. I expected it to be a little bit more even between the two, but one thing I really liked from them is they had their combos like practiced and ready, like you said, but there were a couple times where like they got hit out of them. It was right there. That was one of them. And then Acno grabbed the signature. Even though the combo got interrupted, he was still able to respond back after that and still secure the KO and essentially finish the combo, even though there was a little bit of a break in it.
This doesn't happen this often into bracket. I guess it's just been a bit since I've casted a winners round 1, where I feel like in fighting games there's like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 levels of stuff where like once your opponent can show they can deal with something, then you start applying the next layer of mix-ups,
Yeah,
right?
you gotta go deeper.
And so I don't even think Acno and Blaze necessarily had to like get to the layer where they're always looking at their screen in game 1. And that is like, because like when you were mentioning when they were dropping stuff, I was like, yeah, I don't think like when Blaze like got nared twice by Matt on the right side of the stage. I don't really think he cared.
Oh, no, absolutely not. If you're going in
like,
unarmed ground pound against gauntlets and all they have to do is time the nair, which for these players is like not going to be that difficult, somehow I really thought like Mev was going crazy in the beginning of this, and he was doing fine.
No.
Okay, this could be really scary.
He's
Do they get it here? That denied the wall touch, and that denied another wall touch. And they, oh, dude, no. Mev on final
D-Light
stock.
ground pound and Acno trying to catch him with the unarmed D-Light afterwards. DI would have happened, but finally Blaze will go down. Mev has taken maybe 80 damage this game, but he's down to 1 stock.
Yeah, and I think we actually just saw, like, I thought we were going to see a GC side signature on the follow-up from Toxys. Okay, let's see if they can secure something here.
Into the neutral sig.
All right, yeah, the neutral sig into the neutral signature. It's going to move and then get that final dump of force from Toxys' neutral signature. So that was great. Unfortunately, like, they didn't quite have the damage built up where they weren't close enough to the blast zone to get the KO off of that.
Oh, Toxys said, hey, Blaze, you missed your weapon throw. I got you. It's Mev in the face of the spear throw, but Blaze doesn't go down. It's just Mev's so damaged. This looks almost impossible. And then Sparky, I don't even want to commentate on that one.
It's just this very much feels like Blaze and Acno are like holding W key, like they're pressing forward and they're
like,
good enough that it works.
Mev just sared Toxys.
Yeah.
Oh, sidelight and air, side air, misses the Sarah afterwards. Blaze doesn't care.
That's
Sidelight
over
gonna
right
catch the
there.
D-Light Sarah. That's going to be game 2. Let's go to game 3. What is Mev going to pick randomly this time? Taros didn't work. You know what? No, you don't do a Mugi. I'm trying to think of like what are the double characters that you cycle through?
It's
just staying with Taros
we
the
can technically
entire
see
time.
it, but I'm saying you just go Taros again, and then like you clean up as many of the little like messes that you possibly can, the little like drippings that came out of the pan.
Yeah, they had setups. I could say that it was unlucky off the right side of the stage what happened to Mev. He did severely get outplayed by Blazes unarmed. We're going to Fortress of Lions at game 3. It's now double axe on the side of the blue team, so you know, in EU fashion, we're getting closer and closer to having 4 heavy weapons on the screen.
Yeah. And potentially because of that, the pace of the game is also quickening from game 1 to game 2, and then now potentially might be game 3 if Blaze and Acno are really able to build this momentum.
It is funny
Oh, they're just so ready for that.
the contrast between axe and singles and doubles, which is like in singles it's like you're only gonna get 2 hits at most, and then in doubles it's like you're gonna get hit like 5 times as they baseball bat you around the stadium. We've got Toxys going down to bow recovery up the top. Mev nearly dodging the down sig. And Blaze will put out some friendly fire there, which is fine. Acno's willing to take that trade with the stock deficit.
Yeah, I think like Acno and Blaze are doing a risk-reward calculation in their head, and like they're ready to risk quite a few things. Like Acno was ready to burn the dodge on the left side to get the gravity cancel down signature when Mev was responding back to the stage like with a hammer. He could have reversed something, but Acno was like confident enough in how he's playing.
You know, even if this is Acno and Blaze's like layer 1, they're playing pretty good.
Oh yeah,
they're like they're maneuvering around their opponents constantly. They're setting up all these different things, and their combos are setting up off of every move in their kit. Whether it's like Acno hitting a bow neutralite, like,
and they're just so ready.
And the recovery for the double knockout right afterwards, man. Okay.
It seems like they're on autopilot, but their autopilot is also just
really
like really,
solid.
really good.
Yeah,
it's like autopilot in a plane. It's just like actually really good.
Yeah.
It's just really good. We're not talking about Tesla full self-driving here. We're talking about like real autopilot.
Yeah. Dang, then there must be license to play doubles here. Sidelight goes down light. What's this? Sidelight down light, double down light.
Blaze.
He trusted Acno.
Yep.
I love that trust from Blaze, where he was like, I don't care if I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to expect you to hit that sider after your sidelight, double D-light. Mev's gone. All right, Toxys, what do you got? The greatest 1v2
They're just instantly ready for it. The frequency that they pick those 2v1 combos up with, their ability to extend them, their ability to be interrupted and then still come back and pick it back up before the plate shattered on the floor and still find KO, still find a big moment, not just like, oh, I'm going to do a spear in light for this amount of damage. Like, no, they were really on, and I think that's just because, like, that's why we were talking about them, like everybody putting them in first place, is because they're one of the few teams that are playing together. There's the D-light into the side air, into the recovery for the double KO. Is like their fundamental baseline is just so much higher than everyone else's because they've played together for so long. They're not having to start from ground zero like a Godly and a Jakey do, or a Munir and a Taya do.
All right, well, hello everyone. Welcome to the Spring Championship Doubles this weekend. I'm Taza. Sparky is joining me for the first set of the day we've got coming up. Who do we got for the first match of the day?
The first set of the day, the very first one that we're going to be seeing.
We got Godly and Jakey coming up. Okay, cool. Not the favorites. We haven't seen Acno and Blaze yet.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty excited to see Acno and Blaze play when they finally get onto
I'm
the screen.
definitely very confident in their ability, but who knows, man? Any given Sunday, as they say in football, any given Sunday.
Well, in EU, it's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday. I don't know when they play like soccer or whatever.
That's football, actually.
Well, not here.
Sparky, we're in Europe.
I'm not.
You're not.
I'm right here, baby.
You're not casting the European Championship.
I'm right here, baby.
Godly and Jakey are going against Rain and 7 DLA.
Okay.
Rain, I think, it's the beginning of the year. He hasn't had the most amazing performance going into these championships.
Yes.
Winters was okay. I think Springs was not very okay, if I recall correctly. But,
I mean, has Rain been the 2v2 guy? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Rain from like 1v1s, right?
Yeah, no, he's not. He's in
okay,
singles.
all right. I was just making sure I was remembering
that's
right
why
there.
I was talking about like a singles accolades, I guess, right? 7DLA is a player that I see get into the top 32 with different European players from time to time, but I don't know how often he's teamed with Rain, if at all. So I'm curious how this comp's going to go. I imagine Rain's going to be playing gauntlets. I know you're getting the stats up there.
Yeah, they did a team together for the Winter Championship. They got 17th, which is not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, they're on par for that right now. And then getting another win would be. Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Correction. Yeah, I don't know either. I was just going for it.
I'm getting used to the new bracket.
It looks like we can see it at the bottom there. It's J44L versus Blitza, and Blitza versus Sarme and Violet BH.
Must have really confused the chat there with the
They're not paying attention.
Well, they are. When it comes to the predictions.
Oh, that's true.
They're
that's
true.
true.
And being like, what are the commentators talking about?
I forgot about that.
You know, getting used to the Challenger mode, excellent new bracket, but I also looked at the stream thing, and I think that was for Pro Brawlhalla. So the teams that I just mentioned, go to twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla and multi-stream that.
Yes.
Put that like on another monitor or the same monitor, but like have the browser screens resized. Sometimes what I'll do.
Yeah, or then you can like expand to like what you particularly want to see in that moment.
So we've got Blitz and J44L going against Sarme and Violet. I'm not very familiar with Violet myself, but Sarme has made plenty of top 8s in doubles as well as singles. Blitz, probably only here because Jakey's with Godly, and I can't really really blame him, right? Like Godly's kind of got that aura, the power, right, to say, hey, I'm going to destroy your doubles team of several years.
He can make the phone call at any moment, and you're like, absolutely, yes, sir.
And I think it was a really powerful moment for Acno and Blaze because they're back together stronger than ever, right? But when that separation happened and that experimentation was going on, I was kind of like, oh, I don't know what I think about this team composition. Acno just kind of like went and teamed with whoever he could. But Godly and Blaze didn't really have the success that I think Godly was hoping for, and so now he's continuing to look for teammates in EU.
If anything, I think that tells you that like true love exists, man.
You think so?
It's real. It's out there.
Even after a break?
It may be like romantic love. It may be platonic love. But true love, it does exist and it does conquer all. But in this
sometimes
game,
sometimes you need to experience not having it for a bit to realize that you
sometimes you need to take a break.
Yeah. Well, right now we're seeing another one of those instances where we've got Blitz going up against Sarme and Violet here. Let's see with J44L. Nice wake up side sig there on the sidelight from Blitz's bow. And it's going to be Kaya and Taros going against Olgrim and Kaya. Yeah,
we're essentially seeing like most of what we saw last game. We see two Kayas on screen, but yeah, there's a Taros on the screen, there's an Olgrim on the screen, and there's a Kaya on the screen, just like we had last game. Yeah. That's a big stomp side air for the first KO, about 37 seconds. All right, big Taros, big swing.
Yeah, it's the spring championship, but the characters on screen are prepared for the winter.
Very true.
Yeah. Do you think Taros? Do you think a Minotaur's natural climate is like the North, like the Arctic, like Canada?
When he's in that little maze thing.
Yeah. Well,
what is that?
I imagine that he's been put there, right? Like.
I like to think he lives there and it's nice.
You like to think that like Minotaurs, like that's their environment? Like
I mean, I hope so.
Or developed for?
I hope that it's not a prison that he's not built for. I hope he likes it in there and he has a great time. And he's like, wow, I like this.
Pretty sure that's a labyrinth that's constructed.
Okay. Well,
I don't really know the lore behind it.
My apartment building is constructed. I like it.
That's true. Yeah, you think you're thinking that he moved in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully.
But like, where do you think he was before he moved in? Because
I don't know.
Like, you didn't.
I don't know, man. We'll have to look that up after because Twitch chat is going to be mad right now that we talked about Minotaurs and their environments for like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
While we're coming into a 4-stock to 3-stock game, Violet, the first one on final stock. Now, Sarme on final stock as well. If J44 can hold on to this potential edge guard for Violet there, lands with a side air and gets the KO. That was from like the middle of the stage. There's a lot of damage built up on J44L.
Ooh, Blitz narrowly avoids the nair. That could have been a combo starter, but he holds on. This extra stock is critical for the blue team. Dashing forward with that neutral air. No dodge for J44L. And he gets the backswing spike on the Blitz. Could have been pretty risky. Team combo. Does get the Sarah right afterwards. Good three-piece. Very nice. Gets hit by that side air, sent off the right side of the stage. Blitz and J44L are doing an amazing job on Sarme. Now it's looking really good for the blue team. The only problem here is that Blitz goes down right now. Then they could focus down Taros. Oh, wait. J4 might just go down here. This is going to be a crazy 2v1. Okay, no. Violet goes down. Sarme now stuck in the 1v2. That could have very easily turned into red team's favor and just stomped through. It was funny. The extra range came in there for Blitz on the unarmed downlights, but then because the downlight, I think, like, just hammered down like the splashes so far forward, they end up both hitting, and the Sarah's a way better knockout move. Takes out his teammate in the meantime. But a much closer game one this time around.
So I looked it up, and they said a lot of like things that I don't understand, like including the Underdark and on the islands of Nelanthers, and I don't know what any of that means.
It says specifically it was in prison.
Yeah, he was in prison. He's in jail.
So I'm sorry.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if I made a labyrinth, it would be chill, and the Minotaur would want to be there.
Chill. Yeah.
There'd be like Xboxes and like cool stuff.
I think the name Labyrinth implies that it's not chill, but if you're saying that it's chill, then he probably came from a cold climate.
I would make the world's first chill labyrinth.
The first chill labyrinth? Then it's just a nice place to be.
Yeah. It'd be like a 15-minute city. Oh, okay.
You're going to change the meaning of the word labyrinth.
15-minute city, potentially a 15-second stock here. It doesn't make it out that way. Nice save from Blitz at the bottom side of the neutral air. J44 saved off of that. There's the D-Sig, and he makes it worth too, grabbing the KO.
Double weapon throws there. Dodges both of them. Blitz goes in for the neutral signature. Sarme avoids it, dives underneath with the dive kick, and avoids the stomp
Just
stare.
a little bit too stacked. Just a little bit too stacked.
Still, though, blue team making even more of a lead here. Oh, J44 tried to save his teammate with the hammer nair in the midst of that knockback. I don't even know if that was like the greatest idea, but he ends up going down for that. Side air sends Blitz flying, and now he's trying to find a weapon here to take the lead back because red team's brought it back. Ground pound not going to spike Blitz.
Oh,
but
J44.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it just missed the stage.
Oh, they just above the weapon toss. Violet was high enough so they could continue the combo. There's the sidelight into the down air, trying to get this stock while Blitz is like right on Violet's heels. The stock still falls. Can Violet survive and get back on the main platform?
Sarme's low on jumps. Okay, avoids the dive kick. That's huge. Sarme could have gone down a fresh stock there if he wasn't careful. Instead, takes the stock from Blitz. It's now 4 stocks to 3. Blue team at a deficit for the first time this set.
And it's a big one at that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about the Terroses today. It seemingly like, I mean, first game was a little bit different, but this game, like the Terroses are getting punished today.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's the first set that we've had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of something else.
But
You're right. You're exactly right.
Generally speaking, I think that like, yeah, actually, I don't know what's happened to Taros. Taros is kind of overspelled all. I mean, it's an anecdote for later. Anyways. Gets down there. Taros is back? No, he's not. He's anything but.
Oh, Violet
Okay.
was so smart to get down there, to get away from the axe recovery. Not able to avoid that one, the backside, as J44 moves back towards the stage, hitting the backside of the axe recovery. There's a GC down heavy enough to KO.
The classic.
All
Yeah.
right, y'all need to chill. You're going up against the hammer while you are both unarmed. All
Yeah,
right.
but he's like deep red. Sarme's got 2 stocks. Oh, maybe he's got 1 stock. J44 is actually running for his life, and it's going great for him right now. Down air hits him, but that friendly fire means the knockback's reduced. Blitz is winning the 1v2.
Violet!
If they get the team combo on Violet, this is actually crazy. This would be a crazy comeback for blue team.
I think
J44 is looking for the stop. He's looking for the combo starter off of Blitz.
Yeah.
If Blitz hits a side air here, he could take the stock. Oh, unlucky. Lets it rip there.
Nice.
And now Blitz has got to get back to stage. Violet with some friendly fire. Okay, well, Gravity Cancel Side Sig would be the go-to for me on Kaya right now to take down Violet. But he loses his bow. I don't know if he's going to be able to do this now. Red team being a little impatient, but the weapon start from Violet's looking good. Stuff recovery. Avoids 1 downlight. Another weapon star comes through. D-light side air is going to take game 2 for the red team. Scary game all around, I think, for both sides. J44, like, kind of, it almost felt like a wake-up call moment where he realized he was last stock red and then started playing very well, very defensively. He put it all on the Blitz to be the aggressor there, and Blitz did a pretty good job.
Definitely.
But we'll see if he stays on the Taros. Like you said, it feels like Taros in doubles has been a little bit of a weak link. And it's not, I don't think Taros has ever been the most dominating character in doubles. Like, okay, let me finish this. Let me finish the statement. I don't look at Taros and go, "Wow, that." Okay, you're making some faces.
I'm letting you finish.
I don't feel like Taros is as consistent as an Ulgrim or a Kaya. How about that?
That's crazy.
You think that's crazy?
That's really crazy, man.
Why do you think that's crazy?
'Cause
I'm,
like
I'm looking at defense as the stat here.
Okay,
It's a difference
but
maker. I'm not putting Taros at the same level of Ulgrim, Kaya, Onyx.
he's not like squishy though.
No, but like in doubles, not being squishy is squishy. Because you're getting hit by twice as much. If you're not running 7 to 9 defense, then what are you doing?
I think he's very dominant in twos.
Okay.
Because he can get away with a lot of crazy things, and you get 1 hit,
He's
you get 30
very good.
damage.
He's like he's top 6 for sure.
That's crazy to say he's top 6 and that he's not dominant. That's crazy. That's top 6. You know how many characters are in this game?
Yeah, but it's Europe, right? So you usually only see 4.
He's like top 10% of the legend pool. If
I'll
you were
stop-
top
I'll
10%
stop
in my
going
high
down
school,
this
you got
road.
into any state school that you wanted to. I was
Dang.
top 12%. I didn't make it.
Wow. What percentage is Diamond in Brawlhalla?
I don't know, probably like 1 or 2.
That's pretty okay. Well,
It's like I
10
think it's
times
more
better
than other
top
games.
10% at your high school.
Well, I'm not the smartest. in case you haven't noticed over the years, Tazaraki, I do my best.
Game 3. Ooh, Sarme almost goes down, narrowly avoids that. Gravity cancel side sticks. It was some friendly fire, but he needed the distance to make the stage.
And he was only hitting Violet while Violet was in yellow.
J44 was a little too close to that team combo. He was trying to duck right underneath him. It's a classic follow-up when you like get under the double D-light side air. You side air again because Sarah like sends slightly down. Blitz saves his teammate there with the recovery. J44 tries to get down with the weapon throw, but nice spacing from Violet. Gets the down sig, avoids the weapon throw, gets the knockout. Blitz still healthy here for now. Let's see, gets an air into Violet, and that'll take him down. Let's see if they get the team combo on J44.
Ooh, nice.
Instinct. Good little extra damage there from going high.
Violet's there to pick up the follow-up after Sarme lands and gets the starter on J44L. Nice interruption with the weapon toss there.
Ow,
but they're able to pick it back up.
Okay, down 6 here, and then J44 could go for like dash jump side air, but no, I don't like that. He spent a little bit too much time on weapon starving.
Yeah.
When I think he should have been letting Blitz like down sig the ledge so that he could stare if they jumped over.
I couldn't tell if he was weapon starving or if he was like weapon starving, but also like I'm trying to control space while I'm weapon starving.
It's possible he was trying to pick the right weapon.
Okay.
Whatever the case is, a little too much focus on a situation there where it could have been 2 stocks. They still take 1. They could take another here. They're still on 4 stocks for their team, and Sarme is a solid Sayer away from being knocked out from any point in the stage. But the ground pound will come through. Very brave, and they actually take the lead.
Yeah, that was a great double KO there. 1 for each player of the blue team. Or sorry, 1 for each member of the red team.
Sarme,
if they can get this off the top very quickly, but it's just looking scary.
That's brutal. J44 is an orange. Yeah, that was a lot of damage to come out here. Sarme somehow avoiding getting hit. He's been at this amount of damage for like 2 minutes. Nair not going to knock out Kaya, a little too tanky. Goes in for side air ground pound. Everything Sarme is doing is like high risk, high reward because that stock was so damaged. Now he goes down. Violet has to run, and of course,
you got the perfect weapon for it.
Soaring around in the blast zone. What are you going to do? They're just going to starve weapons for as long as possible, letting Sarme drive here for now.
Okay. They both have a weapon now on the red team. We have a spear and an axe. Blitz is able to grab that next weapon spawn. Can J44 make it back? Blitz coming in to relieve some pressure. But again, another spear ground pound from Sarme, potentially setting up the final stocks of the blue team here.
Stared back and forth. Gets the grab to cancel side stick. That's going to take down Blitz. And then the delay recovery. Sarme completely carrying the game there. Just, yeah, 656 damage, 500 damage taken. I mean, Violet did a fantastic job tanking, 570. And then had the wherewithal to lance recovery 3 times off the top of the stage so that Sarme could come back with the bow.
Super smart move.
It was a fantastic play coming out from there. And J44, once again on the Terros, was isolated, team comboed. I don't want to hyper. There's a lot of aspects to that game in particular, but I do look at the momentum switch being that edgeguard scenario. Where I would have liked to have seen J44 just focus a little bit more on the edge guard rather than on the state of the weapons, because the reversal was very clear. They made it back to the stage. They got the double knockout and then they won the game. It wasn't so crazy in the lead of the red team that it was guaranteed. It could have gone either way the entire time.
And speaking of those edge guards, some of the edge guards that were working in the previous set, we were seeing a lot of like starters coming out from Violet. Whenever Violet had the lance, it'd be like a sidelight dare. Didn't see as many that game specifically of those, but what kind of took its place as a starter, or really a finisher a lot of times, was the ground pound from Sarme. I don't remember how many spear ground pound KOs Sarme got, or moves that started off that then led to the KO on the follow-up right after that. But Sarme seemingly completely disengaging from the spear, from the Kaya, from the bow, from everything, and moving on to the Rick. And I'm not talking Owens.
So I think this is Blaster's axe.
Yeah, this is Barraza, baby.
Yeah, Barraza's it's been a bit.
It's your wheelhouse.
I always think that he's got a really good place in doubles. Even better now that Sidelight's a combo starter, right? I'm trying to get ahead of the curve by saying I think blasters are the best weapon in the game.
All right, dude. Okay, bro.
And that's going to really piss you off.
I heard what you said about Chakra in some of the previous tournaments,
so the best weapon in the game.
I'm willing to throw your opinion to the side and completely ignore it.
And so it's going to take people a while to play the weapon because blasters have been the most unpopular weapon to play competitively, regardless of the state of being that they've been in, right? But I think that they're really close to that at that point. If not, we're going to be seeing it a lot more. Or we're going to be seeing players that like main a weapon, picking the character with blasters as a secondary.
Okay.
A lot more. I
would agree.
I think it's in that territory now that sword is not the bread and butter secondary, and that makes it really, really strong. And we see Sarme experimenting here up 2-1. With Rick, crossover for Barraza, and it's been almost all in the blasters here. Even though Axe is like the staple there where I'm like, hey, you can pick this character in doubles because of this weapon, he's been destroying them with blasters.
Oh, great dodge up. He did the chase dodge to get away from the incoming punish that was coming from J44. Oh, Violet's going to fall there.
Okay.
Sarme all on his own.
Oh,
they weren't able to do anything with it. They just hit the delay.
Survives the burn. Once again, J44 just not ready for the team combos there at the edge of the stage. Ends up getting side aired for it. But Sarmai taking a ton of damage. This could be great for the blue team here if they're able to take him down. We might see the Rick go back into the pocket after this. Ooh. Gets
Oh,
recovery.
nice.
Ground pound wouldn't have worked anyways because of the weapon throw, but still.
Could have been a baiting ground pound.
Yeah,
Who knows?
just to put some pressure on. Nothing was going to happen on missing that. Whoa,
Oh,
Violet with the
okay.
snipe on J44 does go down, but now Sarmai in a 1v1. It's about as best. It's the second best thing he could have hoped for. Obviously, Violet surviving there would guarantee the game. Now Sarmai's got to fight a stock down against Blitz, but I do strongly give this matchup in favor of Sarmai.
I
when
would
it comes
tend to do
1v1.
that as
Yeah.
well. Definitely given the stance of Olgrim now in the way people currently think about him after
Yeah.
the Olgrim nerfs, after the Lance nerfs, given that we're in a 1v1 right now.
I mean, he's like-
close blaster buff.
I don't even want to say he's cross status anymore because cross before, like, I feel like got so gutted because of the performance in doubles that he wasn't playable in singles now. But even then, I'm seeing cross picked because of blaster side. Yeah, Olgrim really is in a rough position unless it's Blaze. But let's see. Can he do it? D-Light's side light nair. That's a ton of damage. Gets the recovery after Blitz misses the side light. Gets hit by the nair once again. He's just been getting blasted. Sarmai could look for down light at this point is a little risky. So he just goes for dash jump side air, goes all the way off the side of the stage, trying to babysit the recovery. Dash jump pivots air.
Nice.
Blitz
It's a great weapon
getting
toss.
completely destroyed. Sarmai almost gets reversaled. Okay, does touch the wall. Axe picked up. Falling side air, not going to get punished, but this weapon's a little bit easier for Lance to deal with.
Yeah, this is going to be the big question mark here
Slide
for
charge,
him.
pivot, neutral sig. Oh, that's the wrong one.
He's just going to desig again, the weapon toss. He was really far away. I was afraid that Sarmai was going to be actionable and throw out a down air before that unarmed
I
recovery
got to
came
remember
back
that
in.
certain maneuvers are like only Cody Travis.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you got to be a Barasa main to have that slide charge, pivot, Ensig brain.
Oh,
And he goes down.
Blitz
secures
does it.
That's crazy. I really felt like Sarmai had that in the bag. I mean, he did have a 2-stock advantage, but I don't think anything happened on that first stock.
Yeah, like the
So-
blaster started going to work the second we got in the 1v1. That second stock from Blitz was completely gone. But
When
like we
Sarmai
saw,
switched onto the axe, nothing happened.
yeah,
after.
it was like he was completely lost. He lost all of the aura that he had when he was playing blasters.
Yeah. Makes me wonder if Diana is actually the pick for Sarmai going into singles in the future.
Could be.
But not in doubles, I don't think.
And us saying that he got like nothing going on the axe wasn't even an exaggeration whatsoever.
Really? What's
Looking
the
at the
stat
damage
set?
split, 499 on blasters, 19 on axe
So
the
is that like
entire
a
game.
side light? I don't even know.
Yeah, that's like one follow-up
'cause I think
move. Maybe
Neutral
there
Light-
was a weapon toss
I think
in there.
Neutral Light does more than that, and he didn't hit him with the side with weapon tosses 19 times.
Yeah.
So that's
It was all but nothing.
okay. Well, we're gonna go into game 5. Sarmai is gonna be sticking on Barasa here. We've got. Oh, okay. So it's Roman Reigns. I thought it was going to be a change, but no, that's still Taros. So we've got Taros and Olgrim on the blue side going up against Olgrim and Rick for red. We're not on Miami Dome anymore. We've got these platforms that are sometimes one jump height away.
Yes.
Instead of the dome where it goes to the 2 very often. And here we go. Game 5. Blitz with a fantastic comeback. I say comeback, but I guess it was just. It's weird. It was 2 stocks.
I mean, like, momentum-wise and contextual-wise, like, it was a comeback.
There was a moment where Blitz was 1 hit away, and Sarmai still needed to get hit like 5-6 times.
Yeah.
And that's how it felt. So here we are. Game 5. Winner of this will go into quarters, which I'm excited to see who that's going to be. Both teams have been playing pretty back and forth here so far.
We already saw the early KO coming out from J44L. And the KO off the top with the hammer as well. That's already 2 for J44L.
Cider comes through, and that
Nice
okay.
weapon toss. Can they secure this KO here?
Nice.
The backside again of that axe recovery.
Looking for the 2v1 on the Blitz. Blitz goes all the way to the center. Nice dash jump movement. Dash
Nice.
lands away.
Ooh,
Gets
that
hit by the
didn't do it.
Blaster's recovery, but it's not going to be enough.
He hit that recovery in red all the way up there. Taz, the best weapon in the game. Get out of my face,
We're
dude.
not talking about the fact that Blaster's recovery doesn't steal your stocks and horns on double platform maps.
It should.
It also is
I
like
deserve
older.
it.
You deserve it? Yeah.
I deserve
Do
it
you like
all.
dash jump recovery isn't the only thing Blasters can do now? What? Not my weapon. Sarmai. Dash jump pivot nairing around. Look at him go. Nice job from Violet. Silent Nair into the Blaster's recovery. That's going to be a good amount of damage coming out.
Yeah, Sarma using all the movement that you have left and right with the Blaster's recovery to get in there after in order to follow up off of Violet.
Ooh, Sidelight, Nair. Goes
All right,
on
Sarma,
to
you need to get
Blitz.
active.
Okay, not too much getting started there at the bottom of the stage. Recovery gets interrupted. Oh, he tried to axe downlight him into Sarme's Blaster's ground pound. Didn't work out for them. This could be the double edge guard here that blue team needs to secure the game. It's crazy because this Rick pick came off of Sarme's win, game 3. They went up 2-1, and they could have they could potentially lose 2 games off of the switch. J44 hold on to the stock on the left side of the stage. Sarme super damaged, but does get the down. So there's a double. No, not the double knockout coming through here. Finally, that gets him down with the neutral.
Okay.
Good coverage on that left plat. It is the smallest lead that you could ever ask for. If anything, probably damaging.
Oh, I really thought that was going to
Violet
do
has
it.
to play keep away the entire time while they hunt down Sarme, but that's good damage. Gets a sidelight Nair for his teammate going down.
Yeah, that was a nice little 2-piece to bring that in there, as Sarme was going to be done anyway. Oh, isn't able to grab that weapon spawn there. See if Sarme can grab one quickly. J44 is going to keep it out of his hands.
Very close so far in this game. Blue team just playing the anti-air game with these Acno
There's
players.
4 X's on the screen
They're
right
just
now.
airing. They're swinging in circles. Ooh. So far, J44L is taking the most damage from all the axes. And that recovery just takes him down. I wasn't even ready to be excited about that. That's crazy.
All right, Blitz. It's time. We're in game 5 here.
Wow. It's do or get knocked out.
That is so real. One of the realest things you've ever said.
Yeah.
If I think about
That's
everything you've
the-
ever said. Especially
it's a-
after
it's
you were
a-
talking about Blasters being the best weapon in the game. Okay! GC D-Light into the recovery.
Blasters
Another
are
D-Light
going
into
to
the
win this
recovery.
doubles match. Watch him go. Oh, wait. That's not
Okay.
good. That's not, wait. Oh, Blitz might do it. It's an old
Dude, if Blitz does this back to back, does it against the
No
arguably
way.
weaker 1v1 player.
Yeah, Violet now here.
Oh!
Sidelight down air. Weapon throw forces the dodge, but doesn't get the ground pound afterwards. Spot dodge, just a downlight. Axe recovery could knock out here. Weapon throw avoided, but he dodges the side air. Weapon throws point blank. Has to avoid the land sider that Blitz is going to look for here. Blitz looking for a weapon throw
he was looking for
recovery.
it again.
Gets the weapon throw, goes for side air. Violet puts out the craziest down sig ever, and unarmed recovery is not going to do it. Another unarmed recovery. Blitz just throw the axe away, do another unarmed. The downlight goes through, but he's still
Oh
living.
my
It's been
gosh.
just knocked to the top of the stage over and over again.
That's
And
it.
Sair will catch up with the gravity cancel down. Blitz gets the 1v2. 2 comebacks in a row. 678 damage. Man.
That was huge from Blitz. It started off with J44L grabbing 2 KOs right at the beginning to give them a little bit of momentum, give them a little bit of confidence here in this game 5 against Sarme and Violet. And then at the end, Blitz was there to clutch it out for the second time. There's the in-light. That was a great
So this
sidelight
is
Nair
that
punish to
sidelight
get in.
Nair punish. Is this where... Oh, I thought we were going to see the recovery knockout. No, Violet was guessing. Like the down sig that came from the Ulgrim axe right before that gravity cancel down sig, I think Violet was just kind of like, all right, well, I hope you dash jump into me. And they did dash jump, but the Lance Sair like halts your momentum a little bit before it just flies forward. So it dodges the down sig and then just sends him off the left side of the stage. You had a thought
I'm willing to be a little bit charitable here in that down sig may have been a bait down sig and not like a boomy down sig, because there was a moment you saw the hesitation in Blitz's movement where he was like, oh, I need to go punish this. They're in recovery frame. Wait a minute. I will not have time to get out there, get all the way down there since I'm all the way up here in time to get the punish. Violet, DM me on Twitter if that's true.
Yeah, that
DM me on Twitter if I'm a genius and that's true.
Even if it is true, I'd say there's many other moves that you could use to bait than wasting your dodge and then like gluing yourself in the air with the weakest weapon in the game. None, right? You think there's a weapon?
The unarmed is the most broken weapon in the game. Guys out there are screaming at their television set right now. They probably just like threw the monitor in and broke it. They're so mad right now.
It's way different if the down tick's a slide charge off of a platform. The thing I don't like about that is that you don't get momentum. If you do like Haymaker, you can at least
Oh, wait,
move
you're talking
forward
about the unarmed down heavy.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the axe D-Sig.
We've been talking about two different things.
Okay.
The XD stick wasn't terrible because if fast fell happened, or if they did like dash jump pivot down air or something, it covers all of that, right? But it was just a little early.
Yeah, okay.
So.
We were talking about different thing. I absolutely agree. I'm not going to be charitable on the unarmed down heavy.
Take us to breaks, Berkey.
We are headed to a break here for just a few minutes. We will be back shortly with some more of the European Doubles Spring Championship here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla or whatever platform you're watching on right now.
First off, introduce yourself.
Hi guys, I'm PJ. You might see me on the Brawlhalla commentary desk, but right now I'm answering some questions with Skiff, and you can too. Call in right now. Do it, please.
Yeah, all right. Well, first things first, BCX just got announced. How do you feel about that?
I'm incredibly excited. BCX, I went to my first one last year. I had a lot of fun. I think if you're a fan of Brawlhalla in any aspect of it, whether it's like lore or the artwork or the players or esports, whatever the case may be, if you're a fan of Brawlhalla, you should go to BCX.
Yeah, I totally agree. BCX is a fantastic time. Next up, what is a weapon pairing you are hoping to see?
Ooh, so, PJ, I'm an orb guy myself. However, now that Chakrams, I can play Chakrams without people getting mad at me. I really want Chakram Hammer. I think Chakram Hammer would be really fun.
Ooh, I'm trying to think about how a character design around that would actually work. I feel like you could do something pretty sick with it, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of pairings with Chakram that I think from the design standpoint for the actual character themselves could be very interesting. But next up, could 100 men beat 1 Taros?
It depends on what year of Taros. Because if it was last year Taros, as we know from Kaina, you only need 4 hits a person. And I think Taros has 400 hammer nairs in him, or hammer downlight into side airs in him. So I don't think 100 people can beat Taros. No.
Okay. And what is something you'd like to ask the casters?
Something I'd like to ask the casters.
It could be anything at all.
It could be anything at all. That's a really tough question. I have a lot of questions, but I'm trying to think. Okay, casters, when you're working a long day, what do you do to keep your voice intact without losing your voice? Because I have that problem where I lose my voice. What are some of your secrets to keeping your voice together?
You know, that is actually a good caster question. I was like expecting you to be like, you know, how many pineapples could you eat or something like that.
I could ask that if you want.
No, dude, we're going with the question that you asked. So we're gonna get some actual caster questions for the casters. So, all right, man. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I'll see you later.
See you.
And we're back. Shout out to PJ for calling in. We've got 2 important questions to answer, Sparky. The first is the one about how we keep our voices nice and healthy. For me, it's actually tea and honey. That's my go-to.
Yeah, I just like cowboy up and thug it out. Like
is that what you do?
I don't really know.
Like,
like,
legit,
you
like
just
after,
I'm just talking.
After
I don't
a long
understand.
day, like sometimes I'll do decaf tea if I don't want to be like up all night, and then I put honey in it.
Yeah, I'm not a
like,
little
this is
baby.
fine.
I just kind of like show up for work the next day and do it.
And
I don't know.
You just lose your voice after the weekend?
Yeah, kinda.
Oh. And the more important question is the 100 men versus a single Taros. The question I think that needs to be answered first, though, is Taros in his labyrinth? Right?
Is he a prisoner?
Because he's a prisoner, but also like the whole thing is that he's like in the labyrinth, like knocking people out, right? So if you put 100 men in the labyrinth with the Taros, I think it's even more skewed in Taros' favor. Because I think PJ was just imagining like 100 bodies on Mammoth Fortress fighting a stomp-saring Taros, and even that doesn't look very good for them.
So this is obviously inspired by the viral question of can 100 men beat 1 gorilla?
Never heard of this question.
Kind of the biggest thing there is like humans are very good at like outlasting. So like if you're trying to hunt down a deer, and I'm talking with like a spear, right? Like crazy trackers in Africa do.
Yeah.
Like they're able to follow the animal until it's exhausted. And then they're able to get it. So that is one thing that men would have over the gorilla. But in the terms of Taros, is like he doesn't have stamina. He's just like the guy. He can hit as many stomp sayers as he wants. He doesn't get tired.
You don't think he gets tired?
So you've taken away like the one like major thing that humans have, other than we can also make Fortnite.
The video game logic?
Yeah.
For Taros?
Because it's video game
Taros. The person behind the controls gets tired eventually, right?
No, it's just like a guy, and it's just like a video game character.
Okay, so you're saying that because he's a video game character,
he doesn't get tired.
He doesn't get infinite.
Yeah,
okay.
He doesn't get tired.
He doesn't get nerfed or buffed sometimes. Do you think that's like getting tired?
No.
Like if you lose a little bit, like
because they've never really nerfed them that hard. If we're being honest here.
Yeah, Taros has kind of just always existed. Here we go. Game 1. Blaze and Acno. First time we've seen them on stream today. Very excited to see how they're playing. One of my favorite teams to ever do it in Brawlhalla. Had a little bit of a break, but now they're back together better than ever.
And this is the first time that we've seen them today.
Right.
So we're getting to see if our questions answered now as we're getting Blaze coming in with the Ulgrim, and they're doing the same team combo that we've seen them do before. And this time it's against Bamya and Ahmet. This is going to be really tough for Bamya and Ahmet. Dara ended up putting Bamya and Ahmet in its top 3 earlier today. So Dara had a lot of confidence in this team.
Yeah, a rare Onyx pick for Europe. This is a very North American pick.
Yes.
It's been really cool to see, like, it's apparent in singles as well, but in doubles there's very defined metas. We talked about Chronix a lot in previous years. Never in Europe. That was never really the case. In fact, Kaya originated from the region that we're seeing right now, mainly because of the team that we've got on screen right now. So let's see how this does here. Blaze so far the healthiest, but we haven't seen any stocks fly on the screen. It's been very good defense from both sides.
Yeah, we've been over a minute into this game without seeing a stock, which is somewhat rare. There's the sidelight into the recovery. That's going to be the first one.
Nair, I wouldn't go for the edge guard here, Bamya, but you know what? He's better than me. I just think that optimally in that situation, you get the nair right afterwards, you go back to the stage, you weapon starve, you go for the team combo on the guy coming back. Acno's going to fly to a stray hit anyways. But he gets that recovery there for no loss of himself. And Amit and Bamya start with the team combo there into him taking out his teammate stock. Blaze going down there to help Acno back.
Nice.
Good recovery from that situation. It could have gone in a way to where that would have been a double knockout for Bamya. The dodges were just good enough for him. So,
It could have been.
so
But
good.
then right after that, because of that axe recovery from Blaze, Bamya couldn't make like a rush back over to the stage, so that gave Acno plenty of time to set up that perfect air.
Ooh, double sidelight coming out there. Acno punishes with just a nair. That's not going to be enough just yet. Nair coming through, sends Blaze flying, and Bamya gets the neutral. And the swing at the end of the animation hits more than one person. So ends up getting knocked back there. Acno goes down. Blaze almost gets hit by the gauntlet recovery. This is great for the blue team.
Yeah, Blaze went over to retreat so that Acno could spawn back in. He didn't feel confident enough. This went from like the team who was holding the W key, who was just basically pressing forward the entire time because they were so confident in their momentum that they would steamroll the other team, to all of a sudden, Blaze finds himself all by his lonesome, and he's going to move over to the wall, play that defensive wall. He waits for Acno to come back in.
Acno with some friendly fire there. Okay, team combo, sideline air and an
Nice.
Sig, but it's on Onyx. That's like, she's going to take the longest to knock out. Downlight will come through, send her to the right. Let's see what Acno can get here with the recovery. Bamya is honestly damaged enough now here where the red team, I think, is at a lead. It's going to be up to what happens to Acno's stock, I think. I'm trying to get that ground pound. Gets Pogo.
Oh, no!
Ouch, that's brutal. Bamya, they've got to get the edge guard here. Acno goes out for that side air. Blaze doesn't have a weapon, though. Did spawn in an unfavorable position for that situation. But the Pogo comes through again. Is that a double Pogo
Another
knockout?
one?
Gets the weapon throw. Bamya's gone. And that's going to be the 1v2 here. Ahmet looking for the edge guard. But I seriously give this in Blaze and Acno's favor. Let's
Definitely.
see. We did just see two very impressive 2v1 comebacks.
But it was against a team that isn't picking up 2v1s
Yeah.
as consistently as Blaze and Acno have. But they're definitely playing, like they're respecting Ahmet here and Bamya as
There
well,
goes
more than they
Jump.
were their previous
He has a
opponents.
dodge, that's it.
Yep, there it is.
Nice dodge to the platform, actually. Helpful that that platform was there. And Acno gets the knock. Nice, okay. Throws the weapon in anticipation of the new spawn. Good timing there, but this is a weird position to put yourself. Okay, makes it back, and Ahmet is very unarmed, very damaged. Let's see what he can do. Sidelight doesn't get the jump, accidentally falls off the stage.
I think he wanted to
Gravity
do
cancel
the
D-light.
D-light there, but he ended up moving a little bit further forward off the edge than he thought he would be, so he was aerial, which out came the down air. Dude, Ahmet's been without a weapon. There it was. All they needed was one
tough.
stray hit, and Ahmet was at weapon disadvantage the entire time until he finally got caught by that
Yeah,
side
there's a
air.
lot of discipline there from Acno and Blaze in that
Definitely.
situation. And for a team as seasoned as they are, they've been in enough situations where they've probably thrown a 2v1 to know better than to do so. And they weren't even focused on the team combos most of the time there. They were just cycling through weapons. They did something that I don't see a lot of teams do, which is that they were throwing their weapon away before the anticipated spawn so that there wasn't any downtime in
Yes.
picking it up. And that happened a few times. And you can game the system a little bit where weapons spawn. If you know it's spawning in one place, then you know it's not going to spawn there again. And they were covering those spots pretty nicely. So game one barely goes over to Blaze and Acno after an amazing team combo onto Bamya, and then two really nice Pogo edge guards from Acno, with the second one being cleaned up by Blaze's weapon throw. So they tightened it up at the end there when they needed to.
And both of them being on Gauntlet Legends here, they've done a great job of getting in on two weapons that, you know, can kind of throw force fields around themselves, or really kind of three weapons if you include the axe from Blaze as well. Like you think about Spear neutral area, you think about Lance neutral area as well, and then you have like an axe ground pound or an axe recovery that Blaze uses so well. The Gauntlet players seemingly haven't struggled so far, even though of course they did lose last game. It was close. See if Blaze can finish this one up with a side air. He's going to go back to the mid platform before turning around and hitting one ground pound and then another ground pound.
Wow, Blaze so excellent with the timing on that move. Takes down both Bamya and Ahmet, right and left side of the stage. Helps Acno out with the edge guard after he gets his own in a 1v1. And now getting more damage on the Bamya is looking good. Neutral light into neutral light, gets the down sig right afterwards. It's a ton of damage coming in on a fresh stock from Bamia. Ahmet goes over to the gauntlets and no dodge. Means he could have taken a lot more. The axe recovery almost takes him off the top of the stage. He gets snared out of his own recovery. Ahmet's gonna be careful here. Ground pound just spikes him and they trade 1 for 1. Blaze dominating here in game 2.
He's picked up 3 KOs without losing his first stock. Finally losing that about a minute 20 into the game as he's shut down. Bombi going in with the ground pound. Acno, is he able to get back? He did take a dare, but he got the touch right before. Can he get back in touch again? Yes, he is. He doesn't have the weapon advantage here. Okay, that could be a big pickup. Acno still really hasn't landed much on the main platform. Now he's able to get back to safety.
Man, Acno's actually spent a lot of the time here unarmed, following up off of Blaze's starters. Blaze has been completely in control of game 2, and Acno very willing to play support. That downlight's going to burn Bamia even harder. Sidelight Cider is going to send him flying. That's the stock, and now Ahmet in orange against the 4 stocks of Acno and Blaze. This is not as doable as the last game.
Yeah, this one potentially
Bamia.
what happens with Ahmet here. He doesn't feel confident enough going in because he's so far in the orange that he's kind of leaving Bamia by himself while he's on the main platform. Does get the follow-up onto Blaze there with the down air. Now retreating back to the main platform. He is playing relatively safe. They get the KO off the top.
Yeah, but isolating Blaze here doesn't even guarantee him the win. He's got 2 stocks. Acno comes back. Does he get that weapon? He does. Bow picked up. Sidelight hits both directions. Gets the recovery into Bamia, attacks on even more damage, and it's only a matter of time before he's 2 damaged for even Onyx's defense to work out, unless
They got to get it here. They
the
got to
dodge.
go
Acno's
all
got,
in.
that's it. Recovery hits.
Did he
does
touch?
But then Acno saves Ahmet with the recovery, saving himself. Should have just trusted Blaze there. Blaze got the double ground pound. Now they got to work for those extra stocks here. Bamia does go down. Ahmet gets the save, but then gets pogoed right afterwards. That Sair,
They're ready for it.
Coming from the alley-oop there is going to get them that 2-0 lead in the set. They're 1 game away from going into semis. Looking pretty good for them so far.
So did I catch that right? That was a ground pound from Blaze that sent one of the blue team members down, where then Acno could get the hit.
Unarmed recovery.
Okay.
And Acno is always unarmed recovering there. That wasn't a situation where I even feel like I can really knock him for reacting there, unless they were calling it out. Like the one way that could have worked is if Blaze said, "Don't recover. I'm going for ground pound here." I wouldn't even make that call.
Oh, no, I wouldn't either.
If he messes up the ground pounds, Acno is certainly gone, and then Blaze is off stage against in a 1v2.
Exactly.
So I think it was fine, but that is what happened. So here we go. We've got same team coming up from Bamia and Ahmet, who looked so good in game 1, not so much in game 2, and now they've got this stress of a reverse 3-0 on their plates that they want to stay on winner's side. Acno and Blaze 1 game away from moving into top 8 here at the European Doubles Championship. And we're starting off strong with the sidelight. Ooh, went for the end light to target switch there, thinking that Bamia was going to punish him for going a sidelight on his friend, but he doesn't actually go for it.
So the way Acno and Blaze kind of started in this set against Bamia and Ahmet, it was very it was very respectful. I don't think they were playing scared. I think they were playing respectful, and they were in that feeling out stage. And then all of a sudden they kind of figured it out a little bit more, and now we're kind of seeing the confidence return. They're going even, so it's not like they're stomping their opponent like we may have seen in a previous set.
Gets that sidelight into recovery.
Can he get big juggle? No. He's able to land and actually gets the GCD light into the unarmed recovery.
All right, Bamia's got to fly around. Cannon is like the second best weapon at doing that, besides, I guess Lance. Lance is the best, but I don't know. Chakram Dare used to be able to stall for a long time.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore. We've got downlights coming up from Blaze, sidelight Nair from Blaze as well. He's starting to really tack on the damage. Down sig will catch Bamia as well. Bamia's taking a lot of hits here and there. Acno could get the reversal here on the Bamia he's looking for, but Ahmet with the save. Good sidelight there. Bamia could have been in a lot of trouble, and instead they might be able to get Acno there. They do. Now can they take down Blaze? Ground pound. Okay, that was scary. Ground pound could have blasted Ahmet into the blast zone, but he holds on.
Okay, there's the 2-piece. Ahmet actually turns around instead of pressing it onto Blaze. Bamia stuck over on the wall. You see the double exclamation point, 3 exclamation points, and the sweat beads before he makes it onto the main platform. Insig coming out from Acno. Yeah, doesn't knock out off the top.
Yeah, Acno was banking on that having enough force. Blaze sent flying now, and every second that they don't take out the blue team, Acno taking more and more damage. Blaze looking for the edge guard here. Oh, if he just fell with side air, that would have been it, but Acno's able to clean up. Downlight side air comes through. Tentative lead for the red team. But if Blaze goes down, Acno could be soon to follow. Let's see if he can run for his life here. No weapon, but Bamia
they don't
not
press
risking it.
him until now.
Okay, they were just waiting for their chance. And Acno got hit by a ground pound, a dare, brought into orange. Blaze getting destroyed by Bamiya's cannon. All Bamiya here in this last stock.
We're seeing some of the signatures come out from him as well here that we kind of haven't seen very much of this entire set. So Bamiya's dropping bombs. He's looking to do this big damage. They have the lead here. It's completely split up the red team. That's Acno out of the game. It's just Blaze in the 1v2.
Side air gets interrupted by the weapon throw there. Narrowly avoids the cannon fire from the
Oh, that's scary.
Sarah will take him down. That's going to be Bamiya and Ahmet getting the game on the board. Really well played by Bamiya at the end. It was all cannon. There was that moment on the edge guard where we were both kind of like, okay, you're going to pull the trigger. You're going to go jump off the stage. No, not going to edge guard him. And then he got him right when we both thought that the scenario was done.
Yep.
Right? Like when we thought the pressure was over and Acno could come back to the stage is when he went off stage, got the ground pound, got the dare, put on all extra damage, and then won the game. I think he had the most damage by far of that game. Over 600.
Definitely. He did 609 compared to the 423 of Ahmet and then the 543 of Blaze and 368 of Acno. He also did 512 of that. So about 5/6 of his damage was on the cannon alone.
Yeah, very well played. We're going back to Fortress of Lions for game number 4, and this is weird. I know game 2 was essentially a 4 stock. But this still feels close enough to where red team can't relax on this. They can't just be like, okay, we'll just do the same thing again. Maybe it'll win.
Dude, Bamiya is really leveling up on this cannon. It's continuing into this game. The end lights just back and forth are devastating.
Nair comes through, neutral light into side air from Ahmet. They go for the edge guard into Acno, and Acno narrowly avoids the ground pound. Blaze, in the meantime, is winning against Bamiya in the 1v1. They get a nice sidelight Nair, side air from Acno. Acno trying to get the edge guard here unarmed. Blaze not going to go for a ground pound because Ahmet is pressuring. He might still go for it here. Neutral light catches Bamiya finally. Bamiya's been having some trouble on the ledge. That's the second time we've seen 3 exclamation points, I think.
And Blaze was happy to just like let him sit there and burn all of that time, waste all of that time, because his teammate, Ahmet, was completely on the other side of the stage. They were split up. All he had to do was wait for that Lance in light for the KO move.
Exhausted recovery will take Ahmet off the top. That's just going to be Acno. I don't even think the knockback was enough. I think Acno just held right. Good to reset here, even it up. 4-4. They can't deny weapons forever. Blaze immediately comes in for the axe, and Acno gets a nice unarmed punish on Ahmet. And a good combo starter. Doing pretty good with the unarmed so far while he started, but he wants a weapon finally, and there's the bow.
It was a shame they weren't able to turn that combo into more. It seemed like they were ready to be done with it because Blaze even like moved in between Acno and whoever he picked up in it to do the inlight the other direction away from Acno rather than continuing it in that sandwich.
There's a disgusting amount of damage coming on to Acno there. He got hit by Blaze's axe Nair as he was grabbed by Ahmet's gauntlet Nair, took the full damage of both moves, and then got team comboed into Bamiya. So he was brought to orange real quick, but still Bamiya the most damage on the screen so far. Ooh, dash jumping around, down to go out, dodge all the way. That was nice actually. Ground pound there covered the fact that Blaze's down sig missed.
Oh, Bamiya! He still somehow gets out of that. I saw the dodge burn from Acno and then the dodge burn from Bamiya, and I thought that was going to be the edge guard.
Acno being a champion here off the left side of the stage, fighting 1v2 while Blaze just holds the ground. That's going to be it for Bamiya, but Acno could come right afterwards.
Can they get the stock off of Ahmet? His survivability has been like one of the winning things for the blue team so far. Bamiya's been doing the damage. Ahmet's been taking a lot of damage and extending his stocks as long as he can. We have an even game here, Taza. The neutral air is not going to KO off the top. That's going to KO off the left side, and then the counter punish.
So close. Are they even going to go for weapon starts here? No, Bamiya tries to call Blaze out with the recovery. Blaze reacts, gets the down air right afterwards. Everyone armed on the stage now. Acno neutral lights forward. Blaze was hoping to get like a dash forward side light landing, getting some friendly fire. Team combo, no, the down sig comes through. I think Bamiya needed to hit a down light there to really extend that combo. That was huge. They had them both caught in Ahmet's down sig. Bamiya taking the lead here, gets a bunch of nairs. Okay, Silent stops Ahmet from getting that combo starter. Bamiya trying to land on the ground, but Ahmet, like you said, the survivability huge this game.
Bamiya kind of playing on the back foot a little bit. The red team pushes towards him. He's looking for these inlights. That's been like his move of choice this set. That's going to take out Bamiya. The follow-up from Blaze might have just clutched the game right there.
Wow, I can't believe it. That was like the good angle to get hit by.
Yeah.
And he still goes down. Onyx just crumbles under the pressure of Blaze's axe. Sidelight Nair puts Ahmet into light orange. Second one will definitely get him into orange there. And then he starts being at risk of getting knocked out by team combos then with a signature. Let's see what he can do. You could see Acno already proactively starving weapons, just letting Blaze go forward, get the sidelight nairs. Acno ready to be in that position to hit Ahmet if Blaze misses in neutral, and that's all his role is in this situation. Blaze is the only one that's actively taking action. Acno's just waiting to respond, and it's been like 3 downlights in a row. How does Ahmet get in?
I don't know. It's going to be really tough. He does find the first like 2 hits that he's found.
Whoa.
Okay, could be setting up here, but Blaze is right there. He does not have a weapon. Acno's able to get over to the wall and touch.
And Acno goes like, all right, I'm done being off stage. Go back, Blaze. You do this. He's looking for the downlights. Let's see what he's got. I mean, Ahmet was able to sneak in a side air, but the weapon throw from Acno is something to stop him from getting any more follow-ups. Blaze looking for to deny the next weapon, I guess. Or Acno, rather.
Oh, this is really scary.
Oh, this is it. Okay. That was advantage. That was advantage for Ahmet until he went to the side of the stage. Yep. I think he should have just stayed fighting against Acno. Like taking the time where Blaze was jumping back to stage to fight the 1v1. Instead, he split his focus, went there, was like trying to hit both of them at the same time. I don't really know who was he supposed to edgeguard there? Was he supposed to fight Acno? I don't know what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough ending. It really seemed possible for Ahmet there. That was the potential to push it all the way to a game 5. But this does lend credence. Of course, the set ends 3-1 in favor of Acno and Blaze. But this does lend credence to Dara's theory about this being a top 3 team in EU here at the Spring Doubles Championship.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dara's theory is that this happens in quarters, right?
Yeah.
So this is like you get the most extra matches.
Yes.
Losing. Obviously, you get the most losing in round 1. But like when it comes to like the difference between jumping into top 8 and then going down to possibly 13th, right? Having to fight that 9th place match to be able to get in and stuff like that. It's a lot tougher of a run, but they looked strong enough to where I'm not doubting that they're going to make it. I'm expecting to see them again here. In the doubles championship and the elimination side of top 8.
Yeah, that would not surprise me whatsoever, though. If I went into today and you told me that, I would have been a little bit more surprised. So yeah, that was a very interesting set between the two. I didn't think it was going to be a stomp, but I thought it was going to be more heavily in favor of Acno and Blaze than it was. Bamia and Ahmet showing the like standard old North American team comp can compete here with the old standard EU team comp as well.
Yeah, and now we've got a new name on the field coming in on winner's side that we got to see in top 2 in fact in Europe. It's AMGG and Kimono. So AMGG just had that amazing performance on Chakram a week before it got adjusted. And so now
that's one way to put it.
I'm wondering, you got the stats on AMGG. What was reported legends before Priya?
Let us see.
Because I want to be clear here with AMGG is that he was making runs in community tournaments like Bearded Brawls and so on, right? Long before that official tournament breakout performance, his power ranking was already like slowly creeping up into the 30s, into the 20s. So he had been playing pretty well for a while. I just didn't. I don't recall what it was.
It's a struggle to find because we don't have. I don't know if his name is weird on here.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, like his name isn't really on here unless it's something different. So the question remains. And also there isn't 2v2 legend reporting on StartGG.
You mean challenge mode?
Yeah, but for previous tournaments from like old stuff in the past that would have been on StartGG before we moved over to Challenger mode.
Well, we're going to find out in just a little bit. It's going to be AMGG and Kimono. Kimono is a player who's been in doubles, top 32s plenty of times, but this pairing in particular is a little new to me. And they're going to be going against Godly and Jakey, this time for real. I know before we were talking about Godly and Jakey as if we were going to watch them, but we didn't. But they went over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, and now they're on the mainstream for all of you to watch and play as they're going to be doing Dalsum and Teska against, it looks like Kimono's on the Onyx. So AMGG is probably going to be playing the more aggro position there. I wonder if he's playing gauntlets or not.
Would be a normal choice, especially for 2v2. We would have 4 Gauntlet Legends on the screen at that point. Everything from Godly and Jakey is exactly what you would expect. The Dalsum coming in, obviously the Rayman pick that we've seen play a lot, and then Jakey coming in on the Teska. That's what we were seeing on the highlights when we were talking about this team on the pre-show. So no surprises there whatsoever. Like you said, Kimono on the Onyx as well. Still waiting on AMG to lock in Legend. Everybody's just like unlocking in the lobby. I don't know what's happening, Taza.
They're probably figuring some things out. They might restart the lobby. I don't know. Oh, Dalsum. So it's going to be gauntlets.
Okay. He has a level 100 Rayman.
Yeah, Jakey on Tesca is not a surprise to me. That was like Jakey's debut in doubles was on Boots. I think he was the first player that made me go, okay, I see the potential for Boots in doubles. So it's always a little tough to call how something's going to be in a certain game mode until you see someone with success with it. I know
A little bit of a Wes hater then.
Well, I'd say Jakey had more mainstream double success with Boots before Wes.
Okay.
Wes was shortly afterwards. But
I would have to look at the history books.
But like specifically, I didn't see Boots do something crazy in doubles until it was Jakey Blitz.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we started seeing it picked up a little bit more in other game modes. It's just going to be double gauntlets coming out here for the blue team.
For both teams.
So it's making me wonder if you know, it's not actually that surprising. When it comes to metas being developed, I'd say I always look to South America for what the rest of the world's going to be playing next. So if South America is doing something, then I expect everybody to catch up in a year. They're just pushing the game that hard. North America's got a lot more, for lack of a better word, character loyalists, right? I don't want to say one tricks because it's a fighting game. You're supposed to, be good at your character. But I think North America's got the most players that just will like ride or die, play their same character all the time. And then Europe's usually playing in 2018.
Yes.
And so it's crazy to me to finally see that after all these years, I think Double Gauntlets is finally hitting Europe, and that's fun. That's nice. It's like, yeah, okay, they're starting to play it because this is going to be 2 Onyx teams that we've seen in a row. We're a bit late to the party.
I don't know. I think that's more because it happens to be Kimono and AMG on that side of the field. And if it was like most other players in EU, we might not be seeing as many gauntlets. I think it's just like luck of the draw.
Well,
that like, of course,
draw,
Godly's playing gauntlets.
You say luck of the draw, but it's winners quarters, and we've had 2 of these teams in a row.
That's true.
So it's like
that is true.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like even if it's still 80% Ulgrim Kaya, the people who are winning are becoming more and more gauntlets, and that's what I'm trying to highlight, right? And that might be different on the other side of the bracket. Well, then, because I know Safhir and Razox, Safhir is going to be an Ulgrim for forever.
Almost certainly.
Although Safhir's case is different. That's not a Europe thing. Safhir's actually only ever played Ulgrim, even before it was cool and not cool.
Was it ever cool?
It started off uncool, and it was completely because of you. Yeah, remember that? Do you remember your Ulgrim campaign?
Yeah, like he wasn't good. Like there was no reason to play him.
And so...
then there was a reason to play him.
Now you're giving me flack for saying blasters are the best weapon in the game.
Because they're not.
Okay,
and
there was a reason to play Ulgrim, though.
There wasn't.
No, I can't take that. There was a reason to play Ulgrim. What was the reason not to play Ulgrim at the time?
Well, Lance was not good.
Lance was okay.
No.
Wasn't that the year that Kostelix won his first major? Or was that...
That was also when we had Silent Recovery True as a KO move.
That's right. So Lance was good.
And then that was abruptly taken away very quickly.
I think it was probably... I might be just completely making things up, but I imagine that the reason why we thought Ulgrim wasn't good because maybe he didn't have that true because of his dex. I don't know.
No, it was it was during the time when Silent Recovery wasn't true, I'm sure, when I said this. And it was because like Lance, there was no reason to play Lance. If you wanted to play Axe, there were so many other amazing Axe legends.
And then once that, I remember now, and once that combo became true, if you had high defense, it was like amazing. You could play Ulgrim, you could play Roland, you could do whatever. Okay, anyways, that's not the point. We don't have Lance on the screen. We have Boots. That's exciting. We have double Dalsum, also exciting.
Yep.
Right? Gauntlet's Axe going up against Onyx here on the side for Kimono. So we're going to be going into game number 1. Everybody very graciously taking out of their dex points to put it into literally anything else because it's doubles.
Yeah, really digging deep for that one. Really making the sacrifice.
Yeah, that's right. They're like, oh, what am I going to do without dexterity? As they like maybe lose a frame in their Axe side air, then it doesn't matter. Here we go, Fortress of Lions, game number 1.
Kimono playing very grounded despite AMG being all the way up at the top of the screen. It's just so many gauntlets, dude.
It's a lot. I mean, you think it's like, it's definitely a lot less like audio spam in like like 4 lances. That's a little tough to listen to.
Yeah, Lance is definitely like the worst one.
4 axes is kind of funny because you get like the disjointed swings of the nairs.
That's certainly one way to put it. I feel like you as an Axe player feel a little bit differently about that sound than I do.
But like gauntlets, they're not that intrusive, you know. It still has like that. I always think it's funny when I listen to Gauntlet Sidelight, and I go like, yeah, that sound effect made a lot of sense when Core was the first Gauntlet.
Yeah, it does sound like a rock.
It does sound like a little like
It's
a
very
rock like
rock-coded.
scraping against the ground. We don't think about it that often, but it was like, yeah, not every character since has been a golem, but yet that still sounds like you're carrying rocks around. Anyways, back to the match. What do we got? Godly, only one with 3 stocks on the stage. Goes down for the ground pound. Let's see what Jakey can do here. Can he get a weapon? He does find the gauntlets and doesn't get the down
the
sig.
interruption from AMG, grabbing his teammate in the down air, preventing Kimono from being grabbed by the side signature.
Kimono does go down shortly after, but it gives AMGG the opportunity to get the side sig revenge knockouts.
And there's another answer back after Jakey picked up the side signature. This time he made the connection. Out came the sidelight from AMG's axe. So he is like ready to get the
Axe skin
interruptions
is
every time.
What is that axe skin from? I don't remember. It's crazy.
I don't know. It's like animated.
Yeah, no, it's good. Actually comes through. Jakey goes down, tries to get a.
That's not like
down air.
one of the Azoth skins from like the battle pass or whatever. No.
No. I know what that one looks like. It's like a golden axe. Recovery comes through. Kimono goes down. That's 3 stocks of 1. AMGG played, I think, a pretty good game.
Definitely.
This game. Kimono, like the thing is, when your highlights are, wow, he really saved his teammate a lot. Well, what's happening to his teammate?
You have to get hit in the first place in order to be saved. You have to be in danger before you can get saved. So really, it's like a zero-sum game.
Right. And Godly and Jakey, on the other hand, they just keep knocking stocks out. D-like ground pound. That'll do it. 3 stock for game number 1. Let's see what happens in game 2. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, let's hope that they can do what we saw in the previous set against Acno and Blaze, right? Where one of the first matches was really bad, and then they kind of fought back and they figured out how to like push it a little bit further.
I'm a little worried that we won't get that this time around. I didn't see Kimono get started with anything. I'm going to pay very close attention to him this time in game number 2, because if we go another game where Kimono is down 2 stocks before AMGG is, I think that's just going to be GG.
Yeah, I would agree.
So here we go, game 2. Godly and Jakey with a lead in the sets. AMGG and Kimono picking up the double gauntlets, and Godly getting a double team combo with that sidelight and air ground pound. AMGG dodges out, but Kimono ends up getting caught. And a lot of damage goes over to the blue team at the very start here as Jakey's able to hit both of them with an air. Recovery almost takes him out the top. That would have been nice and early.
So one of the things that happened last game was like Godly did 727 damage on the red team, which, yeah, then Jakey is kind of allowed to do 269. But then on the other side with AMG and Kimono put out 300 damage, but AMG isn't there to do the 700 that they need in order to secure all 3 KOs on each person and get the victory.
Yeah, and this time AMGG might be the first to go. Loses an early stock off the right side of the stage, and Godly gets that recovery nair. Jakey tried a team combo with the boots nair. Doesn't quite hit it, and Kimono snares Godly off the right side of the stage. Okay, could take a lead here. Jakey jumping around with the boots. Still holds on, and Godly now has an axe in hand once again.
Kimono's recovering back over to the stage. Godly putting some pressure on AMG.
Ooh,
not able to follow up off of that. Okay, there's the big side signature, sending Jakey all the way to the right side of the screen.
Yeah, Godly tunnel visioning a little bit on the edge guards here. Jakey's been setting him up quite a few times, but he hasn't been following up. Axe is so good at following up off a boot snare, especially when you don't use active input to fly with it, right? Like, it's one of the greatest axe recovery setups in the game. Jakey goes down, Kimono still holding on. Great adaptation from Kimono. I said I'd be watching him here in game number 2, and he's yet to go down in 2 minutes. It's finally taking him down there. Now, the problem is AMGG could get ground pounded here, and that's a terrible deficit, right?
He's being very careful, though, sticking over on the wall. But the second he pops up, you saw the fire come out over from Godly, and he thought he was safe to go back up, but instantly got caught. Kimono stuck over on the edge. Ooh. Big axe recovery, completely splitting everybody up, giving Kimono some room.
But most notably hitting Kimono with it as well. And on that last stock, or second to last stock, while AMGG is on his last, it's pretty rough.
Onyx defense coming into play there on that recovery that did not KO from Jakey.
Ooh, avoids the recovery, and Godly right there to hit the D-Light in air. AMGG once again taking some damage on the Kimono. Just not respecting the recovery spacing there. And now it's 3 stocks to 1, just like game 1. And AMGG is getting knocked around.
hoping he can float. And the red team is kind of going to disengage here and really focus on Kimono before, okay, AMG wants to come back into the fight. Now Godly's going to put some pressure out on him. Now he's scared away.
Ooh, goes in for down sig, gets him away with the side air. Nair comes through as well. Weapon throw does hit Jakey on the top of the head. There's an avenue here for them if they can get Godly right now. Let's see if they got it. Godly dodges back almost into the blast from Kimono's neutral light. Side light doesn't get the double side light. If he did that could have been the stock. Jakey just neutral lights AMGG off the left side of the stage. Is Jakey going to go for like a down sig here? No, doesn't go for it. Godly goes for side sig instead.
There's a recovery. Doesn't KO off the top just yet. AMG floating, sweating over to the wall. He gets the fall again. He hits Kimono. That could have been the attempt at an interruption where he thought his teammate was going to get KO, but unfortunately it doesn't matter, and we have much more even damage numbers coming from the red team. Let's compare that to the blue team. AMG now the one doing 289
That's
damage.
what I'm saying. Kimono leveled up, brought in a whole bunch of new tricks. Great job surviving, tons of damage. This time AMGG was the one lacking.
Yep.
And so I wonder if there's like it's like an imbalance of resources almost. Like whoever's being enabled, the other person starves so much.
Okay.
I can't say that I have enough evidence to say that like they changed something up. They wanted to make it so that Kimono was the one that was being defended by AMGG, and so Kimono now looks good, right? Like whatever the case is, whoever has been doing well in one game, the other person's been getting decimated.
And then you see Godly and Jakey kind of doing the opposite there, where they're both kind of like in there right in line with each other.
Yeah, and if someone's lacking in damage, they're making up for it either in the confirms or on the damage taken. They're still holding on to the stocks. They're surviving at the very end. We're going to Miami Dome for game number 3. This could be the game. I think this will be the closest one that we've seen so far, just off of how Kimono and AMGG have been adapting. And they're not doing the thing that I don't like to see in some sets, which is like switching a legend after every loss, unless you're known for it and you have success with it, like Moonir. I don't think it's ideal. So here we go into game number 3. Kimono starting off with a decent amount of damage onto him, but Godly has taken just about as much.
I'm actually kind of feeling the opposite of you. I feel like this could be a very destructive game in favor of Godly and Jakey. We haven't seen Jakey throw out that many signatures, though, which is rare for a Tesca player. Like, we saw one early on this game, but like
had much success.
We haven't been hearing the noise.
He missed the gauntlet down sig on the follow-ups because of the AMGG interrupts. There's one finally with the end sig. Weapon throw will catch Kimono, and then ground pound right afterwards. Okay, there we go. Jakey does succeed with the neutral sig on Gauntlets.
Oh, they got the dodge on that too. He tried to spot dodge, and Godly had enough frames on the axe ground pound. Nice interruption there, though. Again, AMG has been having some solid interruptions. They get the KO. Jakey playing low, and they get the ground pound there.
Okay, keeping it close. 4 stocks to 4.
Your prediction is holding true, at least so far in this game.
Game 2 looked this way too, and then it ended up being a 3-stock again, right?
Ooh.
It comes down to the most notable thing here is AMGG is probably going to go down first, and that's how the imbalance starts, right? And it's going to blast.
Dude, the splash on that.
Yeah, it's a powerful move. It looks like it should be more powerful off stage, but it really sends you nowhere as a spike. It's meant to be damaging on stage. And you get that extra bit of hitbox that can hit other people on the way down if you grab somebody. AMGG goes down, but Kimono's done a good job bringing the damage down to even. And it could take 2 stocks here if he's not careful, but no, silent recovery comes through. But this is close, Sparky.
It absolutely is.
Oh, now it's not. AMGG just took a ton of damage there. Jakey finally goes down, but that could give Red Team the
that's the dodge.
they need. And he dodges away from Kimono's punish. Jakey trying to take AMGG off to the left side of the stage super early, and he's been without a weapon this entire stock. Godly's still surviving, albeit barely.
Yeah, that side air hitting from the wrong side of the stage. It took him a while to get back. That gave them plenty of time to try and put pressure onto Jakey, but he gets the reverse on the top, sending AMGG out of the game. It's now Kimono in the 1v1 for just a minute until it's Kimono in the 1v2 against Godly and Jakey. Godly's going to take the lead here. The double side air, and it's over just like that.
GG's. Well played. It was the closest one.
Yeah.
It wasn't a 3-stock, but it wasn't like they can do this. There was a lot of struggle going up against Godly and Jakey, but I like the showings of that team, especially with my doubt on like what AMGG's performance was going to look like after putting so much time in a chalk room. I think he was playing it in doubles as well, at least in solo queue, and now he's not. It still looked pretty strong. Kimono also looked really strong, I think, because in that performance, looking at it now, AMGG's damage was even lower than the last game. It went from 280 to 241. So Kimono was weak link in game number 1, but after that, played pretty solid.
Yeah, we're having that like early phase when you're playing FTL, and it's like, okay, I'm about to get in a fight. I only have like I only have this many like energy blocks, so I have to take out of my engines and put it into my weapons. So you have one player doing a lot of damage, and the other one having like no power whatsoever, right? So it's going back to.
I get this very well. I don't think a lot of other people will.
I think they will.
You think so? You think it was that popular?
I don't think you respect the viewer as much as I respect the viewer.
Okay, that's a great example.
I'm sure you guys know what FTL is, maybe.
Like the concept or the game?
The video game.
Yeah, but it's just like originally it was a concept.
I think they know what it is.
Okay.
I think the real ones out there, they get me.
You played Into the Breach?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Same studio.
I was bad at FTL. That game's hard, man.
It's really fun.
It's not for me.
It lets you pause while you like move everything around so that you can like think about it for a little bit.
Well, yeah, but it's still hard.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, congratulations, Godly and Jakey. They're going to go on to winter semis. Fighting against Acno and Blaze, it's a tough draw, right? Moving into this weekend, but we'll see if they're able to do it.
I mean, that's like exactly what we would have expected, probably what Blaze and Acno expected, and what Godly and Jakey expected.
Yeah, when you
right
look at the
here
seeding.
in the upper semifinals,
That's right.
this is the path that they expected.
And we've got more winners quarters coming up in a little bit. But before that, we've got a break. So we're going to bring on some new commentators, and we'll get into the EU Doubles Championship even more after this.
Patience does get the sidelight, but Hughes still in the orange. There's the GC side sync. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion.
Bending corners, built to the top, gotta get to the top. If I fall down the hill, grip my bucket tight. Whatever the path, gotta figure it out.
On stage, the ground pound, no, there's not gonna be one, but Gosling could not get out to the wall. He GC taunted him.
That's a battle pass challenge. That's one for it. That's crazy. He did it.
Unlocked.
And wait, don't know what somebody told you. It's probably best if you don't move, just stay.
Kinda now in the center of the stage, misses the end light.
Look at that boy move.
Experience can only hit stairs, and now he's disarmed. Weapon spot comes in, he's got the gun. He gets the side air. Can he get the edge guard onto Loris? Loris makes it back. He gets the Sarah. Is that gonna be it?
It should be. He won't be able to touch. And Kaina and Lores are going to be your BCX 2024 doubles champions.
Make time freeze while your watch ticks. Listen, you got this.
Make sure you sign up for BCX before it's too late. Mark your calendars. You want to be there. You want to not be square. It's going to be super fun. Slow-Mo's going to be there. He's going to be screaming his head off.
But I will be square while I'm there.
Okay, that's fine. I'm round.
Me too. Me too. Dude.
Yeah, getting old. But of course, speaking of rounds,
Yes,
we're
yes,
getting
tie it all
into
together, tie it all
we're
together.
getting into spring doubles as we've got Safhir and Razox on deck to go up against J44L, J44L. Do you know what the proper pronunciation?
We'll just call him 44.
Okay, J44L is what we're being told. Alongside Blitza, although I think he dropped the A, at least on his gamer tag in-game.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
I'm thinking so. We're going to lock that in.
Sure.
If you want us to know who you are, stop changing your name.
Make it easy for us.
Yeah.
Or make it really hard for us, because that's really fun, too.
They seem to think so, dude.
Yeah, I enjoy it for like a good 5 minutes, and then I'm like, okay, well, I'm kind of done saying XQ37D4. Actually, no, that's like my gamer tag in like a bunch of things. You can ask Sparky when we play. I use the default gamer tags because it's funny to me.
Okay.
So, shout outs to my UB account name.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Shout out, Yubi.
Real ones know.
All right. So spring champs doubles.
Yeah.
We got some EU action.
Yeah.
We just we've seen some good sets so far. And like you said, we got Safhir Razox going up against J44L and Blitza. And we're going to get that going here. What do you think about EU so far?
EU's been good. It's been pretty consistent. Like, kind of everything that we expected to happen has been happening. Despite the fact that, like, all these people are switching up, it's still kind of like the top seed is winning. So that's at least a nice little convenient thing. But I'm excited for this matchup. Safhir and Razox, we talked about him on the pre-show. Haven't seen them really compete together since 2023. So it is kind of a coming back. But it is interesting because they're coming in here as our second seeds despite all of that. And it's just both of them have their own really good twos PRs, which is why it combined to be the second highest PRs.
For sure. I mean, we always talk about how, these, Brawlhalla players, they always swap their teams. I guess we're getting to the point where once you swap teammates so often, you kind of have to come back to players because you've ran through them all. So the first time since 2023, C2 looks like they are doing very well, making their way through the bracket, still on winner's side.
Yep, and then they're going up against J44L and Blitz. We got to see them earlier, and they narrowly won it out over Sarme and Violet. That was actually a really fun set. J44L and Blitz, I admit I have mild bias because they were running the Taros, but you know what? It's still an interesting proposition just because, like, despite how much everybody likes to be like, oh, Taros, blah, 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 like, not that many teams are running it.
All right, we are going to get started here in Demon Island. Just kind of breaking off into neutral here, trying to figure out everybody's place. J44L almost got taken off in an early stock there. Sweatbeat still coming out. The pressure from blue team trying to get that early stock, but he's able to get back up on stage, reset all of his options, get a weapon in hand, and hopefully bring some offense towards his team. But red team's first stocks are about to fall here really quick, Duke.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some good saves coming out from the red team, but there it is, that neutral air. Here's the follow-up, really charging that end sig. good play from Razox to know where to charge that from because you have that forward movement, still held on and ended up getting that neutral sig and guaranteeing the KO.
Interested to see if red team can be able to put the brakes on this early. Letting blue team kind of pull away here. Okay, now we're seeing some pressure be put against Razox, especially over on that left side. No weapon in hand, trying to make his way back over. He does have the spear. They're catching a huge aerial off that axe and go ahead and take that stock off.
Yep, still need to get the stock off of Safhir though, and Safhir knows it. That's why he's sitting back with his back to the wall. He's going to rotate over now. Now that Razox is back, there's opportunities to get some more KOs here, build up some more damage. Top of the map, J4 not able to get that KO off of Razox.
Ooh, nice snare. Oh, go back and go ahead and swap over to Razox. Is going to hit the other nair as well, though.
Ooh.
Double dare off
He's
of
gone.
the bow, though, is going to spell the end of that stock, as well as Safhir is going to go down as well, as we see the pressure being put on Blitz here. Oh, back down stage, but going to catch the neutral light off of the axe. Lots of pressure coming up. Caught the laning again. Is that going to be enough? No. Oh, but he is going to go ahead and just say go next, reset on his final stock.
Yeah, man, red team just kind of getting caught. When they have the opportunity to go for those saves, it's been working out a little bit, but they're still just behind in that damage department. They're losing out in their 1v1s and not getting any big 2v2 swings.
No, we're not seeing those team conversions at all, and it really kind of has been just red team setting the, blue team setting the pace since the very beginning of game number 1. Safhir absolutely deleting his stock over there on the left side, and now Razox and Safhir can just settle in, take this 2v1 situation against J44L. That is going to do it. 4 stock advantage for blue team. Going to go ahead and a dominating finish to game number 1.
Yeah, that was just some amazing play coming out from the blue team. In particular, I watched a lot of Razox in that because he was getting these amazing follow-ups like you're seeing. He had that end sig, had that follow-up down air. There's even this down air right here where he snipes out J44L. Like, Razox is really on point with the off stage, which is kind of something that I think you want from Kaya's in 2s the more that I see Kaya in 2s, because that's what Acno
right
brings. That's what Razox is doing. That's what Loras is doing. I think you got to have that if you're going to be a Kaya in 2s.
All right, we're going to take it back to Demon Island. As we get settled in here for game number 2, of course, we saw blue team taking that advantage. Interesting that we're taking it right back to Demon Island, but we are going to see how this plays out.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Here we go, Duke.
All right, getting into it. A little bit of a slow start. Nobody running forward this time. Instead, they both kind of sat on their own sides, and we're like, you know what, let's try to start this one clean. But red team's the first team to pick up both weapons.
Right, but we're seeing the damage build up on J44L a little bit here early as Razox is going to go extend it all the way. He's a little bit in trouble now, though, especially taking that Sayer off of the spear, but able to go ahead and get a little bit of options back, get back over to stage. Oh, ground pound is going to be
J4.
easily punished. You just let it rip, bro.
Man, I think he's got to be a little bit more careful in this off stage. He's going kind of for the obvious options there, and he's getting punished very hard.
Yeah, ground pound from Hammer is never a good day. The Sayer is going to catch Safhir. He's going to catch one of his own, sending Blitza all the way over. Safhir going to delete him off the top, following up again with Blitz off the right side. And Duke, it's it
is definitely that, man. J4, we're less than a minute in, and he's down to his final stock. It's going to take some big plays. They do get this closer. It's 4 stocks to 3, which is comforting numbers until you realize J4 is 1 stock away from being done with this game.
Yeah, that's a little rough. He's taking some straight-up team damage right there. Blitz putting hands on him with that bow. Nice ground pound, though, but Safhir's going to go ahead there. Interrupt it with a quickness. Ooh, and get caught in a little bit of a team combo there. Man, he's
having a bad day. I think he needs to get away from Razox, because that's the second time where he gets caught by a down air and immediately tries to go high, and Razox just hard punishes with that gravity cancel neutral sig. He's got to be careful about his options there. Now Blitz in this 1v2. He's got 2 stocks, but like, this is pretty much impossible.
Yeah, pretty much. Just the domination from a blue team we've seen so far in this set is now red team after this game. If Blitz can't confirm this, they're gonna be down 2 games. They're gonna need 3 in a row in the way Razox is after. No,
yeah, he knows. He knows. He's like, go next.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste energy on that. There is a set amount of ATP in my body, and I don't want to expend it on trying to 1 stock to the 4.
Okay.
You know?
I say you fight that till the end every single time.
Yeah, you scrap.
But I'm just old school like that.
That's fair. I'm not.
We're going back to Demon Island.
If my teammate gets taken out and I still got 3 stocks, I'm like, nah.
I'm good.
I don't want to do 1v2. I'm sorry. Go next. I'm here to play twos, not ones. All right. You know what? Even if it's a 1v1, I don't care. I'll leave. I'm here for twos.
It's your teammate's fault for not making it as long
It's
as
their
you
fault
did.
for not surviving.
So not only is it your fault, but you're going to place blame everywhere else. Great.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. It's going to take some big adjustments here. Blitz has been playing Wheel of Characters. Nothing really sticking for the red team. Meanwhile, J4 has been sticking to this Taros, but struggling as the ground pound almost takes him out.
Absolutely. Okay, see if Razox get back up on stage. He does. He whiffs on the Sarah, though. Big. Okay, there we go. J4 he drops it, but we're seeing some output from him here in game number 3. See if he's going to be able to keep that going, as the blue team still keeping their set long lead that they have not dropped. That's fine. It's worth a little friendly fire onto Razox there. Ooh, not able to quite get the Allgrim wrapped up in that combo, but here we go. They're just going to let him set it up. That's fine.
Yeah, getting some big damage, getting that juggle onto Blitz already on that second stock. Once again, red team just starting off behind and staying behind. That
nice
recovery, good interrupt, but it's not going to KO. Good avoidance from J4.
All right, at least J44 is extending it just a little bit more this game, as he's taking some more damage over on the right side. Okay, fighting back unarmed. As we see Blitz putting that lance on Razox over there. Big recovery coming up. Gonna catch J44 in. Oh no. Stock is gonna fly off of Safhir. That is his first one though. Blue team looking very healthy, especially if they can convert this over there.
Yeah, that was a nice little up toss from Blitz, keeping himself in this game, but man, red team's just, once again, they're not able to trade out damage.
No, not at all. There we see Safhir gonna go ahead and clean that last one up. And now we have a full 2-stock advantage going in blue team's direction. I know it's looking like it's going to be that elimination run for red team here, Luke.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot. I mean, testament to the blue team, though. Razox, again, he's been the big person that I've been watching. I actually haven't seen what, like, Safhir, I'm not saying he's doing bad things. I'm saying that I'm just busy watching Razox, because Razox is just, he's just everywhere.
He has put work in with the Kaya for sure this set. Weapon throw out. Okay, Safhir left without a weapon, but he's going to go ahead and confirm the stock either way. He don't need a weapon. Reach him way down. Got the slide charge.
Take him with you.
Got it to connect. Okay, that's going to go ahead and finish it up right there. And blue team is going to be moving forward to take on the winner of Marker and XJ Cool J and Munir and Taya. After we take a look at that game here in a little bit.
Yeah, that was a pretty convincing victory from the blue team. Across the board, looking at the stats, they were winning in everything. Damage dealt, had the least damage taken, had the least damage on the team. They had a higher light attack count. They had the same light attack accuracy, but they had more light attacks thrown out, so that worked out. More signatures thrown out, 50% accuracy to the 60 of the other team. It's still just net better across the board from the blue team.
For sure, for sure. Man, that was a fun set, though. We got to see some of the synergy from Razox and Safhir in Blitz. And J44L, definitely a scary team to be lurking down there in elimination side.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to have to get through more than a handful of strong teams. We talked about Bamia and Ahmet earlier on stream. They're one of the big ones I think people are keeping an eye out for, just following the run. J44L and Blitz are going to have to go up against Rain and 7DLA. That's another one of those strong teams. Again, people love to talk about how good Rain is in the EU.
This should be a good one indeed, as we've already got the players settled in. They are ready to go. EU is not wasting any time this weekend.
No, they want to do this. They want to play their twos games, and they're going to get to. We've got on deck, like you said a little bit ago, Munir and Taya. They're going to be going up against XJ Cool J and Marker. I think by numbers, this kind of goes pretty handily in the way of Munir and Taya, two good PR players, but also good ranked ladder players with the twos scene. XJ Cool J and Marker, they're not bad.
No, that's a good team. That's a good team.
They're not bad.
Marker's definitely had some very good tournaments that I can think of, where he's definitely had some breakthrough performances, definitely had some good placements, definitely should be a good team nonetheless, as they are kind of just getting swapped around, getting lock-ins. And, you know, with all the meta changes, with everything, you know, all the talk of this weapon, that weapon, EU just kind of sticks to their roots.
It really is kind of like EU, they don't care. They're just going to play their thing, which is Ulgrim and friends. It's like Ulgrim and Bryn, Ulgrim and Kaya, Ulgrim and Taros, Ulgrim and Rayman. It's Ulgrim and friends, and that's fine, because if everybody's doing it, then nobody's not doing it.
Yes. Sure.
If everyone's got superpowers, nobody has superpowers.
Because then it's not very super.
I watched The Incredibles, okay? Shout out to Jack. He's a real one.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
So you can't just leave me to my thoughts.
That was the bit. That was exactly the bit, dude.
Every single time. Who knows what's going to fall out of my mouth. But here we go. Game number 1, Munir and Taya versus Marker and XJ Cool J. Already, red team just stealing that center stage. XJ Cool J really giving up a lot of stage presence.
Very interested to see to kind of get the download just like these players are going to be during game number 1. I really don't know how on paper it looks a certain way, but I really don't know how this set is going to break out. I mean, we've seen Munir shine and have some definite heartbreaking moments when it comes to 2v2s. So definitely interested to see as we're just kind of being very careful in neutral, but there was a good conversion from red team there, putting some good damage. We see Marker being taken off. XJ Cool J is out of here as well, and a red team is going to start carving out that early lead.
Yeah, that was really well done from the red team because Munir actually took a lot of damage early, was stuck on that right side, but both blue team members decided to stack up trying to chase Munir, and Taya converted into a sidelight nair on both of them, which ended up leading for that KO sequence.
Munir catching the landing down there. A weapon throw to the face, no follow-up off of it, but making Marco great conversion from the blue team, and they got the double. Gonna go ahead and tie those stocks up, and they got them tied up without letting a whole lot of their damage fall. Good job of putting the brakes on and keeping things close.
Yeah, I didn't let the red team run away with it too hard, but on the red team side, they were able to keep their stocks kind of together, right? Like it wasn't a desync where one person's rejoining and the other person's deep red.
Which are the little things that you have to think about in twos. Do not want to leave your opponent vulnerable any longer than they need to be. Okay. Taya. Okay, that's going to go ahead and confirm. I didn't think it was going to, but ended up having quite a bit of force off of it.
Oh yeah, he is running strength stance. This seems to be like the Taros play in twos is run that strength stance. So coming in with 9, was able to get that KO with the down sig on XJ Cool J.
Okay, that's going to go ahead and confirm. Munir on his final stock. Taya still the healthiest on the map, looking pretty good for red team as long as they can hold on to this advantage. So many lances on the screen. Back and forth. Okay. Good recovery up from XJ Cool J. Missed the follow-up. Taya going to go ahead and catch the landing. Munir swapping over, but getting pieced up for it.
Yeah, he tried to rotate over there, try to help out Taya against Marker, but ended up just getting caught for it. Took a team combo for his troubles. Big side air. XJ Cool J still in it though, in the nair to save the teammate. Taya left in the 1v2. XJ Cool J on the board, could get that stock and put this into a 1v1.
It's actually not a bad position for red team as long as they can stay out of those team combos. Because XJ Cool J is getting pretty close, especially when you're Algrim swinging an axe. See if he's going to be able to get up. It looked like he had Lance primed. Got in on Marker, following up on XJ Cool J. Missing on the Sayer. This blue team going to be able to get all they need to do is just get that dodge read and snatch him up. There's going to keep him
dodge.
Oh, that's
nice.
It. That's it.
Into the neutralite, into the recovery. Taya holding on, but took a lot of damage there. No weapon in hand. This could be really bad for Taya now.
Yeah. It is. And there we go. Marker and XJ Cool J going to go ahead and take game number 1. That's what I'm saying. It looked kind of, look one-sided on paper. You put Munir's name in anything at this point in EU, and you're just like, yeah, they're going to win.
He is really good in the EU scene, but also I feel like he was kind of the linchpin in that because they were doing really well when Munir was on the board, and then once he started taking a little too much damage and got taken out, that's when it was really troublesome for Taya to try to 1v2 against Marker and XJ Cool J.
For sure, for sure. We're going to see this final stock right here going to be enough to take him out. And there you see Marker XJ Cool J taking game number 1 as we settle in here. See if we are going to be able to tie things up going to game number 3.
Really subtle information here given from the stats is that Marker, all of his damage was basically with the lance. 554 damage put out, 554 on the lance. This might be a thing the red team can take advantage of if they can force him to stay off of the lance, but right now they just need to get a W.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Ooh, nice nair from Munir. Not much of a follow-up, though, trying to get SJ Cool J come back up on stage. Taya going to come through and try and clear it out. The Marker is going to get the reversals, swaps it back over to Munir. Now we're seeing them trying to set up a 2v1 against Taya over on the right side of the stage, but could not find it. Munir, nice stomps there, but is going to go ahead and get taken up to that top of 45 off of the Lance recovery and gives Marker time for a little 1v1 with Taya here.
Yeah, that was a solid trade out for the blue team. Munir comes back down. Axe in hand, they're trying to take out Marker here on the right side. You can see both red team members just trying to go for those big swings onto him, but Marker doing a really good job dancing around him.
I can't believe Marker didn't get interrupted there, was able to get the full extension of that attack. Ooh, might be a good punish for Taya. No, but the weapon throw came in, made him stay off, but Munir was good right there to go ahead and get the follow-up and confirm the stock.
Brief 1v1. Marker, first one to respawn between the two Olgrims and ends up setting up for a team combo. SJ Cool J just not quite ready for it. Ooh, okay. Big conversion there. Gravity cancel downlight into the recovery and a follow-up from Taya. Unfortunate they couldn't get more.
They were trying, though. Definitely looked like they had something going to extend the neutral sig there. Nobody's going to fall into that trap. Marker dancing around. Finds the nair. Nothing after that, though. Swaps right back over to Lance the second he has the opportunity. As XJ Cool J pressing Munir up into the sky. Munir fighting back on arm, hit the recovery, getting back up on the axe. Ooh, nice shutdown, shutting down Marker's recovery.
Yeah, that was a good two-piece coming out from Munir. They're getting good damage put out, but everybody's getting into the red. Munir not able to save the teammate. You saw him try to down air. The weapon toss takes him out. Both red team members onto their final stocks here. Okay, gravity cancel disco will take one. XJ Cool J gonna get taken out by the nair from Munir.
Munir showing that he can play that clutch role when need be, knocking out a couple quick stocks and going up into the air, getting some good damage against Marker there. Trying to hit that fadeaway nair. All right, Marker's getting the better of Tay over on the left. We're seeing Munir get his hands on. Oh no, that's so unfortunate for red team.
Tragedy. Yeah, going for that ground pound when Marker has so much utility just means it's going to be reversed onto you, especially when you're running out with that lance. Now Munir's left in the 1v2. He does have a little bit of a health advantage, but it's not a lot.
No, it's unfortunate. Okay, nice nair, but Marker's going to be right there. Ground pound's going to do it? No. But XJ Cool J lurking the pogo is going to send us into game number 3 with Marker and XJ Cool J having the 2-game advantage, Duke.
Yeah, I'm realizing I really underplayed XJ Cool J and Marker when I was like, they're not bad. Apparently, they're a little bit better than not bad.
But they're pretty good game.
Yeah, they might be. I mean, they can't beat Godly and Jakey. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, they might be able to.
Well, we'll cross that bridge if we get there, but right now, Munir and Taya, they got to figure something else out, and it looks like the swap from Munir is going to go to the Tesca here for game number 3. I'm a big fan of the Tesca in the 2 space.
Yeah, for sure. Has some the signature kit especially great follow-up potential, great combo potential. Munir has a huge list of pocket legends. Tesca, of course, being one of them. See if it's going to be enough to turn the tide of the set because Duke, like we said, they're down 2 games. They need 3 in a row, brother.
Yeah, I mean, coming in here as the higher seed, we expected them to do a little bit better in this matchup, but right now, XJ Cool J and Marker just doing a really good job of like keeping both of them in it and keeping alive.
Absolutely, Munir. Good entrance, getting back up on stage. Working the dare, somehow staying out of the way of that signature from XJ Cool J. Taya definitely taking the brunt of another pogo. That's going to be an early stock. Dookie's not coming back. Munir coming through with the save, keeping his teammate in it.
Yeah, you thought he was out, but Munir was there as that extra little parachute, but that time can't get the save. Instead, has to save himself. Gravity cancel sidelight keeps Munir alive. The blue team with that stock advantage, and it's just going to get bigger.
Yeah, as the blue team working in tandem, working Taya all the way out to the right side. Okay, back up on stage. Taya fighting back though, hitting the neutral light on the lance. Okay, catching XJ Cool J with the Sarah. Munir putting the pressure, great ground pound. Marker going back down there right from Munir to hit him with the dare, and that is going to go ahead and confirm. And they still had a lead, but man, it's close.
Yeah, red team definitely needed to get those KOs quick, and they did pretty decent at that. Unfortunate, Munir ended up picking up Taya there, so couldn't really convert for more. Instead, going to turn on over towards Marker.
Okay, Munir, great edge guard off of those boots. XJ Cool J was trying to shark there over the top, lurking, could not get in there. Munir Boom, taking up nice Sayer from XJ Cool J. Now he's fighting unarmed though. Is Munir gonna be able to get back up on stage? He does. His teammate cleared it out for him.
Okay, red team starting to creep an advantage here. Marker's taking a lot of damage. If the red team can take down Marker, this could be big. Down Sig, but it's interrupted by XJ Cool J. He saw that the red team wanted him, and the down Sig is actually going to take out Munir.
Ooh, Munir definitely wanted to hold on to that stock a little longer, but with Marker falling right behind him, that was a pretty good trade. At least they didn't let them keep the advantage. Munir and Taya trying to keep the set alive, trying to stay on winner's side. Are they going to be able to do it? Munir playing way back from his teammate. Oh, wait a second. Are they going to be able to confirm this against Marker off stage?
Could be big.
And they are. That's huge.
Oh, this is a great spot for the red team. Munir with a decent amount of health, Taya with another stock behind this. XJ Cool J currently weaponless, and like huge credit to the red team taking advantage of that power play as XJ Cool J was respawning.
All right, XJ Cool J, spear in hand. See what kind of edge guard is going to come out from red team, or if they're going to let it. Yeah, they're going to let him go ahead and just land right in the middle of them. Make it nice and easy to get some quick 2v1 conversions here. Oh, nice catch.
Bounce.
There it is. All right. We see some fight back from red team as they come through. Clutch game number 3 and extend us into game number 4, keeping those winner side dreams alive.
And it's funny because, like, I think you look at that and you go, the swap was because Munir, the W because Munir swapped over to the Tesca, but you look at the damage numbers, he actually did less than Taya. Taya put out more damage and took less damage. But at the same time, Munir was able to get so many KOs in that one. He was able to get so many edge guards, and I think that's the thing that really helped him out.
For sure, for sure. At least extended them onto game number 4 as we are loading in. I didn't get to see the map selection. I'm kind of interested in where we are going to go. Okay, we're going to just go ahead and run it back.
3, 2, 1.
Drop in, and here we go. A game number 4. See if Munir and Taya are going to be able to push us into a game number 5 and extend this set. As we're just kind of breaking off into neutral here. Oh,
nice.
Almost had a nice conversion. There we go. They're trying to keep them together there, Duke.
I love the improvisation coming out from Taya here as a teammate for Munir, because Taya's just having to react off of what Munir's setting up, and getting that extra hit in is just so nice for them. All right, blue team split unarmed. Left side, Munir with the down air, going to take out one. XJ Cool J was exclamation pointing, but Taya didn't get that final hit.
Unfortunate for Taya. Oh, nice pickup from Munir. Saw his teammate wasn't going to be able to get a proper punish over there on the left side, and came over and cleaned up house. Prefer to stop. Going over to the right side, doing it again, Duke.
He is dominating. Less than a minute into this one, and he's taken 3 of the 3 stocks off of the blue team. Ooh. He is looking so good here in game number 4.
Yeah, Munir's taking this set a little personal, it seems like. Trying to just carry the entirety of game number 4 on his back, as he's still just fighting unarmed, putting out more damage. XJ Cool J has a good opportunity to finally take that stock off of him. There he goes, sends Munir down to the bottom, and gonna slow the brakes on that just a little bit and bring things back together.
Yeah, good patience on XJ Cool J on that edge guard. Didn't throw anything out till Munir had burned everything. Taya on the left side, currently sweat beating, in a lot of trouble if they can't touch down onto the ground. Still sweat beating. They'll get the touch, but XJ Cool J meanwhile gets some good damage onto Munir, and Taya loses that stock so quick.
What a fantastic response. Oh, there we just see Munir. They're going to extend that one. But what a fantastic response from blue team. Not panicking, not freaking out, just okay. Just settling down, keeping things moving, and just getting the damage that they needed to bring things back a little tiny bit here. If they can just confirm something off Munir and do something to stop him, as he comes back on stage, picking up more damage off the Sayer.
It feels a little bit like the blue team is just trying to hunt down Taya at this point, especially given that Taya's on that final stock. We can see blue team really wanting to take him out, but there's the side air. Munir down to the final stock alongside everyone else. This is bad for Taya.
Yeah. Very good for blue team if they can confirm this and force that 2v1 situation. Not quite enough off that grab to cancel neutral sig. XJ Cool J is chasing him. He wants that knockout so bad. Marker's going to go ahead and swap over. Nothing to be found, though.
Side sig
great
whiff.
dodge.
Top of the map, Moon here wants that gravity cancel. Side 6 into the neutral sig. Here's the follow-up from Taya. It's left to XJ Cool J in the 1v2. Taya's in the red. XJ Cool J can't ground pound both of them.
This is so doable, though. If he can get on here and confirm the stock off of Taya, even though he's playing way back. Monir working in the dare there. XJ Cool J, can he find a way back up on stage? Is there anything he can do to fight back here? I mean, you have a lance and gauntlets just staring you at the face. Munir's gonna swap over to the boots. And there we go. That is gonna go ahead and finish it off with the recovery. And Munir and Taya gonna push us to a game number 5 and extend this set a little bit for us, Duke.
Yeah, really good recognition of like the win conditions. That's something that happened earlier on. This time, I think it was a lot more blatant in that final moment. Is like XJ Cool J was hunting down Taya. Taya knew it, sat on that wall, and you can see Munir played into it by sending XJ Cool J away from Taya whenever possible. Yeah.
Great job indeed. It really was. They were just locked in on Taya.
Yeah.
They were chasing him around the map.
Ooh, they're thinking.
I know. Where are we gonna go? There's a lot riding on this. It means a lot. Small Fortress or Miami Dome is what is left on the screen, and they are going to opt for those 2 platforms. Monir is going to stay on the Tesca, and here it is, game number 5. Who is going to move on to take on Safhir and Razox, and who is going to be falling down to elimination side? We're going to settle it on Miami Dome.
All right, we'll see how well the red team can do. Because despite everything, it does still feel like the blue team has been kind of in control and the red team's just been trying to adjust. And the last 2 games, they adjusted really well. Munir played out of his mind, but still, I feel like the blue team has been generally in control.
I think I have to agree. It really has just been, Munir playing out of his mind, especially in that game number 4. Changing things around a little bit here. But that is an unfortunate way to start out a game at number 5, a winner's side set, as Munir falls down, where everybody else is pretty healthy except for his teammate.
Yeah, red team starting off rough, but you know what? Blue team started off rough in the last one. They were able to bring that one close, so red team are not done yet. Taya, though, definitely getting knocked around. Recovery, not enough. You can see Munir kind of wanted a second one, but XJ Cool J was coming in.
Ooh,
that's your teammate.
Some very unfortunate friendly fire there. Not enough to take out his teammate. But that ground pound from XJ Cool J might be the beginning of the end of the first stock. He's going to be able to get back over with the Sayer. Confirmation on a marker going to send him down to stock number 2.
Yeah, lots of horizontal movement on that lance, and good on Munir to kind of just put out a ceiling above Taya and make sure that nobody could come down and interrupt those. Okay, stock gets taken down. XJ Cool J, only one still sitting on his first one as Munir's on his last one. He's gonna have to play out of his mind if he wants to win this.
XJ Cool J, still pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, taking a little damage here, but before I opened up my mouth, he was still pretty healthy. Continuing to extend that first stock. Oh no, Taya. Last stock, sweat beats out, has no options. Oh no, things are getting very dark, Duke.
Yeah, there's 2 stocks left on the red team to the 5 of the blue team. This is looking tough.
It's unfortunate because they had got so much momentum back in their direction, and it just for some reason coming out in game number 5, it just slipped all away very quickly. But Taya there gonna go ahead and get that stock, and actually, if we can just get Marker out of the situation here, this is still a winnable position for this red team.
Yeah, big agree. I think that's kind of what the red team has to do. They need that team combo to take out Marker, but they also can't full commit onto Marker because XJ Cool J, you can't just leave him alone while you're swinging on his teammate.
Yeah, he definitely exists. Oh, missing on the D-Light. XJ Cool J just kind of whiffing out there in the middle of Miami Dome and not able to catch anything, but nobody's putting hands on him either.
Oh, Taya.
Oh, he went down way deep off the right side. Munir going to go ahead and catch him with a single side light, but no follow-up. He tried to swap over to Marker. There we go. Sayer is going to catch. Weapon throw to the face. XJ Cool J comes back up on stage, and nobody contested at all.
Yeah, I really feel like that was an opportunity for Munir to try to push a little harder onto Marker. This time there's an opportunity as XJ Cool J trying to get back to the stage. Good damage, but Marker avoids it. Could turn it around, but Munir manages to touch the platform.
I mean, it wasn't enough to get the knockout, but the reversal definitely let Munir let him know that he was definitely there. Okay, they're going to, oh no. Taya shutting down the team combo, putting hands on his teammate.
Okay, Munir does get the ground pound, 1v2.
This is totally winnable for red team. especially XJ Cool J not having a weapon.
combo.
There we go. This one-team combo could be all
There.
they need as long as they don't drop it, and they don't. Is it going to be enough? XJ Cool J, no options. There we go. Red team, full reversal, getting the job done. And that was an insane combo to finish up an insane comeback.
They needed that combo, and they got that combo. They played that final moment so well. We talked about it. It was 2 stocks to 5, and then they brought it back and got the W. Huge plays coming out from Munir and Taya. Both of them holding on, able to set up for these team combos and split the blue team in amazing fashion.
Ended up being a really entertaining set. Congratulations again to Munir and Taya bringing that set back. That final stock was just absolutely beautiful. They're going to be moving forward. Like I said, they're going to be taking on Safhir and Razox here in just a little bit. And EU is definitely starting to heat up.
Yep, they are here to play, and I think that's what you would expect from our top 4 seeds because they're the top 4 on the top 8. We've got Blaze and Acno, we've got Godly Jakey, we've got Safhir and Razox, and of course now we've got Munir and Taya as the top 4 in our top 8 side of the bracket.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think they're going to tell us we have to take a break real quick.
Yeah,
I feel like that's coming.
It says break on the thingy that's supposed to tell us what to do.
But
they also haven't updated it because it still says Safhir Razox versus J44. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, now we know.
I think we're
Now
supposed
we
to take a
know.
break.
Oh, okay. So let's do that, dude.
Yeah, we're going to take a short little break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 8 here for the Spring Championship Doubles European Edition. Stick around.
Generation. We're making moves in the dark, we shooting for the stars. The future's waiting for us, that's right, we're taking off. We got that new thing, yeah, we got that hot touch. We got that new thing, yeah, we got that hot touch. Ain't got what you need, oh, how about I show you what's up? Yeah, is this what you dream of? Yeah. Stay side. Aight, whether you're ready or not. Nothing less but a no that is test is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Every moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and I won't stop. I see through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it on your heavy, wishing that you stay home. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple. I'ma let you know what you're in store. Every moment of the contest, I'ma keep it pushing forward. This is the ultimate challenge. It's too much to be ignored. Anytime you wanna bring it, I'ma find a way to win. Undisputed champion. Undisputed champion.
Welcome back. It's Thatch. It was Thatch.
Did you get it right?
I did.
Did you?
I did.
What gave it away? Was it the hat?
It was the Thatch.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was just the very Thatch shape.
Oh, yeah. It was very Thatch shaped. Chat, did y'all spell Thatch correctly? It's pretty hard.
Sometimes.
I wouldn't think it's hard, and then I saw people misspell Reno, and then I realized, yeah, spelling is hard.
Never underestimate the internet.
It's tough, man. It's tough out there. Learning languages. You know what? I'll be kind and say that maybe English isn't their first language.
You know, you always got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I'm too America-centric sometimes.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It'd be like that.
It do be like that. That's what happens when you grow up in the U.S. of A.
Of A?
United States of America. Hello?
Of A?
Yeah, of
Okay.
A.
I do know one thing, though, dude. As awkward as we're purposely trying to make this today, we do have a treat coming up.
Yes.
Because out of all the teams, all the bracket, like, I'm pretty sure what you see on the bottom of our screen right there is going to be a favorite set of the day. As we got Acno Blaze going up against Jakey and Godly.
Gonna be a banger. This is likely one of the sets that I wanted to see the most, so I'm happy I get to be here. Is, like you said, Blaze and Acno, our top seed, going up against Godly Jakey, who are our 4th seed, but it's Godly and it's Jakey.
Right.
Like, that's our current world champion in 2s, and then Jakey, who's just been an amazing 2s player in EU for a hot minute now.
Of course, we do have Godly, of course, qualifying for the Royale. So we'll be seeing him very soon for that. But we're going to slide into this set, and this really could go either way. I'm looking forward to this one, dude.
So far, no weird character picks. Kind of the standard from both teams, right, is Godly and Jakey. They're running the double gauntlets. Godly on that Rayman crossover, the Dalsim, and Jakey over onto the Tesca. Good swap over to send Blaze over towards Godly, but he just didn't have the follow-up.
Yeah, nothing crazy than Legends for sure. I can't believe we're not seeing any Priya this weekend. It's just crazy to me.
I know, she's so good.
I know, we're just not seeing the Legend. Able to clear the way for his partner, get back up on stage. Acno going to reach back, grab at that spear. Blaze,
good interrupt.
is going to go ahead and shut down any form of momentum his teammate was going to have. And Blaze just cleaning up house. Acno got the left side. Wait a second, stock falling off a blue team by Jakey. Wow, what a good start from red team, but they're trying to knock themselves out here, dude.
Dude, that was so sick on the red team side. So many saves. He hits the downlight to save out of the neutral sig and then spot dodges to avoid Godly. He gets hit by the neutral sig, and then Blaze sidelights the landing of the neutral sig. Like, red team is insane, although they are even in stocks.
Yes, yes. Pretty even in damage, too. Blue team didn't let that get too far out of control here as Godly taking the worst for wear here now, as he is now the most damage on the screen as Blaze puts another Sayer right into the chest of Godly. Godly going to go up, take the Nair, send him back down, but Blaze just going to piece everybody up, not discriminating against anybody on this stage right now. Okay, 2v1 situation. Can Blaze make anything happen? Godly coming back in, runs over an arm just to get in the middle so nothing gets out of control. And now Jakey being left to his own devices over on the right side of the stage.
Yeah, a little bit of a oopsie there on the blue team side as Jakey did take out Godly, but you know what? It's not over yet. It's fine. Jakey with the neutral light going to take out Acno. Brief opportunity to go for Blaze, but here we go. Right side, Godly with the Sair. One more hit will do it, and it's a ground pound.
Yeah, Godly doing godly things for real over there. Never underestimate him when it is off stage and he has those gauntlets on his fist. Dawson pick is a good classic pick from Godly. Oh, Acno going to finish off that stock of Jakey, sending him to his last one. Godly, great movement, staying out of harm's way as his teammate respawns in here. Jakey taking the front spot here, trying to stay out of harm's way. Godly cleaning up the top.
All right, some good combos coming out from this blue team. They had the team combo, but a great follow-up there from the red team. They hit a little bit harder than those gauntlets. Acno punishable, but it's just going to be a down air.
Better than nothing. Acno going to clear everything out with a nair. Okay, fighting back on arm, nothing to be found. Godly not able to keep him off the weapon. Acno, Blaze, and now have the 2v1 opportunity against a Godly. Is he going to be able to touch the ground, let alone be able to take out either one of these stocks? Does get back up on stage. Blaze scoops him up, sends him back up with a nair. Godly fighting back unarmed. Weapon throws out, and Acno is going to go ahead and catch him, send him out of here, and game number 1 going to your red team of Acno and Blaze.
Is there a European equivalent of NASA? USA? European Aeronautics, because Godly might as well join it, because he was in the air for a very long time. That's the point of my statement, but they're in Europe, so I can't say NASA.
He's an astronaut.
Yeah, basically.
But do they call them astronauts, or is it like cosmonauts? Like,
well, that's Russian.
But like,
and is a cosmonaut not just like the Russian word for astronaut?
But so we're not asking you, Ryan. We're trying to figure this out for ourselves.
Okay. Here we go, game 2. Currently not done with their space training as we get into game number 2. On the same map, it is going to be the Fortress of Lions.
For sure, for sure. Production does not let us, they do not let us fail ever. No matter what we need is just real-time information in our ear.
That's the power of production. Good ground pound, but it's still not enough. Acno actually staying below, hitting nair after nair to keep Blaze alive, and they're able to both come back. And actually, it's Jakey who took the most damage there.
Yes, he did, but Blaze going to follow up with that recovery. Retreats back into the center of stage. Godly finds a lane to get back up. It gets pogoed from Acno. Nared again and then recovered. Godly having a really hard time getting any offense going. Red team piecing him up every time he tries to land here. Finally fighting back with a breakdance. It looked like it was super quick.
Unfortunate. Godly was just off the mark, and there's Acno immediately.
Nice
good down air.
Blaze going to have a hard time, but Acno, nope, no save needed. Acno recognizing that and not putting any extra damage onto his teammate. Not going over the side of the stage. Dropped. Doesn't matter. Dare is going to go ahead and confirm the stop.
Good reaction there from Acno. He saw that down sig was getting goofy, but he ends up hitting the dare to make sure it got the KO. What's the follow-up? Neutral light onto Blaze. Good timing there as Acno went past him, but unfortunate that Acno didn't get KO'd there.
Okay. Godly gonna press with the weapon throw. We'll see the down sig come out. Blaze gonna go ahead and confirm on his teammate Acno being sent down to a second stock. I mean, he's vibing.
Yeah, he's fine with all of that is happening as they continue to have the stock advantage team combo, but I think Godly had Jakey in that team combo.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. Okay, Blaze, Sair is going to confirm on a Godly, and Acno and Blaze are cruising their way into a game number 2 victory against this Jakey Godly team. Okay, Blaze going following up, putting another nair onto Godly. Godly trying to fight back, but Acno's right there to shut it down.
Nice.
Huge extension. Jakey shutting the whole operation down, but he might get knocked out for it. Acno, is he going to find any way to get back? No, sweat beads out. He's gone. Final stock. Blaze is the healthiest on the map, and he tries to stay out of any 2v1 shenanigans, and he does. Wait, no, I take it back.
Nope, not out just yet as a little two-piece comes out from the blue team. They were able to take down Acno, but they're still taking a lot of damage. The recovery's not going to do it. Here's a quick team combo, but Blaze from the top comes back down and interrupts. Neutral sig, sends him back towards Acno.
Oh, nice down sig from a Blaze. Acno trying to get over. Godly with the recovery, threaded it in beautifully. Okay, Blaze just now on his final stock, putting the hands on Jakey. Is he going to be able to land? They missed with 2 recoveries. Okay, Godly is now gone. Jakey is in red, and red team is looking very, very healthy. There we go. Game number 2 going to a Blaze and Acno.
Yeah, they could just throw out down sigs, and eventually Jakey was going to fall into one of them, and that's pretty much what happened there. I don't even know how to break down what happened because it just kind of felt like red team was just running.
Yeah.
They're just running past the blue team, and the blue team's like, wait.
We're not, I mean, Blaze and Acno are one of those teams. I mean, they have so much history together. I mean, this is one of our OG Brawlhalla duos here, and we're seeing that synergy kind of shine through a little bit, I think. You know, Godly and Jakey, both very, very good players in their own right, but I don't think we're seeing quite that synergy between those 2 players, and that's just, I mean, that's just nothing they can do about that. That's just the test of time of this red team.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, red team has been together for years. I think they're pretty much just our longest running 2v2 team at this point. And then on the other side, this is a team that hasn't competed together at all. So there's definitely going to be some growing pains in that regard.
For sure, for sure. But doing well, because this is the winner's final qualifier. So Jakey and Godly still doing very, very well for themselves today so far.
Worth mentioning, Godly did make the swap over to the Terros, wants to be swinging a little bit harder. Stop into the side air, but couldn't combo.
It's always fun to watch him on that Rayman, on that Dalsum. Oh, Jakey, though, being sent way over. He has no weapon to fight back. Blaze is going to catch his landing. Jakey just getting tossed around like a rag doll. Can he find his way back over? Gauntlets in hand, getting some offense. Oh, great interruption from Acno.
But good on Godly, manages to convert that into a double KO. Got that side air onto Acno, immediate turnaround neutral light onto Blaze. Blue team with the first advantage they've had, but can they maintain it?
That is the question indeed, Duke. Godly trying to make sure of it. That Lance recovery is a fickle thing. As Jakey able to get back up. He does touch. Godly resetting after catching that Lance recovery. Stops there, bread and butter.
I like the side stick follow up there from Jakey. Something just quick for that extra hit. Neutral air though from Godly. Here's a team combo, and Godly almost taken out.
Is he going to be able to get back over the stage? Ooh, ground pound off of that spear is going to have something to say about it. He's being danced out there way too long. Is able to get over onto the wall, get his hand on it, get back up on stage. He has an axe in hand. See if he's going to be able to drum up some damage with it. He wants that hammer, though.
Yeah, and you see him as he swaps. Acno catches him, downlight into the recovery. Brief moment here of Jakey in that power play, but he gets around it. Nice weapon toss from Acno, stopping the momentum that Blaze got hit by.
Yeah, I think Godly was priming that axe. He knew he was getting ready to be taken out of that stock. Wanted to come in healthy on it. Jakey gonna go ahead and clean that stock up off of Acno. We're looking like we might be able to see a game in number 4 in our future if a blue team can keep this pace, keep this momentum going, be able to cap off this game.
Okay, just a little opener there. Blaze ends up hitting Acno with the sidelight there alongside the opponent. Jakey, he's deep red here. He could get taken out here.
He was taking it pretty well, but that is going to go ahead and finish out the stock. Things looking pretty even. Acno and Blaze, pretty much the same damage placed on both of them. See how blue team's going to react to that. Jakey's still looking pretty healthy. Seeing the exchange here in center stage. Blaze going up with that recovery. Nothing to be found. Godly whiffing on the down sig.
Both red team members splitting a little bit, but nice recovery from Blaze. He might take out Godly here. Jakey on the right side, though, gets the KO onto Acno. Edge guard opportunity, and Jakey gonna get it. That is the blue team on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way Godly and Jakey weren't going out without getting a 1 on the scoreboard, bro. There was no way. They were not gonna stand for that, Duke, and they got it done. Jakey and Godly scraping by in game number 3 to push us on to another one, extend the set, and we are going to Small Fortress.
Well, we'll see if they can continue their momentum, maybe take a page out of the book of Munir and Taya that we saw earlier. They made the swap and ended up getting 3 wins in a row. Might be a little bit harder to do, though, because this is Acno and Blaze we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to settle in here, though, to game number 4.
Not the best start for Jakey, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I've seen better.
Yeah, he's already in orange. That's a little rough. Finally, there we go. We see a D-light out of him. Finally drumming up a little damage there. Okay, we are being awfully floaty and neutral for game number 4. Oh, nice setup. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I said there wasn't any synergy. Oh no. Oh no. Jakey also following. Red team clapping back immediately, keeping things very close, very tight here in game number 4.
Yeah, that was a nice turnaround on Acno's part. Ended up hitting that ground pound on top of Jakey on the right side, keeping things even, because that was an amazing start for the blue team, and Jakey just went a little too hard in that offstage.
Acno going to be able to get back up on stage. He does catch the pogo into recovery. Very nice indeed. See what he's going to find. He throws the spear away, catches nothing with it, but is he going to go down? Is he going to contest that? Axe of Godly. He literally knocked him out from aura. Didn't even need to touch him. Godly just saw the body there and fell to his knockout.
That was a tough call there for Godly. He went for the swing instead of the wall touch, so he went for that neutral air, and Acno just dodges it. Good pick up there from Jakey. Gets the recovery. Not enough to take out Acno. Keeping this red team with the advantage. Stomp. Blaze with the interrupt. Gonna keep Acno alive.
Yeah, barely though. Acno did take some decent damage off of that. He's getting sent back off stage, nearing his bow back over. Godly gonna catch the pogo to the top of the head. Ooh, whiffing on the Sair. Can they catch a landing? Blaze going after Jake. Nice Sair from Acno to finish that one off. Jakey on his last stock. Acno finally being taken off his first. Blaze, oh no. Red team is cruising here in game number 4.
Yeah, they got 4 stocks to the 2 of the blue team. Blue team's gonna have to bring out the big guns for this one. Here comes the team combo. Blaze again with the interrupt.
Blaze so good at shutting those down. Oh, Acno naring Blaze up into the air. Another interrupt. Okay, either way, he fell on that. Tried to interrupt with another well-placed Sair. Acno not going to be able to get back to stage either. Blue team, a great job of bringing this back, keeping things close.
Yeah, Jakey getting that edge guard on the right side onto Acno. Acno had no weapons, so that was a little bit safer to do. Godly trying to get the juggle onto Blaze. Try to keep the red team split a little bit, but Jakey's currently unarmed.
He is.
Good interrupt.
What another great interrupt. Jakey didn't know, he thought about what to do. He almost swapped back over to Blaze, ended up just kind of staying in the middle of him just a little too long, and he was still paying for it.
Side C connected onto Jakey. The sidelight from Godly saved them, but unfortunately, Jakey gonna get taken out there. It's all left to Godly. He's the most damaged person currently unarmed. He got the wall touch.
Okay, was able to put his feet back up on stage. That's gonna go ahead and finish up the game though, and the set. Acno and Blaze. Moving on to your winners of finals for Spring Championship.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. Really just said, okay, y'all got one. That's it, though. That's it.
Take a look at these replays here. Seeing Acno get caught. We did see some really good team combos kind of break out from blue team there as we finished up that set. Wasn't quite enough though. Godly and Jakey are gonna have to fight it back from elimination side as they have now found their way down there.
That's so tough, man.
It is.
But of course, Godly and Jakey are not done yet. I got to shout out Blaze for like so many different saves that he was able to do for Acno. Like multiple times, Acno was caught in kind of this potential blender, and Blaze comes down and just like unplugs it and says, "Okay, well, we'll just go on to the next part of the game." He's able to stay real close to Acno without getting caught inside of those things, and that's really helping the team out.
It was really crazy just how in synergy they were. There was only two points of damage differential of what they put out. We see, the 548 from Acno and the 546 from Blaze. They really did just work as a team, share the damage, shared it all, and were able to go ahead and get it done. And like we said, they are going to be sitting pretty in winners finals to take on the winner of, I think is going to be our next game, but Safhir, Razox, and who was on that Virtual Empire team? Taya and Monir.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, Blaze and Acno, they go to a restaurant, they order 2 dishes, but each of them get half, and they end up sharing it, so they get more different flavors. But like I said, Safhir and Razox.
That's exactly what me and PJ did yesterday. We ordered 2 different pizzas and just, you
get half, I get half.
Exactly.
My half is your half. But like you said, we got Munir and Taya. Who you got on this one?
Man. That is a good question, actually. I don't know. I mean, we saw the Taya and Monir team did kind of struggle a little bit against the Marker and XJ Cool J team. Safhir and Razox been playing amazing. I don't know. I think if Munir and Taya get it, it's gonna be.
That was the whole thing, man.
Wasn't
Is right there? The whole thing fell.
Well, it's too big for the shelf.
It's still lit up, so we're okay. But
We're not even
wow.
connected to that. It's fine.
Yeah, that one's fine. That's an extra one. It doesn't
I forgot
matter.
what I was saying.
Here, how about why don't we lock this one down too? Oh wait, that one's yours. My
no,
bad.
no,
My bad. You can't mute anymore. Here we go. Game number 1. Taya and Munir. Munir starting off with the Taros. A little bit of a surprise pick considering the Tezca was such a strong pick. It was what got them to this position, but
My brother.
we'll see how well it goes. You're still struggling to pick that back up? Okay, you're good. It's fine.
Everything's fine. Where were we? I was commentating before my equipment was thrown across the room.
Well,
Okay.
we're in it. Safhir, side air. Taya in a little bit of trouble, but good movement there. Goes low into the recovery, ends up getting that wall touch as a result. Everybody getting into the red. Good split there from the blue team. Not going to get caught by Razox's neutral sig. Oh man, the scrapping on the left side, but blue team's still holding on.
Yeah, Safhir charged that ground pound over there and just swung for the fences, and I'm getting punished for it. He's gonna be able to lay down. We got red team taking their stance on the edge guard, but just the raw haymaker gonna go ahead and clear the stage off, get the stock, and Safhir is the first to fall.
That one always feels like a clothesline to me, like you're both running in the same direction, but he decides to swing and just like takes out the opponent. Lots of people sent flying. Razox only one, still on that first stock.
Yeah, we'll see if he's gonna be able to tank it out as he's being sent down. Weapon throw,
Nice,
double
nice.
weapon throw.
Ooh.
Munir went down there and let him get the hit and saved him, but gonna finish it up off the top instead, just the same. Safhir, we saw the sweat beads come out, but he was able to stay out of that hammer from Munir.
Yo, Munir with the hammer. He is just putting everybody on that elevator up and down. Over to the right side, though, it's going to be a launch onto Safhir. They're split, and that's a KO. Munir able to take down Razox.
Oh, and Safhir following right behind him.
Combo.
We see blue team carving out their lead.
Oh.
Razox was holding on to that dodge. He got it in there and probably saved the stock right there.
Yeah, I mean, he took a lot of damage, but better to take the damage and at least keep the stock. He managed to get out of that one. Here's a good interrupt coming from Safhir. That's going to put Munir onto the final stock. Taya, only one on the second now.
No, that was well played from Safhir, being able to clear that off, keep his teammate out of harm's way. Oh, Munir's going to go ahead and stomp in the wrong direction, but the team combo is there. Is a piece Safhir up just a little bit, tap that damage in. Munir stomps there. Ooh, coming down with a scoop, going to send Razox up.
Okay, going high. Munir jumps for the gravity cancel, stomp into the side air. Neutral air off the recovery. Munir's hammer popping off here in game number 1.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We saw him finish up that last set, pardon me, with the Tezca, and we're seeing him definitely getting work done with the Taros as well.
Dude,
and
he
he
put
is
out-
going to go ahead and stick with it as we go into game number 2. Oh, nice follow-up. That was a great
He put
team
out
combo.
627 damage with the hammer.
Yeah, he'd be swinging, bro.
That's big numbers. He put out more damage with his hammer than everybody else did with all of their weapons combined.
He was swinging for the fences, and it worked out for him indeed. Munir now having to play it off the side of the stage here as he is underneath both of these red team members. Is he able to make it back up? We saw the exclamation points coming out, but he does find a safe lane. But Razox right there in his face to try and shut it down as Taya comes back, cleans his path for him. Everybody getting juggled up in the air. Oh no.
A little bit of an interrupt there as Safhir actually came up there, stopping the combo from Razox. Nice neutral air. Razox taking a lot of damage left side. No weapon tosses. Instead, they opt for Safhir, and it's going to be Munir who gets launched to the left side.
See the breakaway here. Safhir is going to go ahead and get a big Acer. Oh, he got them both with the haymaker, bro.
Dude, the chunk. Safhir, sweat beating, can't avoid both as he hits the ground pound from Taya. Blue team with the stock advantage.
Great conversion from Taya, bro. Just coming in, cleaning the stage off, putting his team in a good position. We see Munir gonna go ahead and fall off there. Taya's gonna try and find his way back up on stage. We see the Nair's gonna connect, gets caught in the Sair from the spear, but he does have the lane. Nair's his way on, picking up some more damage and can continue to tank out to the stock number 1. Still not gonna fall there.
Yeah, you saw Munir with that landing neutral air. I think to a degree the hope was to save Taya, but Taya's going to fall on the left side. I think the neutral air active frame just kind of dragging him down there.
For sure. Taya sees axe in hand. I figured we were going to see the D-Sig fly. But no, getting absolutely thrown around by red team here. Finally, a reversal of the momentum as Munir comes off stage, follows up with that Sair. Not enough for the knockout on Razox. Munir kind of sharking around here, looking for the opportunity. Misses that stomp. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Munir actually got out of that one, and so Razox was just locking himself there with that gravity cancel neutral light. Side stick took out Razox. Oh,
Nice
okay.
Sair.
Good edge guard.
Okay, Razox gonna use another one of those bow Sairs to send Taya over to the left side. That stock is gonna fall. Red team has the very slight advantage in this game, but Taya and Munir, of course, still have the advantage in this set.
Ooh, that neutral light.
That could be bad. They need Safhir to be able to stay alive here.
Yeah, he's their option, their opportunity to get that extra damage. He's starting to do it. Left side, Razox not able to help out there. That's that side air, and Razox going to try to get between everyone, but instead puts out the damage onto Taya.
That was a great job staying out of that 2v1. He already knows that Munir and Taya have the capability to get it done. He needs to stay on the map, be support for Safhir. To be able to get that damage like that. They drop the team combo, but still a little back and forth, racking up just a little bit of damage. His Munir's just down here, feet planted on the ground, just sidelighting for the fences.
Yeah, you can see Razox is trying to catch that panic jump, but instead, like you said, Munir just keeping his feet to the ground. There's the jump, but Razox not in position. They're doing a good job getting the damage as the Sig connects on both, and that is going to be red team putting themselves on the board.
Oh, that was nasty. Just get them both done at the same time. Who needs the 2v1? Just get them both out of here. Great finish there as they are already right back to striking. We're not going to be able to see these replays. Druk should get a nice and silky smooth for us there. Oh.
Yeah, here's that split where, dude, Razox had already burned like 2 jumps and was like, I'll keep going.
Yeah,
neutral air,
fine,
jump,
it's fine.
neutral air, it's fine.
Everything's fine. We're loaded in here. No legend swaps. Munir is going to stay on that Taros.
I mean, after how well his hammer did,
Yeah.
I don't super expect a swap unless they get rolled here.
Right. I think if they go down a game, we might see him try to dip in the magic hat a little bit and pull something else out. But as for now, it is just hammer is the plan for Munir.
Nice.
No, that's an early stock. He's gone.
Oh, and Razox gets back safely. Safhir going to disengage there as Taya sweat beating, but still got the wall touch.
Oh, I can't believe they did not find a way to get out there and put more pressure on Taya. Being able to get that early stock on him as well would have been huge for red team.
You know, I don't hate it in the sense that, like, look, they got one. They got one
exactly.
real early. Don't have to go too greedy.
I mean, no, you're right. No reason to get greedy, but man, it would have been great to see.
True. I would have loved it. But I can't fault him for it. As the Sig comes out, Munir able to take Razox down right
That's
side.
huge. It's huge.
Safhir going to take out Taya.
All right, Safhir now the healthiest on the map. Oh, Munir's playing a very dangerous game over there. I think he was looking for the bait, but now he's got a whole bunch of lance in his face. Razox with the weapon throw. Munir, you got no options, bro. You're on your final stock. Barely a minute into this game.
I think that's a situation where he was likely calling for help, saying like, hey, come down here so I can nair you and chase dodge up. They are going to finally take that stock off of Safhir, and they're starting to put out some damage onto Razox.
Yeah, this is very concerning here. Munir being on that final stock and has a little damage tacked onto it to boot. Okay. Taya coming over there trying to relieve some pressure off of his teammate. Munir with the weapon throw in, gets caught in the neutral light from Safhir. Oh, there's a bunch of back and forth here in center stage. Razox reaching in with a nair, finds absolutely nothing.
Oh.
Okay.
Tough play from the red team. Razox was ready for the follow-up there, but Munir interrupted, and so Razox locked himself in with that down sig, and that's why the red team was ended up losing their stocks there. Still, Munir, red, final stock. Red team could go for him.
Yeah, they definitely want to go ahead and get him off, force that 2v1 situation, but also being able to have any opportunity to get that second stock off of Taya would definitely be beneficial. Okay, Munir staying way back. I don't even think he's in a position to punish.
I don't think he has to. Right now, Taya's actually just kind of doing the 1v2, these like falling nairs, and the red team's like, oh, wait, you can keep hitting me with that?
Okay, Munir, great job weapon throw up, keeping the momentum off of his teammate, bringing him right back up on stage. Okay. Taya doing a great job there. The Sarah's going to come out. Now Munir, they're going to lock in that 2v1. He gets sent all the way up and no weapon to be found. Taya's back on stage fighting unarmed. Ooh, catching the follow-up.
Yep, those nairs come out.
Oh, this is so close, Duke.
This really could swing either direction. Blue team, Taya comes in and the side sig's gonna KO Safhir. It's all left to Razox, and Munir doesn't even have to play yet as Taya's just doing the 1v1. And is that it? No. Got the wall touch, turn around. That's the exclamation points. Razox forces the 1v1.
Wait a second, Duke. This just got a little more interesting. Wait, what happened? What happened? Why?
Homie said clutch your kick, and he said, I'm still playing. We got more. He clutched up Razox with the edge guard, turned it around onto Taya, and then said, oh, 1v1 against Munir, who's been in red all game. Let's do this.
I bet it is ugly in that VC right now. Bro. Okay. All right. You know, it was all but one. I mean, you know, I always say that, you know, is Brawlhalla, anything can happen. And that was just a wonderful example of just how you never actually know how a game is going to end. Somehow, some way, Razox at Safhir up 2-1.
Well, here we are into game number 4, and it is the swap coming out on the side of Munir. He's over to the Tesca here for game number 4 as he starts the combo, and Razox is going to get finished by it with that gravity cancel side sig from Taya.
Okay, all right. You know, if you're down a game, that is definitely a great way to start game number 4. Wait a second. Piece them up, blue team. Great combos, getting very early stocks, putting themselves in a fantastic position 30 seconds in to tie this up, take us to a game number 5.
They were able to go so far out there and lead to 2 KOs. This is a great spot for the blue team to force a game 5.
But we have seen how quickly good leads can be diminished, though. And just like that, a couple good little team combos, a slap of that axe, and that lead is gone. Safhir looking very good on the second stock. Razox is taking a little bit of damage, but if he can play that support role, should be a great opportunity to get this damage back and even.
Okay, nice neutral air from Razox as he comes up, but Munir's boots starting to walk all over Safhir. Safhir comes back onto the stage, but you can see the red team a little bit threatened right now.
As they should be. Okay, Taya reaching in, Munir taking him off the top, not going to be enough to knock out though. Safhir coming back down the stage, swapping over to Taya, catching a dare on top of Munir. Oh, the catch.
Just a side light there. I think a side sig could have KO'd.
I mean, being safe, I get it.
Nice interrupt there from Taya. It's going to KO Razox, though.
Okay.
Other side air. This is still doable for the red team as Safhir eats 2 weapon tosses. The neutral light will guarantee the KO.
Yeah, Razox able to get back up on stage, though, but for how long? When you're taking the very low route, he's going to pay the price for it. It is now 3 stocks to 2, but Taya very close to being knocked out here. Safhir and Razox could finish up the set right here, right now.
Yo, but looking at Taya in the red, you can see Safhir kind of wants this KO, but doesn't have too many easy options there. Likely just looking for a side air.
Taya's been playing pretty decent here. Okay. Nair's going to send him up. He's so good at getting back over there, working his damage. Munir's so good at those weapon throws. Perfect accuracy, being able to put it on his teammate, stop that forward momentum, and save those stocks. Taya would have been out of here just like that. Munir now caught in a 2v1 as he runs away. Gets over with the sidelight into recovery. Not going to be enough to go ahead and confirm the stock, but he's still putting out damage off those gauntlets. Oh, snap. Wait a second. Okay, we're going to game number 5, Duke.
They decide to do it. They're going to force the game 5. The Tesca looking solid, was able to give them so much momentum at the start of that one. Red team started to claw it back, but then the blue team said, let's put this one away. Let's go to game 5, and Munir and Taya are going to make the game 5 happen. This is the decider. Who is going to go into the winner's final? Who is going to challenge Acno and Blaze?
Craziness. See the good slow mo off of that. Munir send them out. The unison knockout. I love it. Sending your opponent both directions at the same time. It's just, it feels good. It feels good. Gonna stay, okay. Everybody's kind of gonna, oh no, we see Munir on the Tesca, but we did last game as well. All right.
Nothing too weird.
No, nothing too weird, nothing crazy.
Keep playing the same game.
All right, another game at number 5 for the fans at home. For me and Duke here. as we see who moves on to winners finals. Everybody's being a little more careful here.
You're seeing the red team not try to push that off stage that the blue team took so big advantage of.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the tippy toes here at the beginning of game number 5. Taya getting caught with a on-stage ground pound off of Razox's bow. Weapon throw out, gonna go ahead and pick it up. Big signature from Munir though, and another one. Wait a second, finish him up. That's a double knockout. You're gone. You're deleted. You're out of here. Melted those stocks away.
That's so unfortunate. Safhir so many times was trying to help, trying to get there, and unfortunately just put him in position for Munir to turn it around and get that double. Here's the down sig, here's the neutral sig. Munir gets taken out, but they need to get Taya.
Taya fighting right back. You love to see it. Razox gonna find his way back up. Okay, Taya right there with the nairs, those very oppressive nairs. Take away any of your movement to be able to get back on stage. Takes up so much space. Oh, see, we see Safhir used him for his advantage. Another nair, another nair. Munir falling into a little of him. Pogo to the top of the head from Razox, and Razox immediately swaps back down to Taya.
Yeah, they want to take out Taya. The side air is going to do it. Munir actually got caught by it, so he couldn't interrupt that time. I like that he goes high there, waiting for Taya to respawn.
Throwing that signature out. 2-piece from Safhir, pushing him right into Razox's unarmed hands.
There's a weapon spawn. Razox hasn't been able to pick one up and won't for the rest of that second stock, and now it's Razox. Final stock here, winner's bracket stock from Razox.
Oh. He's trying to be safe over on the side. Needs to stay in the game, needs the support, but Munir putting those feet, those boots all over Safhir. Ooh, Sweat Beats, I think a ground pound would have been would have gotten the job done there, but Munir opting to go ahead and send him up the recovery. That one is going to confirm.
This is bad.
Safhir is on his winner side stock.
Oh, was that a DI? He went weirdly vertical.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Great.
Nice.
What a dodge from Razox. Finishing up with the ground pound, and we're all tied up on stocks. Razox needs to stay alive right here.
Absolutely. All eyes on Razox as the person who has to keep the red team alive in this one. Blue team, very healthy, very big opportunity. They've all got weapons. Oh, Razox gets caught. Can't afford another neutralite. Oh,
Razox.
Can't afford much else. Still got the wall touch, though.
Taya was not in a position to turn around. He was busy getting neutralized.
Razox! Oh! But it's a trade out. They still get Munir. Safhir versus Taya in the 1v1.
Oh, this is crazy. Okay. Safhir's going to swap over to Axe. There we go. Taya going to go ahead and put the blade on Safhir. Can he hit him again?
Safhir.
Oh, no. One more of those might do it.
He's sweating.
Oh, no. He let it go.
He's sweating!
Wait! Taya gonna go ahead with the bait, send him all the way down, and Taya and Munir is gonna stay on winner's side, moving forward to take on Blaze and Acno. Let's check out these replays, Duke.
What a clutch up from Taya and Munir. They were down, but they ended up swapping over again. The Tezca just paying out for them. They were able to do so well. There's so many times where they almost got turned on, right? Like Razox is doing these edge guards, doing so many big plays. And then in those final moments, it's Taya who ends up clutching out in the 1v1.
Yeah, that way it came down to that 1v1 situation. Oh,
what a dodge. If he didn't dodge there, that could have been a whole different game.
And it's always fun, you know, game 5, and it comes down to that one interaction. It literally could have been either team staying on winner's side, but as you guys saw, Taya and Munir gonna be moving forward, take on a Blaze and Acno here in a little bit.
Good on them, man. That is, of course, going to put Munir and Taya into our top 3 guaranteed alongside Blaze and Acno. Like you were saying, we've still got elimination side. Some of those matches still yet to be decided. It's happening over on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. And why am I telling you all this? It's because you've got time to watch them, as we are going to be going to a short little break. When we come back, it'll be the top 8, the loser side. Top it is going to be it's going to be Brawlhalla, I'll tell you that much. It'll going to be elimination side, top 8 of the Spring Doubles European Edition. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Spring Doubles Brawlhalla Championships. We are in EU. I am joined by the one and only PJ the Puff. I am Dara, and I'm excited about some of the matches that we have coming on up. PJ, how do you feel, my friend?
I'm feeling very good. I love EU because it feels like EU sometimes is my rock in the Brawlhalla meta. Sometimes you need somebody that's reliable, and my region that's reliable is EU because they play the same legends every time, it feels like. And it's actually a great thing for me because I get to remember them. And I'm excited for these next matches. I know we got some coming up. We're not too sure what is going to be up yet because Top 32 is still going through. So if you want to follow along at home, exclamation point bracket, we are on Challenger mode now, so make sure to tune in on that. I am on page 7 for the upper bracket and page 11 on the lower bracket. So if you're looking for that, 7 and 11 are your numbers for following along right now.
PJ, that's actually very helpful. Thank you.
I try my best.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Find the Bracket with PJ is my new favorite segment. 7 on the top side, 11 on the bottom side.
That's right. So, you talked about some of the consistency of EU, and I feel like that is very evident in some of the legend picks. Going into this today on the pre-show, I was talking about like, oh, that's right, we're done with Wushang, we're done with Ulgrim, we're going to leave that behind in the last patch, and then it just so turns out that I was very incorrect, because we have been seeing quite a bit of that. Wushang and Ulgrim continue to be some consistent picks. We have also been seeing quite a bit of Kaya as well. Kaya just, of course, as popular as ever as a 2's pick. You have an excellent signature kit. You have the ability of Bo just to quickly sneak in there, find a couple of hits, and then you have the versatility of Spear that it gives you. So yeah, a lot of Kaya, a little bit of Teska. But yeah, I feel like this has just been nothing but like standard 2's. That being said, we're jumping on over already into the elimination side of things.
Everything you just talked about is on the screen. We got Kaya, Onyx, Brynn, and Ulgrim. So this is exactly what you were talking about.
That's right. So, Brynn, very, very solid pick. As always, everybody, of course, you have an excellent signature spread. You have Axe, which is amazing in 2's. You have the versatility of Spear. We're going to be seeing the Onyx prized for his high defense as well as his signature kit. This is some classic 2's. This is XJ, Cool J, and Marker going up against Rain and 7DLA, my friends.
Rain's one of my favorite players in EU in 1s. I don't get to see a lot of them in 2's, but they make a top 8 here. PR 27 and 15 respectively, usually making it into the top 8, but only in the early parts of it. We'll see if they can push farther here with the Kaya and Onyx pick. Should be exciting. Rain starting off well with that recovery. GC side 6 try to get back. Marker punishes it with a side air and a weapon toss, and even gets an unarmed pickup there. Gets the end light from XG. Cool J and the down sig comes out. The blue team playing very well already.
That's right. Okay, Sev able to go ahead and get that ground pound. Marker comes back onto the stage, only able to find a side light, picking up the cannon now, looking for the deep light. Excuse me, Marker deep off stage. How does he make it back on? The downer is able to come out successfully here.
Oh, nice end stick for Marker, the anti-air, and we get a pickup on the weapon on the team combo as well with the GCN light into the Brynn down sig. Really great stuff. The side air hits your own teammate, but the blue team has such a strong lead. The down air comes out, no dodge from Rain. Marker baiting out the ground pound with a dodge in place. Rain gives it, but no not committing to it. Actually, Cool J
actually, Cool J just barely able to make it back on. Sidelight neutral true combo goes back in, hits his own teammate, but that is okay because of just how up blue team is. Marker still not going to be losing his stock. XJ Cool J is going to lose his first. He comes back on. He gets the recovery. He's looking for another NSIG as well, and the combo off of the D-Light.
Marker's crazy, but 7 still makes it back. It's a good gamble, but if that KO'd, that would have been the most insane ground pound. It was so far off stage.
That stock had so much mileage on it. That is one trustworthy automobile. Did not let him up at all. Okay, actually, Cool J going to be picking up another KO. 7 already going to be on his last stock. Rain fighting this 1v2 really quickly, eating a side sig off stage. Oh my gosh, what is happening to the red team?
The red team is getting kind of shambled right now as Marker gets the down air and the weapon toss as well. Rain gets an air off of 7 to get back, and we see some team damage from the blue team, causing Marker to lose his stock. GC down like ground pound unarmed. Rain is cycling weapons to weapon starve. XJ Cool J taking quite a bit of damage. The red team with a chance now.
You know, Marker's first stock that expended all of his lifespan. He was gone, and man, he used it all up. That second stock was gone, obliterated. Marker making it back on here. He's looking for a ground pound. He's off stage. The last hit of the recovery, the bottom hit of it is able to come out and spike 7. The positions just keep on exchanging. Red team is fighting for their lives.
The N-Light comes out, the side air to call out the GC N-Light from XJ Cool J, and now all of the blue team members are on their last stock.
What's
and
going
the red
on?
team have a team combo. They send upwards there. The side air comes out from XJ Cool J to flip it onto 7. Rain loses the stock with the side air, and the down air pogo from XJ Cool J takes him out and wins that game for them.
So, That set started off with blue team obliterating the red team, especially Marker. You know, if you got the chance to see how long his first stock lasted, the answer is too long. Towards the end, though, red team was making an incredible comeback. They were able to get it as close as possible. They were able to find a couple of combos for themselves. But then ultimately, the damage was down a little bit too deep. They were a little bit too behind. And of course, anything when you have that much damage on you is going to send you super deep off stage. That being said, I am loving what I'm seeing from both of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, a cool little fun fact is Marker is formerly PR5 in MENA, so this is somebody jumping into a new region in EU. I know he placed pretty well last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, in singles, so Marker is here to stay in both formats with a teammate in XJ Coolj, both level 100 Bryn and Ulgrim, and the experience very much so showing there. Marker, what I've found really exciting was like a lot of the acts led into like getting a KO and then immediately picking up a team combo to get the most out of those stocks, get the most out of the 2v1 mismatch. Really, really good stuff from the blue team to start us off here in game 1. Now we're into game 2, though, same stage. And 7 in a familiar spot as we get sidelight down aired there, and we get ground pound as well. 7 in a bad spot, but he makes it back.
Lane able to find that sidelight, nothing else off of it though. Marker sidelight there, able to catch both red team members stacked. That's going to be a lot of damage dealt. And light into the sail. Again, red team, they keep finding themselves stacked by blue team.
And it can work sometimes. I know some team comps like to be stacked, but you need to give space for the Onyx to move. The Kaya needs to be kind of more flexible and move in and out. Nice pogo on the GC down sig when we get XJ Coolj in a bad spot, but the recovery makes it back. Still hasn't touched the wall. The double pogo rain is the execution on that edge guard so strong. GC downlight to try to punish Marker. Marker is going ham off stage with the Lance right now.
Yeah, he feels so comfortable to do so just because he knows that he has Cider as a recovery option as well, no matter how many dodges or recoveries or jumps that he ends up expending off stage. Marker, though, eating that end light off stage in a bit of a nasty position, but he's able to get the neutral dodge call out with the recovery. That's the Lance classic. They're always looking for it, and when you get it, you can make those stocks fly.
Downlight Nair onto Marker there, nice damage. The sidelight gets a little bit of team damage there onto Rain, and 7 now is fighting with the cannon, looking to create some space for the red team. It's working out so far. Nice punish there. Gets the end light. We'll see if XJ Coolj can make it back. Goes for the weapon toss, makes it back. Big life there from XJ Coolj. Very important for him to live. The Nair will KO off the top onto Marker, though, with that Onyx Nair.
XJ Coolj right now just fighting for his life for a second, eating that recovery. Not going to be able to KO, of course. The neutral not going to be able to call out that dodge, but that is now once again both members of red team down to the last stock. Blue team, they've been so efficient, haven't they, with closing out red team?
Yeah, absolutely. And the Lance gets some activation here for Marker, who's doing quite a bit of damage on that Ulgrim. The Cider comes out to call out the recovery onto XJ Coolj. And now the blue team, I mean, they have a stock lead here onto Marker, and Marker living there is very important. No team combo from the red team, but once again, it feels as if the time goes on, the red team bring it back a little bit closer every time.
Oh, the sidelight ends up getting punished there. Okay, Lane just looking to be able to occupy that platform. I don't know what that end light was supposed to hit, but that second one is going to connect successfully. XJ Coolj has been struggling to land. In the meantime, Marker has been sent off stage. Both members of the blue team in a bit of a nasty position in the corner. The D-light, neutral, recovery as well. XJ Coolj losing his weapon, fighting for any footing, able to pick up the spear again, but he finds himself back on the stage.
That looks so bad as XJ Coolj was taking so much damage, but Marker gets a sidelight into Ensig onto Rain, and all of a sudden the blue team have a 2-stock-to-1 lead again. Sidelight into the recovery from XJ Coolj, downlight Cider into the GC downlight.
Wow, I can't believe that was enough to KO off the top.
I gotta say the line, that was a mission yesterday for the new companion. So I'm happy for them there because you got to be on top of the tickets. Nonetheless, they're playing very, very well, the blue team. I love the way that Marker picks up on these random stray hits. It's so important as Ulgrim, you're finishing the hits and getting those KOs. And sometimes you get it with a GC downlight, which is cool to see.
Yeah, the sheer damage output from Marker is honestly pretty incredible. I don't actually have the exact number that was dealt on his behalf, but it felt like a lot. It felt like he was quite comfortable fighting a couple of 1v2s. He was very confident extending himself off stage. We saw that a little bit in the first stock when, you know, he was just basically throwing everything and the kitchen sink at the red team there, and then he still makes it back on fairly unscathed.
Yeah,
and then in game 1, we saw how long that first stock ended up lasting. If I'm red team right now, the thing I'm trying to figure out is how can we have, you know, Marker, this Ulgrim, how can we remove some of his presence?
Yeah, it feels like when the Ulgrim player gets to start like hitting a lot of buttons on Lance, it gets really scary in twos. And
Or even on Axe, you already know the damage output of Axe.
Yeah, exactly. It's so crazy. The double Axe now online for the blue team. Gonna look out to try to stop this 7 cannon as you get hit with a down air, and another 7 recovering high, going for the side air onto the
You have
wall.
to help your teammate.
Yeah.
Your teammate has taken so much damage. You gotta get X-Ray Cool J off of you, and then go dash out there and help him out. Because otherwise, look at the damage that was dealt onto 7. He is deep into the red. It is still Onyx, so maybe living another day.
That side air. That side air finding 7 is so bad now. You have to recover low. Actually, Cool J with the end light towards the wall, realizing I can find the KO there. Rain was a nice little read on the marker, but we really need to address this problem for 7. And I love the way that Rain's playing, finding the 1v1s, but flips the GC down light with a side air marker.
He goes out there for the ground pound. Is he going to be able to get back on safely? And the answer is yes, he does. The neutral not enough to take it off the top because guess what? Marker is him. He is going out there. He is fighting those 1v2s. Nice. He's going through those edge guards. The recovery is still not enough to be able to KO, and he finds a ground pound. Red team, they have to eliminate him. They have to get him off the field.
You finally do there. Now a 2v1 ensues. There's actually Cool J in a bad spot. Spear versus Cannon has a lot of team combos, but they don't find much. Rain gets a little nair at first. Troubles on XJ Cool J's landing. Another recovery comes out, takes off the stock from Rain and the blue team. Once again, evening up the stock count here.
Marku just approaching so aggressively. Rain able to get a neutral. 7 now just focusing on XJ Cool J, then trying to switch up onto Marku.
Ouch. Some little bit of team damage there. Marker also follows up on it. Rain gets punished for the signature as well. So the red team losing a lot of their damage lead there. Blue team getting right back into this game. The side air comes out on XJ Cool J, and another side air sends XJ Cool J off stage, disarmed. 7 with the signature. The side sig will find the KO.
Oh, but the down air didn't hit. The GC sidelight didn't hit either. Marku, once again, in these 1v2 situations, he's not getting hurt all that much. He goes out there for the ground pound. He gets his dodge back in time. The recovery doesn't KO off the top, but in the meantime, XJ Cool J is taking a beating.
The deep side air, not enough to KO Marker. Somehow Marker holding on. XJ Cool J in a bad spot though. You get hit with the end light. You get hit with the downer. The ground pound comes out, but doesn't connect. And XJ Cool J thanking his lucky stars because if 7 gets that ground pound, it's a very tough 2v1 for Marker.
Able to get the neutral. XJ Cool J. What is he going to be able to do here? He's dashing back. He's backing off a little bit. He's able to get the recovery while both members of Red Team were fixating onto Marker. Nicely done. But it is Red Team that has the lead at the moment.
They have an opportunity to force this game 4. The side air comes out from XJ Cool J, sends 7 very far off stage. The side air is the down air. The down air is onto Rain. Rain on your last stock. You have to survive here. He does, but the ground pound comes out to find 7 nonetheless. And now the 2v1 combo. They get caught in each other's combo there as Marker gets hit with that GC downlight. Very big drop from the blue team, looking to steal this game away. Oh, the side air comes out. This is a big deal.
The downer is not going to be able to connect, but the ground pound does. Rain, are you out of the game? 7 going out there for the save. Gets the recovery anyways. Marker does not get the spike hit of the ground pound, but he keeps on going. He is playing like an offstage demon. He gets back onto the stage. What is his survivability?
Rain knows it's a guess for game, kind of. If you guess wrong and you dodge wrong, that axe will find the KO, but we pick up Lance, one of the best 2v1 weapons for that reason. The recovery goes high, finds the KO. 7 and Marker in a 1v1. 7 looking to keep Rain and 7 in this game. Can he do it?
He's trying to get the landing. He's trying to get the sidelight. He's not able to get it. The landing neutral was so scary. The neutral not enough to take it off the top.
Oh, and that's the end light again, and 7 takes it and forces game 4. So important for the red team.
So important that the red team did not lose that 2v1. I was telling you how well of a job Marker was doing when both members of red team were the ones that are edge guarding him. He is the one constantly getting back onto stage. He's getting a hit for his troubles, and sometimes he's even outright reversing the situation altogether. So important that 7 was able to clutch it out for the red team there at the end. When I saw that recovery get called out, I was so ready for that to be, the set for the blue team.
Yeah, and it felt like when Marker hit the reversal down air onto 7 at like almost 0 damage, and Rain was kind of like off the stage or on the stage far away. I was like, man, if he hit that ground pound, it's such a different game where Marker is able to get a very early KO and then lead into that 1v1 where Kaya is super damaged. But very big clutch from 7, and another big clutch was him getting the nair on Rain to save his teammate, and then also get a recovery to find the KO to force the 2v1. 7 was playing exceptionally well that game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That save was everything. It kept them both back into the game and put themselves back into the set. So, you know what? I'll give my kudos to 7. I think 7 did an amazing job for the red team. Now, currently, the game count is 2-1, of course, in blue team's favor. Let's see what the red team is going to do to continue to hopefully get themselves into a game 5.
And the blue team, they go right back to this stage. Same picks from both teams as well, so we don't get any change of scenery or legends, but the blue team not as confident here as Seven's getting a lot of mileage on these gauntlets, getting a lot of side lights into nairs, gets a nice little team damage, or team combo onto XJ Cool J, another dash forward end light, calling out XJ Cool J, just trying to use his movement to weave in and out. Super important.
And Light's able to come out.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be Lane's first stock gone.
Ooh.
The Cell, the perfectly spaced one. In fact, 7 going to be eating another downer. Actually, Cool J not going to be able to close it out as 7 finds a GP instead. Nicely done, keeping it even.
I mean, super risky to get the pogo and then not land back on the stage and refresh resources. Instead, looking for some sort of KO there, maybe with a side air and deep edge guard, gets punished accordingly. And 7 continues to be my MVP for the red team. So important to find that flip. XJ Cool J fighting with that side air off the wall. Marker able to make it back, but the red team choose to go for a 2v1, get some nice damage onto XJ Cool J. Second stock. Marker fighting back with a very deep side air. 7 in a bad spot, but the signature
he just
gets
gets
punished.
it with the Cell. Yeah, that D-Sig put Marker in a lot of end lag, and now they're trying to get anything on XJ Cool J, who's playing as evasively as possible, looking to land safely. Huge landing Cell, and that is going to be 7's first stock gone. Lane delaying, stalling, using the helicopter as much as possible, just waiting for his teammate to come to his safety. Neutral follow-up, nothing else past that. The recovery, continuing the juggle and dealing damage.
The down air comes out as well, and the nairs continue to juggle. 7 here. Marker getting the down light there, waiting, gets both teammates, or both of the red team's teammates into the side light side air. Rain getting sent off stage, and the ground pound comes in.
It's the edge guarding that is setting Marker right now a cut above the rest, because he is finding those ground pounds. He is going off stage, and he is going unpunished for it. How is red team going to stop that from happening?
Hopefully on the back of 7, putting out some big damage on the gauntlets. The recovery comes high. Marker picks up another lance, though, and another end light from 7 finds a KO on XJ Cool J, and a KO onto Marker from the side of Rain, and all of a sudden there's a chance for the red team.
And Light comes out, being nice and patient. The D-Light sail downer, that's a lot of damage.
7 is fighting on the cannon right now. The forward moving hitbox is so important. Picks up some weapons here, gets the gauntlets online. The sider comes out for Marker to fight 7 back. Marker picks up another lance, but gets caught with the D-Light into side light. Some nice damage onto Marker once again, and the blue team slowly slipping out of this game.
They're trying to get this Onyx out of here, but that unarmed recovery was not enough. Marker in a bit of a nasty position. 7 tried to get the best possible punish, but still was able to dodge to his safety. The Sail is able to come out. Rain, oh my goodness, the Sail is able to come out. It was not enough to be able to KO. Sweat beads coming out here. This,
wow.
Oh no, that was 7's neutral, wasn't it, that set that up?
It was.
The friendly fire. And now you have to fight this 1v2. It's not looking likely, PJ.
The end light comes out, double end light, down light into GC side light into NSIG, and it's over. The blue team take it with the team combo there. Wow.
A little bit of friendly fire at the end.
Yeah.
Lane was trying to come back onto the stage. I believe 7 was unarmed. He ended up eating his own teammate's neutral, and that was really unfortunate because blue team was the one that was pretty confidently behind, I feel like, for a good chunk of the set. And they were just able to slowly inch their way closer and closer to victory. So, very nicely done to XJ Cool J and to Marker. I do want to see that last stock one more time. Well, specifically, Lane's last stock is what I would have liked to see.
We get a little bit of team combo action though. Downlight. So downlight side air into GC side light, and then just an easy Bryn NSIG to close out that stock.
Classic. Bryn, Olgrim, you already know the kinds of team
leading
combos.
to KO, exactly. It's like literally anything you do on any of the weapons, you'll find a way to get the KO. It's very labbed out, and they look pretty solid there. So that's Marker and XJ Cool J moving forward into elimination. Oh, sorry, no, they move into deeper into top 8. So now they have to play Godly and Jakey a little bit later on. So that's a tough matchup, but this is seed number 11. So this is a big deal that they're all the way guaranteed 5th place. Marker, once again, crossing regions from MENA into EU and placing very well in 1s and now placing well in 2s as well. Marker's here to stay in EU.
That's right. And yeah, he has just been like, sorry, no shade to XJ Cool J though, but Marker was the one that I was looking at for a good chunk of that set, just because I was like, wow, he is getting away with a lot of edge guards, and his ability to reversal, his ability just to be able to get back onto the stage safely and fight those 1v2s, I felt like was like, oh, this is like excellent. Like, he is a force to be reckoned with, and so it's going to be interesting to see how Godly and Jakey will deal with that. Now, moving on into the next set in the elimination side is going to be the team that I mentioned before as potentially taking one of the spots in the top 3. That's not going to be possible now. Well, that means that Godly and Jakey are going to have to fight, you know, the winner of this elimination side at some point. So my top 2 and top 3 is not going to work out exactly the way that I thought it might, but it might. It might still. Bamya and Ahmet are going to be going up against, who is this team? OMGG and Kimono.
OMGG and Kimono.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Kimono I see quite a bit in community events. I might be wrong about that, but it's cool to see OMGG and Kimono seed number 12 making it into top 8. So we actually have a lot of upsets. So our lower round 4, so in the beginning of top 8, we had Marker, XJ Cool J seed 11, Rain and 7 seed 13, and the next team you just mentioned seed 12. So Bamia and Ahmed are actually correctly seeded here. Everyone else made it in through upsets, so that's been pretty exciting. EU, you know, we talk a lot about EU being stagnant sometimes in the meta, but in twos, it seems to be that new EU talent is here to stay, and we get that in seed 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting set. I'm curious who Bamia is going to be opting for, be it the Onyx or if it's going to be the Zol, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Bamia also plays Zol.
Which I always get excited about. I definitely love watching Zol happen to other people and maybe not so much happen to me. Yeah, that Legend's a little bit toxic sometimes. He definitely lets like one side sig rip per game, like across the stage, and it connects, and then we don't see it again. So yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's going to be fun. Bamia is going to be teaming up with Amit. So what do you know about Amit, PJ?
I'm actually pulling up the team right now on my stat tool, and this is a team that has never played together before. So this is PR 33 and 22 respectively. Bamia, of course, is on a tear in 1v1s, a really, really solid player in EU. I believe winning Winters. So, you know, Bamia is here to stay as well in the Mordex, but in the 2 space, Mordex isn't picked as much, so we have to see different legends. We don't see a lot of Scythe either. There are some good Scythe players out there, but not as much. So we'll be seeing Kimono and AMGG, which I believe used to have a different tag, but nonetheless, from what I'm seeing, they've played before at least 4 tournaments, getting 9th place at Winter Championship. So if I'm not mistaken, this is their first official top 8, so congratulations to them. We'll see if they can make it forward into 5th place.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Amit is somebody who I feel like has always done pretty well in twos. The highest performance so far was a 9th place finish at the Winter Doubles Championships this year. But that is somebody who has not yet broken into the top 8 side of things quite yet. So we'll see. Wait, are we already in top 8?
We are in top 8.
Oh, this is okay. Okay, great. So this is Amit's first top 8 placing for twos. Has placed in top 32 actually exactly 2 times in you know, some of the main events. So you know what? That's amazing. That's excellent for Amit, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's really, really great that a lot of these teams that, once again, were not seeded to be making it into top 8, seed 11, 12, and 13, had to make an upset to make it into top 8, did, and we have some new faces for EU, so it's always exciting to see when new talent is able to arise, and this is a prime example of that, as we have seed number 11, I believe, in the bracket here with Kimono and AMGG.
But it does seem like we'll be getting into our stages, my friends. Let's see what the legend picks are going to be. I'm really excited to see who it's going to be from each of them, because if I do remember correctly, at least one of them at some point, there was a Priya previously. So we'll just have to see what it's going to be. But you know what? So far, I'm just expecting, you know, the usual legend picks, what we've seen so far today, which is a little bit of Onyx, a little bit of Ogrim, a little bit of Bryn, a little bit of Kaya as well. Just always solid. And we're seeing all of that plus the Rayman. These are just very, very standard twos picks. Rayman, why do you pick him? You pick him because of his mobility. You pick him because of his incredibly difficult to punish signatures. We have 2 Onyxes on the screen, meaning that they will not be losing their stocks anytime soon. And Amit is going to be repping the Wushang. Why? Simple. Ensig and Gauntlets and Spear, they speak for themselves at this point. Game number 1, elimination side. Already Kimono opening off with a bang.
I see how they made it into top 8. They are really aggressive. Kimono holding forward with the cannon, but the blue team fight back there with Bamia on the cannon as well. A player that can play Zol, so obviously having a strong cannon. AMGG played Priya last weekend, so it's good to see him also make a top 8 here with a different legend pick in the double space.
Landing with the downer, looking for the neutral follow-up, not going to be able to get it. Landing with the Sally, looking for the side light. Amit just able to get a little punish. Side light recovery goes all the way up through. Amit holding onto the ground pound. Wow, he is just putting on a clinic right now.
To the weapon toss as well. Side air comes out from AMGG. A Royale placer, so we're going to see him in the Royale, but also in twos here. Ahmed getting the side air onto Kimono. Kimono fighting back there. I think AMGG giving a little bit of assistance there. The air into the side air. Nice pickup, but it's on the wrong player as you don't find the KO off of that. You kind of want a KO off of that for sure. The red team very worse for wear.
Okay, Bamia able to get the end light. Good interruption though, and then quickly turning it into a team combo. Bamia eating a lot of damage. Kimono committing so heavily off stage. Not only does he end up getting punished by Amit, but Amit clutched that out for his teammate. He saved him. He ended up losing a stock, but you know what? That ground pound was everything for the blue team.
Down there comes out. Ahmed now getting an edge guard onto Kimono. Kimono having to recover high. the blue team get a little bit of team damage, so the aggression stops for a moment for the red team, but AMGG continues to get some big damage there, gets the end light as well, side light into side air. Banya getting sent very high off stage, and we get a little bit of a team combo, but AMGG didn't find anything to follow up because he was sweat beads, no options. He had to land there, but gets a recovery nonetheless, finds the KO onto Banya.
Yeah, I have to say, Red Team is playing off of one another so well. They're so ready, constantly in a position to be able to find the next team combo. One above, one below. Just able to get the end light. Ahmed eating a sail off stage, still sweating. Kimono occupying the stage and making it impossible for the blue team to get back on.
AMGG and Kimono have found really great pickups, but haven't found anything good enough to find these KOs now. But the blue team, I mean, Banya really needs to hold on to the stock because the recoveries are coming high and it's getting harder and harder to get back in this game. Gets the side lighted in air. Nice dodge from Kimono, not get by his own teammates Nair. And Banya can make it back to 2v1 now. And a 4-stock lead from the red team. The downer comes out, recovery into side air. The edgeguard is still continuing as Ahmed has yet to really grace the stage in any meaningful way. And he as well would choose to not continue that match because that was complete destruction from AMGG and Kimono. I mean, it was 4 stocks to 0 at the end. It was really, really tough.
Yeah, GG go next. AMGG dealing 555 damage that game, more than anybody else. That is basically the entirety, I believe, of the blue team put together. So very nicely done, taking out 4 of those stocks as well. Yeah, AMGG was a force to be reckoned with. His target switching was incredible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was just like choosing, okay, I'm on you. I'm going to go ahead and chase dodge back down. I'm going to go ahead and focus on the other member of the blue team for a little bit. Yeah, genuinely phenomenal stuff.
AMGG's a grinder. You know, he's been doing a lot of those bearded brawls, pickup, matchmaking ladder, for example. So this is somebody who, you know, maybe the Prio isn't the pick anymore. We're going to be seeing Rayman. Level 100 on the Rayman. So we might be seeing kind of shades of what we'll see at the Royale in a couple weeks. But for the 2 space, the Rayman definitely working out for AMGG and Kimono. 4 stocks to 2, or 4 stocks to 0, obviously really, really strong. We'll see how the Demon, I don't know, I don't like the Demon Island pick again into double gauntlets, but we'll see if it works out. Of course, the blue team have double gauntlets as well, but the red team really need to rush you down. That's like kind of their name of their game. And going on a stage with no soft platforms might be a little difficult to get out of the longer strings.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up playing out here. But again, the thing I really want to commend red team for is their synergy with one another. It just feels like they're able to find a lot of straight 2 pieces. Ahmed, though, trying to take AMGG off the top. It is Demon Island, so you have a nice high ceiling. Nobody's going to be losing their stocks off the top anytime soon.
The blue team looking very solid here, very different than game number 1. It's obviously good to have the lead early, but you need to capitalize and make these leads matter because the downer sends Ahmed off stage. It gets real scary. Bami getting the recovery onto AMGG, and AMGG.
Oh, we think the N-Sig is going to get punished. AMGG going to be using a GC N-Sig to get back on. Kimono just going to be swatting Banya away. The N-Light,
Kimono's going crazy on the cannon right now.
Oh,
AMGG's just watching. He's like, you go off, bro. You got that. Dude, that was insane what he just did. He basically took 2 1v1s at the same time, continuously hitting each other, away from each other. They couldn't assist each other. That's a double KO for Kimono. That was insane.
Yeah, he just knew that he could not stop that. The sail is going to successfully punish AMGG getting back onto the stage. Kimono playing it nice and slow. Ahmed missing a critical downer. Look at the position off stage. Kimono ends up SDing through all of his troubles, but that is okay because you know what? He was still a stock up. AMGG, oh man, red team, they're playing like they want nothing nice to happen to blue team at the moment.
It is incredible aggression from the red team in this game. I mean, obviously the blue team were looking like that in the last game, but this is a different level from Kimono on the cannon.
Oh, but Ahmed going off now. Okay, just able to get the string, able to get the N-Sig as well. Kimono makes it back on. The light neutral. This game is chaos, man.
It is absolute chaos, and this is what happens when the red team continues to hold forward. I mean, with nothing, going for Nair and side air, continuing to hit buttons. Kimono does not care. Gets the punish there after you trade out the KO. Gets another double KO for his troubles. Banya cannot make it back. No, he cannot.
Oh, the save was not enough drift. And now another potential 2v1 combo. Kimono's going out there off stage. Ahmed just has to fight for his life. The D-Light, the side light, the neutral is able to put Kimono out there, but not for too long. Oh my gosh. Sidelight, neutral, AMG. Oh my gosh, could be missing the pickup.
Get some nice damage there onto Banya, and the ground pound comes out from Kimono. Ahmed in a really bad spot, barely able to make it back. The side stick comes out, still on his second stock and continuing to push that advantage state. GC sidelight and recovery onto Banya. The damage continues to rack up. N-Light into sidelight. Kimono still holding on to their stock though. The Nair will find the KO though.
GC N-Light's able to come out successfully. AMGG just playing nice and slow, looking for a nice slow way to get back down onto the stage as Kimono N-Lights into AMGG's side sig.
A little bit of team damage there is big because the blue team now have an opportunity to force both red team members off stage. AMGG makes it back somehow. Very high damage, looking for the recovery. That's all you need to do on the gauntlets. Find the KO move. Kimono with the end light, charging up the side stick, almost hitting his own teammate. The side air comes out, one of the only few moves that won't KO at this damage. No recovery from AMGG, but we get a little bit of team damage with that end light. Bamia in a bad spot. Kimono gets the D-light into Nair, and the red team sees control of this game. Bamia with an impossibility presented in front of him to clutch this game.
But he still has those gauntlets. Let's see what he's able to make happen. And the answer is nothing at all, as he simply falls into AMGG's end light, which closes out that game. Yeah, red team is going kind of crazy right now. 766 damage was done here by Kimono.
Wow.
And you could see that in his cannon strings. You could see that in his offstage gameplay. And the way that we started off with him alternating those, again, those two different 1v1 scenarios. Kimono has so much momentum behind him.
It's just crazy, like what what Kimono was doing in that game on the cannon. Like, he just kept holding forward. Like, every opportunity to hit a button was being pressed, realizing that when Bamia and Ahmed are in certain weapon combinations, for example, double gauntlets, they have to be close anyway, so Kimono's willing to just throw out every move. Side airs, downlights, nairs, finding KOs, finding ways to split them up, and getting the team combos as well to rack on damage. They weren't getting like 0 to KO team combos, but getting damage is the name of the game versus, or as Rayman and Onyx, which will have stray hits that will KO, and the red team looked incredibly good. Very exciting team as well, very high pace, high tempo team. Yeah,
it's tough. You have to find a way to stop this train at the moment, so it's going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah, Kimono's playing very aggressive, and then of course you have AMGG just kind of backing him up a couple of times. The question is, how do you stop that? How do you punish him? How do you go ahead and you just turn these situations around on him? We got to see some of Ahmed's edge guarding attempts, I feel like a little bit more so in game 1, but right now, the question is, how do you stop cannon strings from coming into fruition? Because he is finding all of the openings that he wants. He's finding cannon D-lights, and he's finding cannon N-lights and cannon side lights. He is getting it all, PJ.
Bamia continues here with that end light. Kimono getting sent off stage. Another end light onto AMGG. We continue to get to the damage here. The Nair comes out, and the side light into nothing onto Ahmed. Scary spot to be in, though. Every time you get hit by this red team with a combo starter, you have to be so careful on the way you're dodging. Bamia and Ahmed, I love these soft platforms. They're already playing the center of the stage really well. Kind of keeping the beast at bay is the name of the game versus the red team. It is tough.
Bamia able to get that end light. AMGG landing with the downer. He's finding another end light. He's sliding off with that D-Sig. He's not going to be able to get the connection, though.
Nice avoidance there from Ahmed to not get hit with that recovery, and we get a little bit of 2v1 combos into ground pound, no side air. If AMGG went for the ground pound there, it's a little bit snappier. You'll be able to get that KO.
Side light coming out. Bamia just occupying, controlling the ground. He'll be able to get the side light, able to get the dodge punish as well. Not enough to KO off the top, though. Okay, Kimono's free stock is gone. This is exactly what blue team needs.
Side air comes out, and Bamia now getting the recovery onto AMGG on the wall. Holding on to this stock. Barely, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much longer you will versus Spear. The side air comes out, we find the KO. And Kimono's playing around this soft platform very well. Nice down stick from Kimono to close out that stock.
Okay, Ahmed, the name of the game is just landing and hopefully picking up a weapon as well. Here, the weapon spawn in a very good position for him. He misses the D-light. AMGG tries to go for the double side light, and Ahmed just able to get a couple of hits for all of his troubles. This is now, the game is slowing down. Everything before on Demon Island was just constant chaos, constant buttons. Now we're getting a couple of, you know, we're playing a little bit slower than before.
Ooh.
Kimono, though, closing out that first stock.
I don't know if I like that team combo. Obviously, it's confirmed damage, but I think there's ways to find those KOs off stage, stack some sort of hit stun together, get some ground pounds off stage, and now Ahmed in a 1v1 versus AMGG off stage, and we get some assistance from Kimono to bring that a 2v1 essentially, as we give some space for your teammate to make it back, and now Bamia is in a bad spot, avoiding that N-sig barely. Could have been the end of that stock if you get hit by that.
Yeah, let it rip a little bit too soon. Okay, Bamia
nice
goes out there for the end light, but the AMGG, nice. He was just able to interrupt that beautifully. Okay, how does Ahmed land here? Oh, Bamia able to get the recovery, nicely done. Looks for the second one, and then just ends up getting whiff punished by Kimono. The recoveries have been flying this game, and just the end of the N-sig is able to connect.
That N-sig was so important to call out the landing because AMGG barely lives that recovery and lands lazily into the corner. The blue team now getting some team combos. Ahmed saying, I'm not done with your teammate. Give us some time here. The side air makes him back to the stage, though. So the blue team not looking to close out that stock outright, but the recovery will. And now the blue team having a slight stock advantage as Ahmed is on the sunset of his stock, but still up a stock.
Okay, and light, neutral. Bamia not going to go for the follow-up. Maybe he was afraid of getting interrupted by AMGG.
Ooh, big team combo gets the down air as well.
Oh, but Kimono gonna be missing the recovery. That could have been so huge.
Goes anyway.
Yes, but that was Ahmed's second stock, so he was already deep into the red. Yeah, that stock already had to go. Kimono's trying to get something going. He's looking for the down air. His Bomb is just hitting him away and then focusing on the teammate. The weapon toss. The GC D-Light ends up whiffing. That could have been pivotal, but it does not matter because Kimono has been knocked out of the game. This is definitely going to go to blue team.
Absolutely. GC sidelight into the recovery to cover the high landing. AMGG having no dodges. And this seems to be the motif of the weekend from EU. It's like get destroyed for the first 2 games and then win game 3 and now make it a potential long set here as they force game 4. Bamia and Ahmet, I mean, I love the stage pick. The soft platforms made it kind of impossible for the red team to get away with what they were getting away with on Demon Island. So we see them go to a stage with some platforms, slow the pace of the match down, make it less chaotic, and the blue team win the game pretty handedly there. Ahmet didn't take any damage.
So I feel like a lot of this game that we got to see was that Kimono wasn't kind of allowed to do kimono things.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to get his crazy strings. And I actually feel like blue team did a really wonderful job of splitting up the red team, right? Especially when Kimono's on one side of the stage, they were able to just get a couple of big hits onto AMGG. Let's see what's going to happen in this game number 4. Already Ahmet, he is going in against AMGG, who is taking a lot of damage.
And the downlight's coming out from the blue team as they're trying to stop Kimono, but although there's a soft platform, it only really matters for, you know, one side of the stage, so Kimono's just hitting buttons toward that side with no soft platform.
Kimono
Nice
keeps
connection.
trying to interrupt Ahmet. Ahmet is dealing so much damage onto AMGG, and Kimono has not been successful. That end light, though, is going to put Bamia at a bit of a nasty position. He does get back on the neutral. Chase dodge up. Ahmet recovery, landing with the sail, putting AMGG off stage. Bamia with the neutral as well. Oh my goodness.
Downlight Nair, not enough to KO, but that recovery will. AMGG, nice axe conversion, and now we get a 2v1 combo. The Nair into the GC signature. Very smart stuff. AMGG realizing his role there with no weapon, saying, I'm going to use the light attacks that have quite a bit of hit stun, get those team combos. Very scrappy from the red team. I like to see that damage.
Yeah, they were ready to adapt. They're ready just to throw out an improvised combo at any moment in time. AMGG taking a sweet old time getting back onto the stage. I'm seeing the Kimono momentum pick up again. The sail comes out, and a little bit of friendly fire. That's okay.
Oof, nice recovery from AMGG. The down air comes out now, and Bamia looks for that ground pound, but the weapon toss interrupts, and AMGG with the chase touchdown there. He gets another there into the ground pound. AMGG is dominating this match on the gauntlets. What a clean pickup, forcing Bamia onto his last stock.
AMGG is closing. He has been shutting out each and every single one of those stocks so far. Ahmet, though, can he do something against him off stage? The neutral is going to be calling out. I believe that was a startup at the downer once again, and AMGG, just like that, has made it back on mostly safely. The end light comes out. Ahmet's off stage. Bamia has to fight off both members of red team. Ahmet is now left weaponless. He's sweating.
Yensick comes out there, and Kimono getting punished with that downlight. The blue team are looking to fight back in any way possible. Bamia trying to channel some of Kimono's cannon with this aggression. Nice Nair to punish the recovery. The end light hits Bamia, and the or just a straight up down sick, finding the KO, and the red team. I mean, they look so solid.
So every single time, look at this lead. It is 4 stocks to 1. Blue team got obliterated every single time, every single position. They're just able to find a 2-piece, a 3-piece. They're able to get the handoffs. They're able to get the edge guards. I mean, honestly, the combos, the synergy has been top notch, and I think that this might be it for Ahmet, unless, I don't know, he takes 4 stocks.
The greatest comeback in Brawlhalla history for Ahmet here, with an opportunity to force game 5 for his team, but the red team look to put the turn the lights off that dream. He's fighting, though. This is smart. So a little masterclass in how to play the 2v1. If you're a weapon that can split up the 2 teammates, like Lance, for example, it's good to go in. But versus a team like this that are so combo heavy, play around the stage. Don't give them stage to team combo you. If you get hit, you're sent off stage. It's better to 50-50 having to recover than getting hit with a true 0 to KO.
Ahmet, though, just going to be jumping into that D-Light. The D-Light friendly fire. Ahmet's going to take advantage of it, but now he has found himself off stage for a second. He uses up his dodge. AMGG not going to be able to get that end light that he's scouting out for. He can't go for like any end lights or anything. He can't go for any down airs because, of course, if you land it, you'll just be stuck in so much lag. The recovery comes out. It's enough to be able to KO. What can you make happen?
He still has one more stock to take off Kimono fresh. He doesn't find an opportunity to force an edge guard, and AMGG walks forward. The signature, and this is a very tough spot to be in. Just cover jump as Kimono. Kimono didn't cover high. So Ahmet, I mean, this is exactly what you do in the 2v1. You force the 2 to go to you to close out the game. The end line not enough to KO. The next one surely well charged up down tick. Ahmet gonna be able to avoid it, but losing resources slowly here. Goes for the signature, but doesn't catch Ahmet. Ahmet still fighting somehow. The red team.
He's baiting him. He wants somebody to go off stage with him. He knows that that is his win condition. Okay, back to off stage. Somebody jump out there, but no, they're keeping it safe. We're seeing the Rayman D6, which are normally quite punishable if you move around him. The D-Light now comes out, and just like that, that is going to go ahead and close out the game for the red team. But you know what? Nice try to Amit. He was fighting for his life.
I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Like, I will never get mad at somebody that's just trying his best to win. His only win condition there is to hold the wall so that there's no, 0 to KOs off stage. And just be like, you know what, I'm going to hold on. But yeah, we get this AMGG clip. Gets the dodge read, beats out the down air with the nairs. It was so clean. Such an opportune moment to trade out that stock and force Bamia on his last. Really, really smart stuff.
Yeah, AMGG did amazing that game. He took out 5 of those stocks for the red team. He was closing. He was lethal. He did exactly what he needed to. Nice try from Ahmed at the end. And yeah, I feel like as far as weapons go, I don't oftentimes see Gauntlet win a lot of 1v2s. And that's because at the end of the day, if you rely on a lot of multi-hits, especially ones that are not disjointed, as long as there is one enemy team member, that is behind the one that you're hitting, they will almost always be able to punish you with just about any signature, anything else that they could go ahead and throw out. The thing that Gauntlet does have going for it in like a 1v2 like that is like, hey, you just hug the side of the stage and you hope somebody gets impatient. So the way that the red team ended up playing towards the end, it was optimal. They had no reason to commit off stage. They had no reason to go for any edge guards. They sat there, they pressed safe signatures over and over again just because, hey, they're not on a timer. On the other hand, Amit is on a timer off stage, just waiting for the stage to yell at him until he's forced to go back on.
Yeah, and with that being said, and that team moving forward, we're going to be getting the winner, or who we just saw won, versus Safhir and Razox. On the other side of elimination side, Godly, Jakey versus Marker, and XJ Cool J. But before we go to those matches, we're going to go to a short break, and after that, we'll be back with top 6 of Spring Championship Doubles EU. See you soon.
No KO options, does get the side light, but Hughes still in the orange. There's the GC side sync. It's instantly punished from Hughes, and he is your two-time Brawlhalla 1v1 world champion.
To the top, gotta get to the top. If I fall down the hill, grip my bucket tight. Whatever the path, gotta figure it out.
On stage, the ground pound, no, there's not gonna be one, but Gosling could not connect on the wall. He GC taunted him.
That's a battle pass challenge. That's one for it. That's crazy. He did it.
Unlocked.
Don't know what somebody told you. It's probably best if you don't move. Just stay.
Kinda now in the center of the stage, misses the end light.
Look at that boy move.
Experience can only hit stairs, and now he's disarmed. Weapon spot comes in, he's got the gun. He gets the side air. Can he get the edge guard onto Loris? Loris makes it back. He gets the stairs. Is that gonna be it?
It should be. He won't be able to touch. And Kaina and Loris are going to be your BCX 2024 doubles champions.
Make time freeze while you watch take time. Listen and caught this.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we get into the rest of top 6 in EU, I have a quick announcement to make. Due to some technical difficulties, South American Double Championship will be postponed to next Sunday. So it's not after EU like it usually is. It's going to be next Sunday at 2 p.m. Brazil time. So please make sure if you're in South America waiting for those matches. We hope to see you there next week. But once again, due to technical difficulties, we will not have South America today. It will be next Sunday. Thank you all so much for your patience in this. But yeah, we'll see you next Sunday, hopefully.
Yeah, stuff, it happens. But everybody, in the meantime, guess what? We still have some more EU matches coming on up because we are well into the top 6 side of things, and we're going to be continuing on through the elimination side. So let's talk about the sets that we just had a chance to witness, to see. We got to see Marker and XJ Cool J take it over Rain and 7DLA in a 3-1, and we've also gotten a chance to see AMGG and Kimono take it over, I believe the opponents were Ahmet and Bamiyan, and now the opponents are going to be Safhir and Razox, and then for the aforementioned Marker and XJ Cool J, the opponents are a bit of a tough customer. They have Godly and the one and only Jakey, and I believe that is going to be the set that we're seeing right now coming on up.
Yeah, absolutely. These are two teams that are on one end you have PR2 and PR6 of EU doubles respectively versus Marker and XJ Cool J, who I believe are here on the back of some upsets. Yes, they are. So this is seed number 11 of the tournament. But everyone is on level 100 Legends except for Godly, who's on Bryn. But I would dare to say he probably knows how to play Bryn. This is the GOAT of EU for a reason. We get right into game number 1. XJ Cool J Marker versus Jakey and Godly here on Small Fortress of Lions.
Let's see how it ends up going. Godly already picking up the axe, just fighting 2 different 1v1s on opposite sides of the stage. Marker able to pick up a lance for himself. Godly, nice little 2-piece there as well. Now he's going off stage against Jakey. He's going out there just to go ahead and help out his teammate. Godly able to get a D-Light. Again, the hits are flying. Everybody's getting damage dealt onto them, and nobody is behind.
We get right into this. A lot of action off that right side wall. We saw XJ Cool J with the side airs fighting back. Nice signature or nice recovery for Marker to split up Godly and Jakey getting sent off stage. Marker with a great side air, and once again Marker, the MVP of his previous set, showing off here versus the likes of some of the best in EU2s.
Okay, Godly looking for the recovery. He's just looking for that KO onto XJ Cool J, but you know what? XJ Cool J is still going to be losing his stock though to the signature. D-Light Sir is going to go ahead and clean up that second one as well. Godly just closing things up here and keeping up the lead for the red team. D-Light Sir, Godly expecting an end light.
The down air comes out as well. The recovery high onto Jakey and the end light. No side light though. Another end light from Godly. He's poking with the spears. Exactly what you want to do on spear. A great disrupting tool, but that's the other thing you want to do on the spears. Find those KOs. Just jump ground pound. When spear players learn they can just ground pound to take KOs, it's a scary time.
It's like they remember. You know, they forget every once in a while. It's like, wait, I can do this from center stage and it still spikes? Okay, man, GG's. Hold my other weapon, I suppose. XJ Cool J, how do you make it back on? Not able to get the neutraler. He needed to hit his teammate so he could hopefully get a chase dodge, but alas, he did not connect it, and now he is all of a sudden down to his last stock. Marker not going to be losing his stock off the top quite yet. Jakey is going in. Godly and Jakey controlling the ground. Godly able to get the helicopter to go ahead and get Marker down to his last stock as well. This has been all red team so far.
And light comes out. We get an end sig into a little bit of team damage there as those Tesca signatures will actually hit your own teammate. Jakey making it back. Actually,
Wow.
Cool J getting a big combo with Marker as well. The recovery ends Godly's stock there. Godly now forced on his last shot. Jakey on the sunset of his with that pogo, and now the 2v1 combo. Godly knowing, but the Nair catches the platform movement recovery off the end, like gets hit with a weapon toss as well.
Yeah.
Nice, smart way to pick up on Godly, holding that platform. What is usually a safe haven for players in a 2v1 turns to his biggest enemy there.
Okay, Godly just occupying the right side of the stage for a second, able to get the down air sail into the double side air as well coming through. Actually, Cool J now going to be fighting for his life, but it looks like this game is going to be it for the blue team unless actually Cool J gets something absolutely nasty. He's looking to make that edge guard happen, but Godly sticking to the basics, the blin basics, just holding it down on the stage and eventually just knowing, hey, his opponent's going to fall into it.
Yeah, exactly what you want to do there. Godly and Jakey, although like we saw Marker do really, really solidly in a lot of those spots, it just kind of didn't matter because the red team seemed to be really, really solid there. The down air comes out there and we see Jakey. I mean, he's getting hit by actually Cool J, but then we see Godly on the other side. He's like,
it did hit the first two times.
Yeah, get the fan going.
Yeah.
Just keep throwing it out. Kind of shades of what Kaya does on her spear down Sig as well. But we see that work out very, very well for the red team. And I don't know. The blue team looked like they had a lot of good things going for them, but they got, like I really like the way they called out Godly holding on to that left side soft platform. But then it was like it didn't lead to anything. It didn't lead to a KO. That was their opportunity to really get back in the game. Actually, Cool J is coming out swinging though. Like round start, haymaker. You love to see that. The momentum and the energy is still there for the blue team.
That's right. Let's see how they'll be taking game number 2. Okay, Godly just backing up a little bit. Again, that Endlight has been his best friend on the spear at the moment. It's just been keeping everybody away. Actually, Cool J in a nasty position off stage, and there was just nothing that he has to do.
That's
that
aura.
was pure aura, that's right.
He forced him off stage. I mean, Godly plays a lot of Wushang in 1s as well as in 2s, so his spears looks really good. But sometimes when you have to recover versus Godly, it's like, you just don't make it back. The downer comes out, trades with it.
Downer, the double,
Nair, no, actually,
the
Cool J, make
triple.
it back, please.
Not
It hits
able
Godly
to-
downwards, though. Godly had a dodge, so he gets through the ground pound or the weapon toss, and it's all good. Recovery gets back to the stage.
He gets back on. He's been dealing so much damage. He's just controlling the stage. He's making it so difficult for anybody to get back on. He's holding on to the ground pound. And Jakey going to be closing that out with the sail into the weapon toss as well. All of a sudden, blue team, a minute into the game? Already actually Cool J on his last?
It's a tough call here as the red team continue to show off why they are seated high in this bracket. The recovery comes out from Godly. The Nair as well. Marker getting sent off stage. The side air back to the wall, but Jakey is winning that 1v1 with the gauntlets versus the XJ Cool J axe. Everywhere you go, it's failure for the blue team. They need to get back in this game. You need to find a way to stop the momentum, but the red team continue to snowball forward. The side air is a great way to start it. Godly getting forced off his first stock. The second as well onto Marker. Not enough to KO though.
Actually, Cool J, he does get the sail. He does put Godly off stage and does successfully disarm him. Godly going to be jumping into the recovery as Marker does close out the first of his stocks. Let's see if a blue team comeback is imminent. But right now, it's not looking that way, PJ.
The downer comes out and the signature nice
interruption.
save from XJ Cool J. Literally, if you don't hit that, your teammate's gone. So it's very important he found that. XJ Cool J's getting sent off stage. The end light as well, and Jakey getting the signature. That's it. Blue team losing both their stocks, and it's now 4 stocks to 1. This is kind of exactly just picking up where they left off in the last game. Nice ground pound for Marker, but Jakey gets some boots combos. He gets it all by himself. He doesn't need anybody else. The downer comes out, and Marker gets a ground pound. Doesn't matter.
That's it. That's it. He's done. That's going to be the stock. That's going to be the game. And that is going to now be a 2-0 game lead for the red team. So I have to say, I would like to have whatever Godly and Spear and Light have. You know, I'm really, really loving that because let me tell you, blue team was having an impossibly difficult time just approaching Godly at all. He sat there, he stood in place, and he was like, okay, you're going to approach, you're going to land on me. Step back and light every single day of the week. He was just able to keep blue team off of him. The next thing that red team had going is in the heat of battle, they were able to find so many quick 2v1 combos. They were able to convert a single hit into 2 hits, into 3 hits, and then just be able to find some moves that KO'd off of that as well. So their synergy right now is pretty difficult for the blue team to put a stop to.
It's tough. It's like, I mean, in that spot there, we saw Jakey take Marker all the way off stage, and you just can't make it back. It's just kind of complete domination from the red team. We'll see how the blue team fight off. Jakey starting off the game with a dash forward side light on the unarmed, so he gets the first strike there. That's a big
but he's
deal.
going out there off stage. He wanted that ground pound. He did not get it. But right now, Godly, he is the one dominating the stage. He is making the stage unsafe. XJ Cool J, you can't be holding on to that because right now it's Godly. It's Godly that's spinning the fan, not you.
Okay, we see a signature from Godly, and it actually finds a connection on the XJ Cool J. Jakey getting it done with the boots as well. The side light comes out. Nice down air follow-up. Godly with some more team damage onto Jakey. The recovery comes high, and now both the blue team members in terrible spots as you have to land versus this team. Nice ground pound to interrupt and actually save your teammate as well. Actually, Cool J with the Kaya pick working out already in this counter pick.
Godly just delaying his recovery as much as possible so that Jakey could help him out, because you saw actually Cool J was threatening with the ground pound, he was threatening with the down air. Godly delayed, and now red team has made it back onto the stage. Blue team, the recovery was just enough to be able to do it, but Godly's unarmed recovery was as well. Actually, Cool J gonna be going down as well.
Man, Godly spent like 20 seconds off stage to get KO'd by Ogrim recovery, man. That's a tough life. He saved his teammate. He avoided 3 edge guard attempts, and all it takes sometimes is an axe recovery. I feel that for sure. Jakey getting sent downwards with that propeller ground pound. Jakey.
This should be it?
Yeah, the Grow Pogo as well. Godly keeps his teammate in it with the weapon toss, but it's not enough. And Jakey now on your last stock. Godly losing his first as well. And the blue team, once again, the EU Classic Game 3 coming back in a big way.
Let's see if they'll be able to keep it that way. Marku just holding on to the recovery as long as possible. Godly able to get that end light. He tries to extend with a side sig. That was a little bit bold, but relatively unpunished. Catching blue team stacked. That is going to be XJ Cool J gone. Marku, I don't know if you can make it back on, but he does.
Crucial
Jakey goes
dodge.
right. Marku goes left, but he still loses his stock off the top. Both members of blue team on the last.
Yeah, and the red team steal a lead away now. Godly having his first stock as well. Jakey getting hit in this team combo is very worrisome for the red team.
Jakey's got to play it safe. He's got to get back on. He's got to stay away from all those D6.
Oh, he avoids the signature. The crazy movement to dash land backwards, back off stage to avoid that anti-airing signature. So smart. But Godly getting hit in the team combo. The bow recovery will find a KO. And Jakey has not left this side of the stage, but it's his side of the stage for a reason. The weapon toss comes out. The side air hits HJ Cool J. They both have to get forced back onto the wall, and Godly able to pick up a weapon. Jakey now on the right side of the stage saying, I'm going to hold on to my stock. I'm going to let Godly cook.
Again, it just put him off stage. Now he has to find a way to be able to land here. He eats a
What are we
sail.
doing, Marker? The ground pound. It doesn't get punished, though. We get hit with a weapon toss. The side light comes out from Jakey, forcing XJ Cool J off stage as well. The end light.
Ground pound! Jakey was ready to cover, but now it is Jakey who finds himself off stage. Godly is patrolling the stage.
There? Why did we do that? We get your teammate KO'd for it as well. Godly now in a 2v1 down light hit connects. XJ Cool J stops it with an end light. The side sig from Godly. The signatures are too much. What are we ground pounding? It's so scary to go for these options, but the blue team respect Godly too much.
They're respecting him a lot, and they're whiffing the punishes on him as well. He lands right into the end light. The spacing on the downer was so optimal. He gets the pogo, and now he's just playing so not committal. Okay.
Another signature, another whiff from Godly. That signature percentage is not looking good. The side air gets hit with the side air, and actually Cool J closes it out. It was close, but Godly kept whiffing signatures, and it eventually got punished. Godly put on a show in that game, but it wasn't enough.
So I feel like blue team has really figured out like the counter to what's going on here. This is a common thing that happens in SUs, where you have one of the teammates that is living for a very long time. They're the ones that are really dominating control of the stage. So what do? Well, you try to deplete all of the stocks on their teammate. And what ended up happening towards the end, Godly was quite healthy. Jakey was on his last stock. He was quite damaged, and so he started playing back a little bit. So what did the other team do? Well, they just simply started focusing onto Godly instead, and they got some really crazy 2v1 combos. While Jakey was playing back, we saw that when he was on the left side of the stage. He was playing off stage. He was taking a sweet old time getting back on. That is a double-edged sword of kind of like being behind in a stock in twos, right? Which is you want to play back, you want to play safe, but if you play too back and you play too safe and you're not interrupting the enemy team from comboing your own teammate, all of a sudden the stock lead that they've built up is gone, and we saw exactly that happen. Game 3 going to Marku and XJ Cool J, but I feel like Jakey and Godly, in my mind, in my heart, they still got this game forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's exactly what we've been seeing all EU long this weekend. You know, game 4 they win, but then they're not able to force game 5. We'll see if the tides change for the blue team here. The side air finds Godly. Godly struggled to pick up a weapon early on, to quite a bit of damage for it, and Marker with a deep side air closes out that stock now. Jakey having to hold on to the wall. Familiar friend, but not in this game. The end light sends Jakey off stage, and you make it back somehow, but you're worse for wear for sure.
Okay, Godly. Oh, that is so huge. Marku is quite deep off stage, but then so is Jakey. Both of them actually going quite unpunished for it. Is Godly going to go out there? Is he going to go for the edge guard? Is he going to be able to get it? Marku, evasive as always until the downer ends up sealing his fate. Is XJ Cool J going to be soon to follow Jakey with an optimal punish? Just saying, hey, you ground pounded and you whiffed it. Congratulations. You have given me
Jakey.
a huge opening.
GCN Sig Godly gets the propeller downwards as well with the ground pound. Marker having to make it back somehow. Jakey getting both of the blue team members in
in the downer. GC side like downer exchange. Oh, Cool
my
J makes it
goodness.
back, and Marker gets the ground pound as well onto Godly, and you go for it all. You gamble it all, and you lose big. The blue team take both stocks off that edge guard attempt from Jakey.
Yeah, Jakey, it was so close too. I thought that was going to be huge for the red team. Blue team just going to be taking full advantage of that now, and let's see how they're able to take it from here. You go big or you go home, and guess what? Jakey and Godly, they're in between at the moment still, actually.
Oh, Nair Cider, the weapon toss. Actually, Cool J, one guess. Godly gets the ground pound. Can you make it back? No, you can't. And a smart recovery from Godly to keep Marker away as well. And now the red team have a stock lead once again. Marker in a really bad spot. Unarmed versus the boots. The red
But
team
when you play
opting to
back
team
too
combo.
far, when you
Exactly.
can't interrupt the team combo, XJ Cool J already going to be in the yellow again. That is why you can't play it too safe. That is why you cannot be too afraid in a 2 setting. You have to go in. You have to save your teammate.
If Godly had the confidence to
actually, Cool
recover
J.
there, that's the end of the stock. Actually, Cool
Godly.
J makes it back. Godly, can you make it back? You're up a stock as well. Jakey holding on. Oh no, you're on your last stock, so Godly cannot afford that, buddy. Unarmed sidelight
my
finds
goodness.
the KO in the red team now. One team combo away, one good hit on the Marker away from taking this set and moving forward into top 4.
Yeah, and Godly is running away. He is letting Jakey play this 1v1 because he knows that he's going to be there and ready to back him up whenever he needs that help. If he loses that last stock, all of a sudden the game becomes a lot more doable. The Endlight whiffs. Godly's punish ends up whiffing as well. Okay.
And a chance now. The sidelight comes out. Sidelight into recovery.
That
Trying to
dodge was
isolate Godly. So
everything.
smart.
Okay.
Down air. Godly hits his own teammate. The recovery again to try to call it. Godly jumping to the corner. Marker forces himself on the wall. Jakey, at this point, might be better just let Godly get KO'd so Marker doesn't run away from you so much.
Yep. Oh, the Endlight punish as well. Nicely done. Picking up the lance. Going to be sticking it to the lance. Not able to get the recovery. Godly just playing it safe, playing it back. Able to get the combo. Still in a good position to do so. The Endlight, that is why multi-hits are so risky in 2s. Godly, he's still going to go away.
Unarmed recovery might start to KO relatively soon here, when maybe 1 or 2 more hits.
Okay.
Endlight into side stick, doesn't
Oh.
connect. The downer almost reversals onto Jakey. Jakey had to go sweat beats to make it back to the stage. Sidelight downer. Jakey
wanted to
dodging
call out.
sideways, and the recovery calls it out. If any other dodge goes out there from Jakey, he doesn't punish it. If he dodged in place or up, he gets KO'd, so very important. Even in those 2v1s where the red team look confident to take the set, you can never get too lazy off
Yep.
stage. So smart stuff from them. But the red team take it 3-1 to move forward into top 4.
I feel like a lot of that last stock can be explained by the positioning from Marker when XJ Cool J was on the stage and Marker was off stage. Again, I keep talking about it. You do not have the privilege of always playing back, of always playing safely when there's still 2 opponents on the screen, because you have to be active. You have to be an active member that is, if you're not comboing with your teammate, you have to be interrupting the team combos that transpire and attack your own teammate. And as a result, XJ Cool J took a lot more damage than he needed to, and he met a premature end. So nice job to Godly and Jakey. They're looking fantastic. The combos are looking amazing. Godly's control of the stage is looking dominating. Jakey's offstage presence is looking really fearsome. And I am afraid for anybody else that has to run into them like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're looking really solid. Obviously, they shouldn't be in the elimination side of bracket, but for that reason exactly, they're going to continue to move forward in the bracket. We got our next match slated up, though. We got AMGG and Kimono versus Safhir and Razox. So it's interesting, right? Because obviously we're in a different bracket format than last weekend, obviously, is 1v1s, but there was kind of like this understanding where it's like, can AMGG, formerly known as PRG, get it done at the Royale? Is he not going to be able to do it on Priya? And he's not even thinking about that right now because he's in top 5 of doubles with his teammate Kimono. So this is a very great showing from a first-time Royale placer in AMGG, and now he's getting it done in top 5 here of...
and he's doing it with the Rayman, isn't he?
Of the Rayman, yeah, Gauntlet. So he has a level 100 Gauntlet. It's who he used to main prior to Priya. And now we're seeing it here, and he's doing really, really well. It's exciting to see that.
Wow, we have come such a long way that we're praising somebody for getting into top 8 with Rayman. We're like, oh, after that's what happened with Priya, man.
Yeah.
But no, it's good. It's good. It's very good, in fact. His movement, his aggression, his decision making with the signatures as well. And then he still opted to play it safe when he needed to. I am loving AMGG's movement, I have to say. And then similarly, when he's paired with somebody like Kimono is playing truthfully like an animal. And that's what Onyx allows you to do. You have Cannon and you have Gauntlet. These are 2 weapons that in the right hands, they enable you to hold forward. And that is exactly what we got to see from Kimono, especially in his offstage gameplay. He was going out there. He was consistently setting up strings. He was getting all of his end lights and then going out there and finding a downer with Cannon as well. Kimono, he was out there, man. He was out there. He's going out there. And let's see if they'll be able to really keep up that game plan and keep that aggressive style going against Safhir and Razox.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, Safhir and Razox looked really, really solid in the previous set we watched them. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get away with the same game plan, I think. We don't see Demon Island getting banned away, and you know that team in Komodo and AMGG are going to take them to Demon Island almost immediately. So we got Ulgrim Kaya, a very consistent team comp, versus Kimono's Cannon. It can be a little scary. We saw when he gets away with what he wants to do on Cannon, how quickly the game gets stolen away. We'll see if the blue team can replicate that success from their previous set. We get into game 1 now. It's Razox Safhir versus AMGG Kimono.
That's right. Already Safhir opening off big, getting that end light. AMGG going to be opting for the axe at the moment. Endlight not going to be able to come through. That one is going to connect successfully. Kimono fighting an Endlight downer as well. Neutral Razox now just looking for a way to be able to land. Kimono, every single cannon hit is coming through, and it's the big hits too.
Nice conversion there from Safhir to force AMGG off stage. GC side sig doesn't find the mark though from Razox. Unfortunate for the Archer and Kaya. They're up as well. AMGG's hitting down there so many times. Please get off me. Please get off me. Stop juggling me, please.
Okay, AMGG looking for a way to be able to make it back onto the stage here. Red team just going to be focusing onto Kimono for a second. Able to get the Endlight, the reversal, putting Razox off stage from what was his stage control initially. The Cider to be able to call out the high recovery option. Safhir able to find one of his own, and now securing the stage for the red team. The positions keep on exchanging. Safhir opting just to focus onto Kimono. They might get the double stock because of that.
The Pogo comes in and the ground pound as well. Smart stuff from Razox to close out that edge guard. Kimono holding on to his first stock very, very well. Shades of the previous set, but you're at the sunset of it. It's very scary here, but the recovery comes in, finds the KO onto Razox, and Safhir in a bad spot. Does make it back, though, with the recovery, and also a KO to boot as well. So Safhir holding on to his first stock very well. You love to see this extra credit.
Okay, Kimono looking for the downer. Razox just landing right into the neutral. AMGG looking to get something started. Oh, man. Okay, that is going to be Safhir now knocked down to his second stock.
What is Kimono doing? He went for GC sidelight into the stage to hopefully get the spike hitbox off that angle, the geometry underneath the wall. Oh, and they get a little team combo there. Even with Safhir in the mix, they get the big team combo.
Oh, nice interruption from Razox. Really good. He saved his teammate from a lot of potential damage.
Another side air from Safhir hits both his teammate and Kimono. Kimono getting an Endlight there. Razox in a bad spot. Have to avoid ground pound. Now down air. Safhir getting the sideline to pop his teammate back up. Really smart stuff. Kimono flips it onto Razox once again, though. Kimono is isolating Razox and finally matches or catches the jump with the ground pound there.
He set up those edge guards countless times, but oh my goodness, that was a massive side stick from Safhir, evening up the game. And now AMGG left weaponless. He's just looking for any possible way to land. Okay, Kimono. He's going in against Safhir. AMGG finally does pick up the axe.
He cycles over to have gauntlets on his next stock here. If you lose the stock relatively quickly, you're high damage. So Safhir looking to fight back. Razox gets the recovery though. Okay, Endlight gets the dodge as well, but Safhir is there to assist his teammate and get him out of the team combo. A team combo for the red team with the downer to send Kimono in a bad spot. He makes it back, but takes almost a little bit more than 100 damage for this troubles there.
The damage finally ended, but at what cost? Kimono. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, it is Onyx, so maybe we'll be seeing the Onyx stick around for a little bit longer. AMGG whiffs the D-Sig. Safhir going out there for a ground pound, eats one of his own, but Kimono is deep off stage. Is he going to be able to make it back on? Yes, he will. AMGG...
What? They get the conversion after as well. Kimono dashes forward to try to knock AMGG out of his own down sig, or his end sig charge. I don't know what signature it was now that I think about it. But nonetheless, the blue team get away with murder, essentially. Insane.
Okay, but you know what? Safhir, he's able to get the ground pound, and now he makes it into a 1v1 in his favor. Axe up against Gauntlets. Axe does so well against Gauntlets because you have Silent, you have D-Light, you have Endlight as just ways to be able to call out all the different approaches. But the GC D-Light is huge.
Such great horizontal coverage there. Very smart. Safhir going off stage, looking to end it all with that recovery, but doesn't find it. The unarmed sidelight goes for the downlight as well to catch Safhir lacking towards the wall, but instead we make it back. Avoids another signature. AMGG, he can make this happen unarmed. One hit away, though.
Oh my gosh, it lingers. It is so active. Safhir, he's able to do it all off of that one axe ground pound that he desperately needed. Wow, what an amazing game.
Very, very important to somehow clutch that game out after like a catastrophe of a drop punish on AMGG.
That was a lot of spaghetti,
it was really
man.
funny. I hope we can see it. Okay, we're not going to see it, but it was just like so ridiculous because AMGG was like charging a signature and Kimono dashed forward and endlighted to try to get his teammate out of it, and he like that's clearly Kimono being like, let me knock you out of the charge of this so you don't get punished, and it didn't work, and they still get the KO somehow. So that was kind of crazy. They almost got away with it.
They deserve to get that stock after you know, AMGG was charging up like the side second the wrong direction, and then Kimono ends up missing his landing, and then Razox,
Yeah, I was like,
he
ooh.
missed his punish. He missed his punish as well. He was going for like a fun like GC option there, and then he missed his punish as well. So that was a little bit of spaghetti. You became Lil Jon for a second with that what, and now we're going into game 2. You know what? Good job to the red team, man. Taking game 1 like that from a 2v1, that was
Okay,
excellent.
Kimono. We gotta stop. Okay, we gotta stop dodging in place versus these cannon players, man. We can't give it to Kimono like this. He just gets the read every time, gets a side light. You get 4 or 5 more hits tacked onto your health because of that. Not a good start for the red team with Kimono getting so much damage. AMGG looking to find some KOs now.
Oh, that's huge. Kimono is now off stage. He's using up all of his jumps. Safhir goes for a huge jump call out with the sider after the D light. He doesn't actually find it though.
Nice nair. We send high. Kimono getting disarmed in that moment. You make it back here. Can you pick up a weapon? Yes, you do. Sidelight into recovery. Safhir dodges through it. AMGG on the other side. The first hit hits Razox. And Razox gets hit out of the side air. Safhir jumps into the second hit of the gauntlet side air and gets KO'd for
Razox.
it.
He's
That
able
was
to
crazy.
sneak in that seal and is able to close out Kimono's free stock. He's going out there. He's fighting. Safhir just sidelight neutral. Razox no recovery pick up onto Kimono. What is happening?
It's just chaos. I mean, this is just
Total
like,
chaos.
the buttons are getting hit right now for the red team. And the red team know they have an opportunity to really steal a lead away. We take the KO onto AMGG, and now Kimono's in a really bad spot. The weapon toss comes out, and the N-Sig as well. Not enough to KO. That's a move that's been hit with a lot of nerfs, and we see it there. Kimono holds on to his second stock.
Okay, he lands with the down air. He's controlling the stage. The sidelight ends up hitting his own teammate. He's able to get the down air. Is he going to be able to get the reversal off stage is the question. No, he's just opting to play it safely. He lands. The end light whiffs. He's off stage. And now look at what is happening to AMGG. Oh, he's on his last.
Yeah, this is looking tougher and tougher now for the blue team to get in this game. Safhir gets sent off stage. Nice charged up
okay.
breakdance from Kimono. Now the blue team with a chance to get back in this game. The odds are shifting quite frequently here in this match.
The game has just about evened up at this point, and in fact, blue team has a slight lead if you take into account Safhir's damage, but it's all up to AMGG's survivability. Honestly, I have not seen him get hit by any of those Lance recoveries. He has just looked at that and been like, okay, now I know how to land safely against you.
And then light comes out, Safhir dodging through that downer. The downers come out as well. Kimono hitting his own teammate and all that action, trying to cover that dodge in place from Safhir.
Missing the neutral there. That could have been such a huge punish. That N-Light usually sets up into amazing combos. AMGG going out there.
Wow.
The recovery getting stuffed out. Nicely spaced down from Razox. But right now, Safhir has to be careful.
So does Kimono in that spot, getting hit with a little team combo there. The nair comes out and an N-Light from Kimono closes out that stock on Razox. And now the attention goes to Safhir, who has to avoid that edge guard, gets the weapon toss up, but gets to the recovery and the down air
and he
snipes
doesn't
out the
avoid
drift.
it. Is he going to be able to make it back on? Razox tries to save him, but alas, to no avail. And now he has to fight this 2v1, which is definitely going to go to blue team. They have a huge lead at the moment, unless Razox can, of course, make something magical happen.
This wouldn't be the greatest clutch of all time, but it would be a very big deal for Razox to go up 2-0 in this set count, because this team combo will start to hit. Kimono gets a side light there. AMGG. The down air was a little bit too close to the ground to not get hit with your own teammate side light.
Okay. He's able to get back on.
What are we doing?
Kimono!
What are we
Kimono!
doing?
Don't do this,
Hello?
man. Chill out.
Okay, nice side light to interrupt
He
the
had
ground
the
pound.
lead. Oh, he
did.
chase dodged up. I'm surprised he didn't go for like the final side or anything.
Sweat beads, GC side light.
Okay.
I like the, side stick. I like the attempt from Razox, but that
didn't KO.
he made it back. What is going on? Oh,
The side
he flips
into the
Side
down
light.
stage spike. He makes it back on.
No, he doesn't. Kimono doesn't make it back.
No, he
AMGG
doesn't.
now in a 1v1.
He
An
does not do
opportunity
this.
for Razox. The side air into the side stick. Don't let it be you. He doesn't. It's not the greatest comeback ever, but it's definitely
It's up
close
there,
to
man.
it. It's up there. How
How
did you let that happen?
Okay, first of all,
What happened?
Okay,
It's
this
tragedy.
is odd. This is odd because I previously got to see AMGG and Kimono play it so patient in the 2v1 that they didn't commit off stage. So, by the way,
We caster cursed it. It was us or something.
maybe
That
one
was
of the
bad.
coolest bow combos. Stage spike with the sider into the downer like that. That was clean. That was pretty sick. As a bow player, like you look at that and you're like, oh, I wish I could hit that. That feels good. That looks good. That feels good to hit, man.
That's bad for the vibes. The vibes are at an all-time low.
That's
the blue
good for the
team,
vibes. That's amazing
for the
vibes.
blue team, you're like,
Oh,
we're
okay.
like, oops. Like, my bad. I know we've all been there in ranked where we're playing with a friend and we try to go for something goofy, but that's a big deal for the red team now. The blue team have to play 3 flawless games to win
I don't
this
know why
set.
they went off stage, man. You know, I'm gonna be totally honest with you.
I don't know what just
get
happened.
it. I don't get it.
And the 2v, and that's a double combo there, getting the big hit. AMGG getting sent off stage. The propeller downwards with that ground pound avoided the pogo once again. Man, the red team are picking up right where they left off.
That's
that
right.
has to feel good for the red team. For the blue team, vibes are down.
Vibes are down, but for the red team, vibes are
Oh
up,
my
especially
goodness.
if you can KO off the top like that. My goodness, AMGG, Sweatbeats coming out, able to get the dodge, but it does not matter because Safhir still has an Enlight with his name on it. Okay, Kimono, he's fighting for a chance to be able to get back onto the stage. Razox keeping his teammate away with that Enlight. Red team is running away with this full sprint.
I mean, you have to, right? Like, after that, you're like, man, we're feeling good. We got to win this game. We got to make sure the blue team don't have any opportunity to get the morale back here. GC downlight off stage from Kimono, looking to fight his way back to the stage, but to very little avail. It's just really tough. Nice signature from AMGG off stage. Sometimes you got to go back to the day one. When you're this far in the bracket, D-Light into Nair from Razox, who continues to do so much damage. On the other side, AMGG finds the stock onto Safhir, though. Very important.
Now, how do they close the stock on Razox, who gets back on? Nice punish on the whip D-Light there with the sail.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay. Oh.
no sidelight neutral. Oh my gosh, what an amazing way to be able to finish that, but that is okay because AMGG was still on the ground hunting that out. The ground pound comes out. That's a lot of damage onto Safhir.
Safhir looks to avoid there with the Nair. The Nair comes out, side air from Razox onto AMGG. D-Light sends off stage, and the double sidelight into recovery disarms Safhir.
Oh, and Razox gonna be eating that three-piece. He gets back on, but not before he's taken a couple of hits. AMGG has now split up from his teammate. Whiffing the D-Sig is gonna be a huge punish with the recovery. That was optimal. He tries to stop the momentum with the sidelight. I think that was a good idea, but it ultimately ended up in the double KO. I like the sidelight. I think he was kind of smart, but wrong space, wrong time.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to go for it, but if it doesn't work, you're in a bad spot. You get whiff punish pretty hard there.
Yeah, so now red team, they're quite deep into the gut at this point. Blue team is going to have to find that lethal move onto Safhir, which AMGG is successfully able to do. Enlight in the wrong direction.
Okay, AMGG avoiding that ground pound once again, very important. The Nair recovery doesn't hit AMGG. The downlight comes out. Okay, nice little team combo for the blue team. A chance. Side air into recovery. Nice damage, but a signature connects onto AMGG. We find the KO onto Razox, but it's not his last stock, so he's good.
Whoa, and Safhir is running away.
Recovery.
He goes all the way.
He does it too late. What are we doing? That finds a KO easily.
But you know, I like the attempt anyways. But hey, right now, if I am blue team, I am looking at Safhir. I want to get him off the screen, off the stage. And then just like that, a 2v1 combo comes through.
Nice damage there. Razox downlight into side air, forces Kimono off stage. AMGG flips it. Not again, please. Not again, please. Razox in a 2v1, an opportunity to clutch for his team. Again. Does he do it again? Okay, blue team so much more disciplined this time. Holding the center stage, not giving the 1v1. Signature gets punished. D-Light into Nair. Not enough to KO, though.
Just eating the weapon toss, eating the downer as well. I'm surprised no punish on the whip. GC D-Light.
Wait, okay. That got real scary when he sidelighted AMGG off stage, but a D-Light into Nair will close out the game. Similar to what we wanted to see in the last one, we go to game 4.
Wow, very nicely done. Once again, what happened, red team was a little bit split up.
Yep.
Whoever it was that was afraid of losing their stock, I believe it was Safhir. They were just able to deal a little bit of extra damage onto Razox. And then when they were both separated into 2 separate 1v1s, AMGG was able to play his correctly. He was able to get a stock for it and turn it into a 2v1. And then just as you mentioned, in this 2v1, they were a little bit more patient. They weren't doing anything that they really shouldn't have. And they were just able to secure that game. So nicely done for the blue team. Just as you said, win 2 games. The next team wins 1 game. And then if history repeats itself, it is going to be Safhir and Razox taking game number 4, as we have seen so far. Has every single set so far that you and I have casted, has it been a game 4?
Yes, it's been doggone the game 4. So we look to see that here. Can they force game number 5, the blue team? Obviously, it looks very different if you win that game that you didn't get the 2v1 on, but we're here now on Demon Island, the stage that the blue team found so much success on in the previous set. AMGG try to punish the signature with a sidelight. He gets hit with a double signature. Now both the blue team members getting caught in it and getting juggled so hard. The damage is so strong.
He's got to help his teammate. Kimono's looking for the option, but Safhir is just dealing so much damage onto AMGG. Razox goes out there for the downer. AMGG doesn't go for any reversals with any downers. He just wants to get back onto the stage. He just wants to play the game with his teammate.
Sidelight onto Razox. They're interrupting the signature. AMGG getting the recovery, giving some space for Kimono. Kimono fights back. GC downlight, recovery unarmed. The recovery comes out from Safhir. Doesn't KO. AMGG off the wall. Charge up side stick. Hasn't hit anybody yet. GC downlight recovery
is going to be able to do it. Wow. That is Safhir's first stock on, as well as AMGG's. Oh, Kimono with an incredible reversal, punishing Razox's overcommitment off stage.
I don't even think there's a way for him to be in that spot to get hit with that signature. It feels kind of like just too early, or it just didn't feel like the right option. And good on Kimono to get that accurate punish. Sidelight waits for the dodge recovery.
Nice.
Yeah, very clean.
Yeah, very nice way to just be able to punish somebody's jumps out, somebody's dodges up, because they're afraid usually of like sidelight sail. And so you'd alternate between sidelight sail recovery and ground pound from that position. Okay, Razox, I don't know what you're cooking, buddy.
He's spinning that. He's spinning that spear. Okay, we get a little team combo there. Nice weapon toss from AMGG, realizing my weapon is less important than getting my teammate out of this team combo. Sidelight Nair. It's both your teammate and Kimono. Kimono taking so much damage. Both the blue team members, one recovery away. Okay, maybe I lied. More recoveries away from getting KO'd. That recovery will take it. That's going to be a KO apiece for the red team.
That was a big team combo. Red team was on top of it. AMGG wasn't able to interrupt it in time, and Kimono took a beating. He's going out there. He's going off stage. Razox sacrificing his stock to maybe see if he could get it all. That's not good.
I don't know about that one. Oh, AMGG.
We don't know
I
about
guess
it because it didn't connect and he lost the stock for it. If it hit, it hit. If it didn't hit,
it's
well,
like he's crazy, he's back, he's the GOAT, best Kaya, whatever. But it didn't work. Recovery comes in, hits your own teammate. A charge up recovery would have potentially KO'd, but the end light comes out to punish, and now it's a 2v1, but Razox.
I've been in that position so many times where I'm like, yeah, axe down is going to punish Lance charge recovery, and then I get hit, and then I lose my stock off the top. So that was bold.
Yeah, absolutely. Hitting buttons on landing, definitely not the thing to do all the time, but it works when it does.
And light comes out. The sail going to be catching red team stacked. Razox on the corner. He's put off stage. The side sig almost
caught
Safhir.
There too. He's so smart. Safhir having to recover high. We get a 2v1. The GC downlight into Nair onto Safhir now, and the red team now. The ones in the deficit, the Dare comes out. No recovery. A Nair or recovery from either of the blue team's members will find the KO.
Wow, the blue team coming back. Those last two stocks were pivotal for them. They found so much mileage. They found so many team combos. Now, I have a question for you, PJ. What's going on with Razox off stage?
I don't know what Razox, like, that's like bold. That's like, that's not even a read at that point. That's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And that's a big like stock lead shift, and then all of a sudden the blue team get back in the game. That was a very big moment. So now, after the red team, after Razox made a 2v1 comeback, potentially the blue team with a 2-game-to-1 comeback going into game 5 now. We'll see if they can get it done. Reverse 3-0 imminent, potentially. We'll see. Oh, we go back to Demon Island. It didn't work the first 2 times. We'll see if it works this time. Kimono, I like this. Starting out of the gates with aggression on the cannon. This is what you need to do to continue to force or punish people for letting you go to Demon Island. But ground pound comes out. Safhir's gone.
That's it. That's already the first stock gone in 15 seconds, and Razox might be soon to follow. AMG a little bit too much drift to the left. He wasn't able to get the ground pound, but he keeps it going. Razox does land, but at what cost? Safhir eating so much damage. He's already in the yellow, PJ.
It's so bad now as Razox took so much damage, and now Safhir as well. The Enlight into Nair, into a double Nair. Nice damage, but nowhere near KOing. The Nair comes out onto Razox, and now Safhir is fighting with the Lance, trying to make something happen. Okay, MGG doesn't get the side arrow. Those GC sidelights. I love the reads there. GC downlight into Nair to call out the startup of down sig.
They're not connecting. They're getting punished. Razox knocked down to his second stock. So
wow, what a save.
The interruption, that was amazing.
So important. Kimono gets the end light onto Safhir. Now Razox dodging forward. AMGG looks to pick up with that axe Nair. And the blue team cannot be stopped. The momentum is shifting so far in their favor. The side sig team KO is unfortunate, but AMGG, he's still fighting on his first stock. He's willing to fight back.
He's just playing back a little bit. He is holding on to it. He's getting as much extra credit as possible. Kimono not going to be sent too deep off stage. What's going to be the next big opening? The Enlight is going to be able to KO successfully. Kimono now just going to be getting the sidelight, kicking Safhir off stage. Nicely done.
Oh, I like that attempt, but he delayed what he was going to go for eventually, which was the weapon toss, or the weapon, and Razox punished it with an air. I like that from Razox. He looks to flip that with an air into side air, but Kimono's dominating, literally.
And AMGG is nice and safe to go down and around, putting himself back onto stage and to safety.
Safhir took so much damage on the respawn as well. He got hit with a big 4-piece combo from both of the blue team's members. Nice double fighter on the weapon toss, and the weapon toss to follow up as well, and that's a double KO.
They needed this. They're back in it. Safhir in the yellow, but Razox now has the stock lead. How did this happen to blue team? This was going to be their game. They're making the comeback. They're making the reverse 3-0. What is going on?
They have to hold on to these stocks like they were doing in the last 2 games. Can they make these 2 stocks count? That's all that matters. The down air comes out. Razox in a bad spot. The ground pound gets interrupted, but the charge up side forces Razox on his last stock. Safhir having to recover very high.
Run away. Get out of there. Avoid the ground pound. Avoid all those moves. Razox doing everything he can to keep his teammate alive and keep his teammate in the game.
Nice
Razox
punish.
makes it back on, but can he get it onto the stage?
Okay, now it's some team combo, and Safhir can't really afford to interrupt it. And the damage is so strong. We charge up the side stick. It doesn't connect. Razox looking to fight back with the spear nair.
Safhir has to fight. He cannot be already out of the game. He needs to go in there and save his teammate who's getting punished on all these landings. The end light's able to come out, okay?
Oh, downlight into nair, not enough to KO on Ogrim. Sidelight into recovery onto Razox.
Still not enough. It's Demon Island. It's Kaya. Wow.
Razox has to land. AMGG looking for that KO with the downlight. That's a first KO. Can Razox do it again? He's going to have to here.
Oh,
Okay.
we're going to be seeing the same D-Sig formation? Not quite. AMGG just opting to play it as safe as possible. Tossing out that side sig.
Oh,
Exclamation
wait a
marks
minute.
coming out.
Okay, the weapon toss upwards to force the AMGG to hold the stage there. A weapon toss comes out. Razox unable to pick up a weapon. The weapon gets starved as well. Downlight
it.
into nair, and that's it. Kimono and AMGG reverse 3-0 and get it done.
The tragedy of the multi-hits in a 1v2.
Absolutely.
You think you're so clutch. You think you're ready to make that comeback. You land that neutral. You land that end light. You think you're so sick. You think you're so nasty. And then the other opponent, the other enemy teammate is right there behind you, just still ready to go ahead and punish you. Because let me tell you, that is a move that is out there for a very long time, which leaves you quite vulnerable. So it is tricky. It is so tricky with unarmed. The only way that you can really make a comeback on unarmed is either catch them stacked or you're hitting nothing but like side lights and siders and downers and edge guards, but none of the neutralers and none of the end lights.
Absolutely, and that's a big deal for AMGG and Kimono's legacy, because
Yes.
if they lose the set off of that 2v1 choke, big difference, but they lock in, they come back down 2-0, and they get the reverse 3-0 going, and once again, our first time Royale qualifier in the single side pushes forward into top 4 of the Spring Championship doubles.
And another really difficult thing happened that last game for Safhir and Razox, which was you saw the amount of damage onto Safhir, and you saw that he was playing it safe, and he was playing it slowly, and he was clinging onto the side of the stage because he didn't want to leave his teammate vulnerable in a future 2v1, which ended up happening anyways. And what did that mean? It meant that when Razox was on the stage, he was the one getting 2v1'd. His teammate was not there to save him. Safhir was not able to make it back onto the stage, and this very slight lead, it's not exactly a lead because of how behind Safhir was in damage, even though Razox still had the stock advantage and was quite healthy damage-wise, it ended up disappearing before their eyes. It's tricky. There is no right answer to these things. It's what makes doubles so difficult to find that opening to get back on. It's so ambiguous because you don't want to throw it all away, but everybody that is going to do it for PJ and I today, we're going to be going on into the top 4 of EU doubles. PJ, any final thoughts before we throw it over to the other casters?
Nothing for me, but before we go, we got Blaze Acno, and Blaze Acno is back. We had him all in our predictions, and he's making it into the winners finals. And then, of course, Godly Jakey versus AMGG and Kimono on the other side of this break. Stay tuned for top 4 Spring Championship EU doubles. See you soon.
It's fine. It's fine.
What's up, everybody? We are back here for the Spring Doubles Championship. We're going to be finishing up our top 4. They almost hit the bait and switch on us there with the Thea into the Red Raptor. Things get a little crazy here as the day gets long in the tooth, but it's almost over here. We're in our top 4 of Europe. Taza, and in our top 4, do you have it in front of you? What's our top 4?
Yeah, we got Blaze and Acno versus, I got to check the team name again just to be sure.
Munir,
in there.
and
Yeah. I mean, I usually just glance at the bracket, but that's how it is. And on the other side of the bracket, we've got a matchup that we literally left off on last time that we were up here, right? It's going to be Jakey and
AMGG and Kimono.
Yeah, Jakey and Godly versus AMGG and Kimono. So that'll be interesting. It was a 3-0 last time. I don't think we're starting there. I think we're starting on the winner's side, right?
That's correct.
So we'll get to them in just a little bit. Do you think Acno and Blaze will lose more than one game in this? Because they've been doing pretty good today.
Yeah. I think they're going to take this a 3-0 or a 3-1, but who knows? Munir and Taya could surprise us here and give them all the way a Game 5 here in the winners finals. As we're getting into this right now, you can see the legend choices in front of you, and it is classic. It's what we've come to know today, just in general in the EU 2v2 meta, and then, of course, today with Munir over on the Teska here.
Yeah. Although the surprise could be Munir's legend pick every single game, win or lose. That's the part that's going to catch us and possibly Blaze and Acno off guard. We're starting off game 1 with Munir taking a ton of damage. He is getting knocked around. Ooh, Taya joining.
They get it so fast every time.
Well, where's Munir going? Almost hitting Taya with the recovery there. Finally stabilizes, gets some damage onto Blaze, and decided to put Acno off the right side of the stage, which is right over to Blaze. Doesn't get the down tick, though, but the damage continues, and now Blaze, the most damage on the screen, does not stop Munir from landing that neutral signature, and everybody is starting to get a ton of damage on themselves right away.
Yeah, Munir's boots were looking really good. He was charging up the signature, and Blaze just hit him with the falling side air.
That's the second time I've seen Acno do that side light and a miss down light, just down airs right afterwards. You got to gravity cancel once you walk off stage with that attack. Acno
nice pick.
Narrowly avoids Taya's fully charged recovery and uses the dodge that he dodged the attack with to gravity cancel that recovery. Does go down, though. Taya secures the lead for the blue team.
Yeah, this is a fantastic lead for him right now. As long as Munir can keep things under control. His boots have been looking great so far. That's what he's done most of his damage with so far in this game. That's going to be a ground pound to finish off Taya's first stock. Munir just going to float as high as he can, try to get away using that soft platform as a safe landing zone before he turns on to Acno.
Yeah, narrowly avoided the recovery. Gets hit by Acno there that time, but Blaze wasn't ready to follow up, and Taya right there to be able to interrupt. Down air from Acno will stop him from getting hit by that side light. Nair, but very even game 1 here. Acno ground pounds off stage, waiting for a weapon to spawn up, and Munir punishes him.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Munir's boots are incredible. I don't know how much experience some of these EU players have against boots. Like, who's playing boots in EU? They're so ready. Queuing up basically the same finishing move that Blaze and Acno have been doing a lot by finishing it with the Lance recovery, charging that one up and hitting it after the setup move right into that. Okay, there's the spear recovery for the KO off the top.
Ooh.
Oh, just a little bit too quick, or maybe a little bit too slow.
I think he just did
that.
the wrong direction.
Okay.
Right, like if he pivoted the recovery there, it hits all angles there. But you're right. Like if it was super early, maybe he was going for off the top. Either way, Acno ends up going down. And whatever the case is, what we can agree on is that Blaze missed that recovery.
Yeah.
And now Taya is here with a second stock, up to Blaze's half of a stock here, as he's that damage going into game number 1. Acno does hit the neutral light, doesn't get the end-stick on the landing. The team combo into Munir, interrupted by Blaze, gets that sidelight there, but Taya so damaged, but still on 2 stocks.
And I think something we've already seen from both of these teams, just in this set, but also throughout the day, is like, okay, there's the end light for the KO, putting Taya back on a final stock.
That's it for Munir.
Another end light coming out. That's a double KO
but
there.
Taya steals the weapon away from the starve attempt from
nice.
Acno. Blaze has to wait for another weapon spawn, and Taya is going crazy on the Lance. Gets that cider, Acno sent flying. And this is not a good weapon setup for Acno and Blaze. They need Blaze to get over on the axe for the super clear combo starters here. Acno getting off the bow, looking for the spear himself. There it is. Gets that downlight cider and a downer from Blaze. They're going to have to do a few more of those. Sidelight, D-light, cider, to Sarah.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah. The setup of Lance bow, that's not their bread and butter for those 2v1s where like they can't get hit. The spear sets up so nicely for Blaze on either Lance or Axe to be able to jump. Like every time a spear downlight hits, you do a jump underneath your teammate so that you can stare them afterwards. The spear stare sends it at such a perfect angle to be able to get that follow-up, and we're going to see that here in just a little bit.
So one thing that we've already seen from both of these teams is their follow-ups are just like absolutely a cut above pretty much every other team that we've seen today. I mean, you can guess that given that they're the ones in the winners finals all the way this late in the bracket. But they really just do kind of look like the two best teams today.
And now, what do we got going on here? Moonir gets the ground pound on both of them. Okay, goes in for that side stick that would have been a super early knockout.
Taya was looking for the down air.
Is Moonir in trouble? Okay, he dodges back. I thought Blaze was going to land with the ground pound, but they switched focus over onto Taya, and that ground pound onto Taya won't take him out just yet.
Nice. So like me, a panicky Lance player would be like charging up my recovery there, and then I'd get interrupted. But that was a really smart weapon toss up. Taya knew exactly what he had left on his in-air movement option so he could get back.
Ooh. Hits that recovery. Taya now jumping around on stage, goes in for the neutral light, gets hit away by Acno. Acno looks for another neutral signature here. Moonir does go down. It was a good follow off the nair, and Blaze starts to get even more damage on the Taya, but Taya's been doing such a good job in these games, surviving very long. And it just barely didn't pay out in game number 1 because of how early Moonir went down, and that's what I'm looking for here in game 2.
Okay.
Oh, the weapon throw off the down stick. That was almost a stock.
Taya stuck over on the side. Moonir split off. Okay, they regroup. Moonir kind of playing around that soft platform on the right side. That down sig is going to get the KO off of the right side. Taya's going to be spawning back in after surviving for like almost a minute 20 on that first stock. Meanwhile, Blaze is in danger of getting knocked out and put on final. There's the sider from Taya. A little bit too close to the middle of the stage to get the KO. No exhausted recovery attempt there.
Well, Blaze has been without a weapon for a while. I fear that Blaze was just going to come back to the stage and lose that stock the second he picked something up. At least he didn't waste the next weapon that was primed. Acno falls in the neutral light, gets hit by the down stick into the Sarah. Acno's stock gone, and now it's 4 stocks to 2. Looking like Acno and Blaze are, well, it's weird, right? Because Moonir has shown that he can take 0 to orange damage in like 10 seconds. So we're going to have to see if that happens here in this game 2. One thing that we've also seen in game 2 is like the follow-ups from these teams when they're really far apart from one another, which is a lot of timing difficulty. Ooh. Unfortunately, he's only able to grab one with that because of the grab property, but he still hits the other member as well. Gets the KO off of it, and it's Acno. Done. That's the double KO, and Moonir and Taya are kind of shocking people here today. Certainly shocking me with how strong they are against Blaze and Acno. Very strong game 2. Not a lot to criticize there, honestly. Their team combos were fantastic. Moonir stopped getting caught in the middle of it. A lot less friendly fire. Acno and Blaze couldn't get anything started. And the stocks, as you can see, like we're looking at our own graphs here during the replays, but there are very quick buildups of damage into the stocks flying very, very fast, whereas the opposite can be said for the blue team. Here we go into game number 3. Back to Fortress of Lions. We got everything staying the same. Now, sort of the big outlier last game, which is like something that we don't say very often, was like Blaze was the weakest link of the red team. It happens from time to time. It happens, but it is him doing 284 damage only as Acno is sent into the blast zone 23 seconds into the game off of that side sig. Yeah, and Blaze is typically the consistent staple of any team that he's on. Yeah. So that's actually really worth calling out. Because so far, Acno here is getting deleted. Blaze taking more damage here, putting out some down sigs I don't even think would knock out if they even hit. So I don't know what he's looking for. Down sig from Acno. We'll get the read. Taya sent flying. There's the spike from Blaze. If Blaze can get this knockout here, this is pretty good. Gets the pogo from Acno. Okay, 5 stocks to 4. Yeah, all of a sudden we're back to a... Oh, I didn't know if there was going to be any more off the top of that. I didn't know if Moonir was going to go back and try and re-engage, and then Acno would find something. Another D-Light into the sider from Acno. He's been picking up so many people out of the air, which you can expect going against a Lance player. They like to play in the air, find those falling siders. Great timing on that to get through the blender that Acno sent out. Yeah, I've spent quite a few years watching players mispunish that down signature, but Moonir had the perfect timing, space to correctly put out the down to get the right charge, gets the stare, sends Blaze flying. Acno could be next, but there's ground pound, but no, they instead go to starve the weapons, gets the neutral and the Blaze, but Taya accidentally dashes forward instead of sidelining in place, so some friendly fire coming through, but Blaze might get deleted on his last stock that's here. The dodge. And taking the ground pound. Oh, Taya, I love that. That was so bold, and Moonir's there to hit the ground pound. They get the stock off of Blaze, putting him on the final. And that's going to be the stock off of Acno right behind it. 3 stocks for Moonir on this second. Very impressive, because they were behind for sure. They could get it on Acno again. He dodged back. Got hit by the recovery, doesn't get the pogos right afterwards. That's the shutdown onto Moonir. They can't even like punish any of those moves that Ty is whiffing. They're just not in position. They're both scared. Sidelight Nair on a Moonir, though, comes through. If they're able to side air Taya at this moment, no, Moonir's not got enough damage. I think Bo's on deck for Acno as well. Gets the ground pound to Taya, but that's okay.
Yeah, Taya expected with that side signature for Acno to stay low, either like a dodge down or just a fast fall right into it, but no, Acno stayed high.
Weapon throw, pick up into get hit by Sair. Not great. Taya going for the edge guard. Gravity cancel. I'm like, Taya destroyed Acno.
Yeah, that's a fantastic edge guard.
Yeah, Acno went for like a weapon throw forward, and then Taya was like, I see you. You're going to try to grab that weapon again. Catches Acno in the jump back with the side air. Weapon throw catches him in the jump, and then the gravity cancel in like covers the dodge. It was a fantastic stock, and then they just got the edge guard into Blaze. They're up 2-1 now. Individually, they're outplaying Acno and Blaze quite a bit, and as a team, they're not getting outplayed.
Yep.
So stack those elements against each other, and you just got a team that's going to win if Acno and Blaze don't make an adjustment. And the adjustment seems to be Acno switching to Bryn.
Now, our thoughts are a little bit higher on a team like Blaze and Acno, so in order to surprise us, you have to do like some pretty stellar follow-ups. One thing that they haven't been able to do is those stellar follow-ups. That was something that they were just doing so well earlier throughout the day, and it's kind of shut down. Maybe they get one hit or two, but they are not finding the combos that they had before, and the blue team is.
Meanwhile, yeah, Taya and Moonir have been doing it. I know that the Lance ground pound didn't give like the flashy finish, but it still resulted in the stock afterwards because Moonir was able to cover the wall with the ground pound in the case that it didn't. And that's how well they've been playing. Here, we see Blaze and Acno drop the setup off Accent Light with the side sig, which we've seen a few times this set, right? Like the Axe Recovery not following up right after a team combo had gotten started, which is all but guaranteed unless, of course, you misinput. So the tournament pressure is always there. But like you said, we're a little more critical of teams like Blaze and Acno who do it all the time. Now, with this adjustment from Acno switching to the double axe, they've got a lead for the first time since game 1.
Yeah, Acno's survivability is up. He's only halfway through this stock. Big ground pound from Blaze. Doesn't really set up for anything, though. He goes back onto the stage to regroup with Acno.
Acno putting up down air for down air. Team combo into the recovery. There goes Acno. Evens it up 4-4.
Man, I'm really impressed with Taya today. Like, Taya coming in PR4 to this, but, like, we don't really talk about Taya like we do Moonir and Acno and Blaze and Godly and players of that caliber. So it's really fun and exciting to see Taya doing so well today, really blending in with the legends of EU.
Yeah, I know Moonir just went down as a result of that, but Acno went from white to orange from that team combo until Blaze was able to stop it. And that could be them evening up the game pretty soon here. Taya burning both the red team members with that air. Side air, wake up from onto Blaze. He's sweating back down to the stage, and it looks like Taya was trying to cover Acno's landing, but that ground pound will disarm him. And now, no team combo coming out from the red team, but that recovery will take Taya down to 1 stock, and Moonir's out of there. 4 stocks to 1 now off this swap to the double axe.
Blue team definitely falling behind this game. You see 4 stocks to 1. The double axe is coming out. Do they have something prepped for the double axe to avoid any potential DI? Almost got that falling sider after the GC D-Light from Blaze.
And now we're back over to classics. Acno loves setting up the spear. Sidelight, D-Light, side air will definitely do it. Down sig, nice pivot off of the Sair. Some friendly fire there, but that's okay. They've got literally a whole stock and a half to play with. All right, and they are playing. That they are. There he goes. No knockout credit going over the red team at the very least.
That was all a game of coverage. Using the D-Sig to cover as much as you possibly can. Slide charging it so you didn't use any of your in-air movement opportunities to get down in that area around the corner so that Acno could get back if something crazy happened, if he got the team KO on his teammate. So yeah, I really like that. Even though it's like kind of silly and he got the KO off of it. I mean, look, he just did it there and got the KO off of it, but it wasn't on his team before in the set.
I am worried Moonir is going to play something like Thor. You know, like I'm worried he's looking at that and he's like head in his hands going, what legend's going to win me the set? This is a pretty big win here. Winner of this.
Just play Taros.
Taros is actually the more realistic option, right? Although I think Thor's technically better right now. I like Thor a lot. I haven't seen it at all. I think Orb's really, really strong. I think Orb and Blasters are like really high up there right now.
I heard some of the things you were saying about Reno as a legend and as a potential pick.
Oh, come on. Reno
I'm not feeling it, brother.
It's like signature problems with Reno. Although he does get D-Light and Sig true at certain damage, so that's funny.
At certain damage. That's like a massive
And then like Sidelight
asterisk.
Sig is like a 1 frame. It's such a great jumper.
Sidelight Sig is not a 1 frame.
Is it not 1 frame?
No, I
is
tested it.
Okay, what is it?
I got dodge window minimum 5.
Minimum 5? Oh, is that bad?
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot better now. I don't know what I'm talking
It
about.
could be my bad execution, but I don't think I would consistently
It's
be off
not
by
one. It's
4
not a
frames.
one frame. But I remember even before it used to be really good on certain dodges, even when it wasn't as good of a combo starter. Anyways, it's neither here nor there.
It's the Taros.
It is the Taros.
We're getting the Taros here. Normally, I would be
Yeah.
more okay with the Thor, but only if he talked to PJ. Because PJ locks in Thor when we play together in twos. And
I do like
one of the best
Thor
Thors
a
I've
lot,
ever seen.
but Axe I think is pretty strong, and
Yep.
Orb we just don't see that much in doubles. It is what it is. Also, this is just more of a comfort pick
Yep.
for Moonier.
I think there's no reason not to play the Taros here.
Oh, and the N-Sig coming through. Moonier showing that he's got the cheese. Oh, can he get another one here? I would have loved N-Sig in that position. Gets the down-sig instead, sends Acno flying. Meanwhile, red team trying to stabilize here. There goes Acno. Blaze does get the revenge knockout. He could get 2. He's dribbling with those down airs. Taya makes it back to stage. Can he get Moonier a weapon? I think Axe is on deck. We're going to find out. Goes in for the unarmed recovery, but Acno steals the weapon away from Moonier, and they might continue to starve. Yes, he does. Blaze picks up the lance. Acno could throw his axe away. They're looking for that secure onto Moonier.
There's the Axe. He's able to get over to the left side because Taya was over there to help him out. Oh, charging up the
Nice
Lance
charge.
recovery to get that KO all the way from the right side wall. That was a lot of damage that had to be added up onto Taya.
And the bait from Taya with the down heavy. I mean, I know we had like miscommunication last time we were on the blog about that, but that one I actually think it was,
Yeah.
right? Grab and cancel down heavy. They go for the punish. Moonier's there to get the hammer nair right afterwards to get the knockout, and now it's even up 4-4. Acno super damaged, gets side aired straight out of there. Team combo, no!
Oh!
Misspaces the end light. Thought he had more hit stun on him than he did, and Blaze will punish him for that with the side air. Could get a double knockout here if he's good about it. Weapon throw will stop Moonier from being able to follow up, and Blaze trying to get a dodge in with that down sig. Nice dodge from Moonier. can't land
He just keeps getting interrupted.
I mean, they're good
Oh
follow-ups.
no, and they got him. They got his stock off of that too. He just kept getting interrupted from like any form of momentum and flow with
Yeah.
like the weapon tosses or a stray hit here and there. And then he went over onto the wall to try and find some safety and just got deleted.
Sider will send Blaze flying. Acno gets hit by one nair. He's got to be careful here. Moonier is hunting him down, trying to hit him with the grapple hammer. You get that recovery, you can bring it back down to your teammate and tag on a ton of damage. Blaze has got to play lead here in this situation, and he's getting destroyed.
dude!
The stomp recovery, the stomp dare off of Blaze, or off of Taya, setting him back up. Moonier now brings Blaze into that damage to where either Acno or Blaze is going. Acno can't keep waiting. Blaze is getting destroyed in the 1v2.
And that's where that comfort from Taros comes in. Like all of the times he's done stuff like that on Hammer in the past, he's able to pick it up in that moment without a second thought. Weapon toss goes just a little bit low, so it doesn't interrupt Acno. He's going to be hunting for a weapon here. Munir's just over on the wall while Ty is trying to do the best that he can. The ground pound interacts with the stage instead of going along the wall, hitting Acno.
Ooh, and Taya goes in for a super unsafe dare. Blaze and Acno not willing to go first. Moonier goes for the recovery, reposition. Sidelight nair. Not going to take him out. And the side air does. Acno now in the 1v2. Moonier and Taya one stock away from getting into grands.
Acno's going to have to make up for all that time that he wasn't active. He has the weapon now. Wasn't able to get the neutral light in time. There's the in light there
recovery,
from
jump, and
Taya.
dodge. Okay, they don't go off stage for it. Acno, you got to be insane. What was that weapon throw? What? Okay, weapon spot comes in. I am so. What is he thinking? He even hit him with the weapon throw and didn't go in to re-grab it. And then you're just sitting there. I'm Foda now. Remember when Foda used to complain about this all the time? This not stopped happening. You're in a 1v2 with the weapon. The hardest thing that can happen. I'm done. Congratulations, Moonier and Taya.
That's a massive victory right there.
Yeah.
That is huge over Blaze and Acno.
It's really big, very well played. And then knowing better than to go off stage and give Acno a chance for a reversal there, and then being able to close that out in the 2v1 was fantastic. We saw that sider there from the juggle on Blaze was really good too. Moonier's Taros definitely did amazing here, and then we can see Acno without a weapon trying to find one and gets nared off the top of the stage, and they're gonna win 3-2.
Yeah, that's definitely a really tough way. Like, of course, all kudos to Taya and Mooney. That's a really tough way if you're Acno and Blaze to end up losing that set. Then went all the way to Game 5. At least in my mind, we even talked about it. Wouldn't go all the way to Game 5.
Yeah.
And it did.
Yeah. I think there's a strong chance that Acno and Blaze are able to run it back.
Yes.
However, I was thinking it was going to be an Acno Blaze versus Godly Jakey Grand Finals, and that's no longer possible.
Yes.
That at the best happens for third. And we might not even get Godly Jakey in top 3 because the matchup that we got coming up next is going to be Godly and Jakey going up against AMGG and Kimono. I'm very surprised to see them making that upset this far. I know that when we had watched this set earlier, it was a 3-0 where we were watching like the seesaw of performance where Kimono had a really rough game 1, and then AMGG didn't get past 250 damage for games 2 and 3. But they have been looking stronger and stronger as they've like almost gained synergy and powered up through the elimination side of the bracket, and I think they're going to look pretty different here in this rematch.
I mean, they're seed 12 going into this one, and they're guaranteed top 4. They took out seed 2, Safhir and Razox, before this, and then seed 8, Bamya and Amit, right before that on the beginning side of the lowers of top 8. So, like, they've already done incredible things so far in this bracket. It's still going. Their PRs are going to jump after this. They're seeded in the next tournament. It's also going to jump after this. I don't know if they're going to make it out to CEO.
Well, I know that AMGG is definitely just like rising across all fronts.
Absolutely.
Of Brawlhalla. There was in my head a very big question mark about, like, does this even change? Does your placements change? Do they matter now that Chakrum's not something that you're picking? I don't know if that was his pick in 2s, but now I'm seeing that doesn't matter. He's got 2 top 4 placements 2 weeks in a row in 2 different game modes. And it could go further depending on how they play here. I still think Godly and Jakey are big favorites to win, but I'm excited to see what they've got here in the rematch. Yeah,
regardless, it's sick to see AMGG doing this and making it all the way here and shutting down, like, I'm sure a lot of haters who were out there, of course, saying the same old, oh, you're boosted by Chakram, you're carried by Chakram, all that. He just said, like, sit down.
He was gaining placements long before the weapon was legal. And he's continuing to do so now that it might come back again. I don't know.
Who knows?
We haven't seen another singles bracket.
Who knows what the future holds?
That's right.
For the Chakram.
Yeah, that's correct. So here we go. Demon Island, game 1. Rematch of the Teska Dalsum going up against Onyx and Rayman. AMGG not matching Godly's energy with Dalsum himself this time. Default Rayman for game number 1. Here we go. Elimination semifinal. Winner of this goes in the top 3 to fight against Acno and Blaze. Will Godly and Jakey 6-0 AMGG and Kimono this weekend? Or will we see a different result? We're going to find out. It doesn't matter if you're 1-1 if you win the set in losers.
That is true. That is so true, because not only do you win that set, putting yourself ahead in that tie, but you also knock them out of the tournament, which has got to feel good. Jakey, grabs another one. Actually grabbed Kimono twice. I didn't know if he grabbed AMG or AMGG or Kimono on that one, but it was Kimono.
Kimono gets that neutral light. Ends up catching AMGG at the same time. Oh, Siders off the side of the stage. A crazy, I don't even know what connected. They all just kind of explode up to the top of the stage. Godly gets 1 Ensig, and that's going to take AMGG down. Let's see if Kimono can get a revenge stock. He cannot. Godly drifts back to the stage, and now we're looking for the first stock for the blue team. There it is on Jakey. Godly goes down to a ground pound off the cannon neutral light. Great combo. They take the lead.
Yeah, they were absolutely ready for that one. Easy pickup for him. And Kimono, the only person surviving on this first stock, wanting to continue that cannon pressure, not swapping out as the new weapon spawned in. Trying to land with a downer, but does get punished and disarmed after the in-light from Godly, who immediately turns over to AMGG.
Wow, and the crazy team combo indeed. Gets the side air onto Kimono, finally takes him down. AMGG gets hit by the down the weapon throw. That's the stock. Double knockout into a 4 stock, the 3 lead. And we've seen that when AMGG gets into these situations, the game tends to end with a 250 damage scoreline and them going down while Kimono has 2 stocks.
And right after that, you saw why Godly chose to focus more on AMGG so that he can add up that damage. Then all of a sudden, Kimono wants to come in, help his teammate, turn around, hit the axe inlight or hit the axe sider to get the KO, and then finish up AMGG after that. So you get the full team wipe off.
Yeah, when you're particularly skilled at Brawlhalla, a nice thing that you can do is, like, when you're in your team combo and you've got it down so well that you can do it with your eyes closed, instead of closing your eyes, just watch what the other person's doing, and then you just target switch instead of doing your normal follow-up, and we can see so much mileage being made off of that now. As Kimono goes down, Jakey does go down in revenge, but AMGG is now in deep orange.
Oh, and that dodge was really good for AMG. That got him away from the red team options, but also a downer that came in from Kimono. That could have been disastrous given how damaged AMGG is on this. There's the neutral air. Again, the pressure from Kimono doesn't get the splash on the ground pound big enough to hit Jakey. He's able to get back.
This was a disastrous misplay by Godly. And if they win this, they're lucky. He spent the entire stock, this deep red second stock, jumping back to Demon Island while Jakey got team comboed. And we've talked about that a lot. I think Jakey's going to go down for it. Let's see if he can make it back. If Godly can hold on to this, then bravo. But I think AMGG and Kimono deserve to win this. But AMGG goes down first. And Jakey gets a team combo with Godly. Let's see that Nair coming through. Weapon spawn picked up now. The 1v2 way harder to play through here, but Kimono does get the D-Light Nair.
That's the
There's the
KO,
ground
but it instantly leads to Godly getting the answer right back after that and securing things with a KO. And we actually have really good damage numbers coming out from the blue
AMGG
team.
towards the end, yeah.
Yeah, it was like low 500 and then like mid 400.
I do feel
so not bad at all.
strongly about like Godly being in like unarmed sidelight knockout range and jumping all the way back to stage there while Jakey was sent into this damage because of a team combo. And then you see Godly going down there. Really well played from Jakey to survive as long as he did during all of that. But we'll see if that continues to happen over the next few games, because that was a lot closer than I think that it should have been.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you on that. Some of that is exactly like you said. It's some misplays that happen from the red team. But also, I mean, since we saw healthy damage numbers coming out from the blue team, I think that's AMGG, like stepping things up. That's Kimono, like kind of doing the things that Kimono was doing before. Dropping bombs with the in-light, finding great follow-ups as well. Good juggle game, too.
Nair's coming through, bunch of pummels from Kimono. Tries to go for a weapon throw Nair, but Jakey just holds his ground. Sends Kimono flying, and Kimono's taking the most damage. AMGG does get Jakey. Nice Nair and a gravity cancel end light. Tries to go over onto Godly, and Jakey continues to take some damage here. But so far, so good for the red team. Trades are going in their favor. Sidelight Nair. Oh, but the save from the teammate, man, it's just 4 gauntlets on the screen.
Yep. We are kind of back to what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
We've seen 4 axes on the screen. We've seen 4 gauntlets on the screen. Now we're seeing potentially Kimono off of the screen
Where's
as
MGG
he
going?
falls into the blast zone. That was just weak comms. That had to be
Yeah,
weak comms
you're
where
right.
Kimono isn't there calling out that I'm done, I'm going down, do not try and save me.
And you could kind of see it in the movement too. AMG didn't fast fall, was already in that position. There was a hesitation.
Yes.
Wait, what do I do now that I'm out here? And the answer was get edge guarded by Godly. Unarmed, D-like ground pound. And now a ton of damage on the Jakey comes through, but Kimono and AMGG taking so much. Godly could go for the reversal here. He tries. That Haymaker called out the option AMGG chose. It was just a little too soon. And Godly's still holding on to 3 stocks. Let's see how much longer he can do that.
Now, even though the red team won last game, we're going to need Jakey to kind of step it up this game, as he's the only one on the field right now, as Godly spawns back in. Does get a KO off of that, but he only did 323 damage last game compared to Godly's 615. So he's going to have to up it just a little bit if he wants some more healthy damage numbers, as Godly is getting hit, but there is the interruption from Jakey. But still, the blue team dealt a lot of damage in that moment, even in the aftermath of it, onto Jakey as well. There's the grab out from AMGG. Weapon toss goes up. Jakey's not able to grab it, but he is able to get back to the main platform, getting past the grab out from AMGG.
Yeah. Jakey now with gauntlets could go in for a side sig, down sig. Both could take out AMGG. Goes for the side sig on Kimono. That deletes that stock. You're kidding me. Wow. Teska ignores defense, apparently.
And Jakey is absolutely stepping it up this game. Yeah, that's it. It's done. That was complete destruction coming from the red team. It was just over.
6-0 is looking likely. We'll see if they've got something different to try. Like you said, or like we both said, right? Godly and Jakey are like many favorites for top 2, top 3, if not to win, right? I think most people had Acno and Blaze to win.
Yes.
But this is seed 12 we're talking about. Made considerable upsets to get this far. And to say that you were double eliminated by the team that got minimum 3rd is not, it's not bad.
Especially when the names that are on that team are, especially Godly, but also Jakey as well.
I know it sounds like I'm giving up on them. I'm giving up on them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly saying.
This is pretty rough. We're going to see what happens here in Game 3. No changes from characters. We're just going to focus up. We're going to see if AMGG and Kimono can play their hearts out here to bring it to a Game 4. Here we go. Oh, not a good start.
Oh.
Very, very bad start.
Are they going to get AMG? Okay, he's able to get back up.
No, he's not.
After that hit.
He's in trouble. He's still in trouble.
I think he gets through. Imagine he turns.
No, AMGG is going to go down somehow, I promise.
Okay, it's time to get away from the wall. Please, please.
Hey,
Okay.
Kimono, it's your turn. Let's go. Gauntlet there. Get off the right side of the stage. Come on. Side sig right back in the... Oh, Jakey styled on that. I think the optimal thing was to send them off stage for the edge guard, but he sent them back into Godly to continue comboing. Oh. All right, well... Let's Gauntlet Nair our ways off the side of the stage again. Come on. Okay, Kimono's able to equalize a bit.
Of course, he went for the side light into the side air because Jakey came in with the GCD light that didn't end up hitting, so his dodge was done.
Let's see. Side light goes in for that down air right afterwards. Jakey getting even more damage on him, and Kimono running for his life. That's going to be the side
Yep, he's ready for it.
Jakey goes
And
for
they
the
almost got
down
that
light.
one off of Kimono, too.
Yeah. Oh, misses the D-Light Nair. Godly goes down to his second stock. Team combo to Jakey. Comeback potential here. Okay, DIs. No,
Yeah,
you can't
you gotta be
double,
ready.
You can't double unarm end light there. Do downlight or something. That could have been it. Although they do manage to clean up that stock.
Oh, just a little bit too high on that neutral signature coming out from Godly. AMGG was able to get down below, but when he touches the ground the next time, out came the in-light. And now he's taking pressure from Jakey.
what
The
a
dodge is
read.
burned.
Jakey tried to go literally tried to take him into the blast zone, missed the final move.
You're not playing Lance, brother.
Luckily, he was damaged, right? He was pretty damaged, so it's okay to lose that there. A little bit of overconfidence from the red team has brought this game to a closer state than I expected, but still, oh, wait, Jakey, what are you doing? That was risky. Godly goes in for the hard read on the downlight, misspaces it though.
Kimono's just been playing the straight hit game so far, doing a lot of down airs, doing a lot of in-lights.
Jakey's
he hits his
taking enough
teammate.
damage, but I think they're both in like, yep, down tick comes through. Okay, Kimono down airing around, but Godly still has 2 stocks. Jakey goes for the downlight, no dodge for a bit. Can Godly get this weapon? No, Kimono weapon starving in the 1v2, but that team combo almost does it. I wonder if like active input Sarah would have made it slow enough that Godly could have done something, but it gets the landing with side sig. That's a 3-0. Pretty dominant.
Yeah, that's the 6-0 that you were talking about earlier. That's going to send Kimono and AMGG packing. Unfortunately for them, a 4th place finish, so they don't quite make it to the podium,
Right
but
before it.
fortunately, still seed 12. That's
Yeah.
huge. They had an
Yeah.
incredible breakout tournament performance here in the Spring Doubles Championship for you.
Yeah, that is saying that there is no expectation of them to even get top 8.
Yep.
And to get through top 8 on the elimination side means that you fight the 7th place match, the 5th place match, 4th place match. You fight so many of the top teams in a row. So it really does wonders for your power ranking, even if it doesn't do wonders for your prize earnings. But that's going to be it for AMGG and Kimono. Well played. Hope to see more from them. And now we've got our top 3 decided.
We do. It is going to be Blaze and Acno versus Godly and Jakey. That'll be on the elimination final side of things. And then on the top side, of course, it is Munir and Taya. We got to see Taya's stats, man. How many top 8s has Taya had? Like, PR5, yeah, only, I don't know how many 4 top 8s, only 2 top 3s, excuse me. So this is a huge day for Taya. I can't wait to see what Taya and Munir have for the rest of us in this bracket. We're going to be going to a short break, and we'll be right back in just a few moments.
turn the sunshine into love, and I can keep on dreaming. Something like a spaceship from above, and you give me that feeling, yeah. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. I'm gonna tell you something just for free. I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not here to waste nobody's time, so we should both be leaving. Now you turn my world upside down. I'm bouncing off the ceiling, yeah.
Go on, Tazza.
Welcome back.
We're on the broadcast, brother.
It's Cassidy. that was the legend.
You're
I got
right.
it wrong. I said Reno.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're close.
Yeah,
They're
I
both
saw the
like,
blasters. I got so excited.
They're both cow people.
That's right. Similar. They both wear hats.
Yeah.
That was close.
Yeah.
Hopefully chat did better. We're in top 3. It's the EU Spring Championship. I almost said summer. It's hot enough to feel like it's summer.
That is
At least
certainly
here in
true.
Georgia. it's like 90 degrees outside. We've got Blaze and Acno not on Grant's side. No, they got upset. 3-2
Aw.
are now they got very upset. Yeah, they got upset.
Who made Acno cry?
Literally crying down into the elimination bracket. Hopefully he's feeling better now because he still has to play.
Yep.
Going up against Godly and Jakey. Matchup that has not happened this weekend. I was expecting to see this in winners finals. Oh wait, it did happen actually. I'm going crazy. I think it was.
Did it?
It was literally a semis.
Oh,
match,
it was.
wasn't
Yeah. You're right.
And it was a 3-1.
It was upper semis.
So this is a matchup where I didn't watch it as closely as say the matchup we saw before, where we saw 2 3-0s in a row, to where I can confidently say, hey, it's going to be 3-1 again. But I do give it in favor of Blaze and Acno just because of their winning this year. And even if we went back into the rematch in Grands, like Blaze and Acno 3-0 their way through Godly and Jakey, I think they've got a strong shot to win the whole thing. Strong shot, rather. So let's see how it plays out here. Godly and Jakey are looking a lot better through this elimination side of the bracket.
Yeah, let's see if Blaze and Acno could kind of get that, like, that fuel that they had before, those constant follow-ups that they're able to find. Blaze is going to start things off nicely here. Okay, they're starting it off. Do they get the KO onto Jakey here? Ooh. There's the side air all the way on the right side from Acno. And it seems like they're back a little bit, at least so far in this set.
Yeah, looking like they know exactly what they want to do with their game plan here, especially starting out on the dome. Jakey gets a good starter on to Acno, but Godly was stuck in hit stun, so he wasn't able to follow up. Doesn't matter, though. Jakey just winning the 1v1 against Acno and then getting the combo onto Blaze.
Okay, there's the unarmed neutral air coming in from Acno. He grabs the bow, instantly neutral air, and then instant recovery on both members of the red team, 1 for 1. Ooh, we're seeing Blaze just like, he's flying around the stage, hitting his side airs, hitting his, he misinputs the jump there as Acno gets taken off the left side.
Yeah, rough ground pound to miss. Neutral Sig will take down Blaze, but it's 4 stocks to 4. Godly and Jakey have been having to work very hard just to scratch the surface against the blue team here. And now Blaze gets Lance, side airs right through, does save Acno, gets some extra damage as well. Jakey could go down, Pogo, double Pogo, no, dodges the second hit. Holds on for just a little bit longer. But both Godly and Jakey can't really get started here. Nice job with the neutral sig. Teska's signatures are so good in doubles when they connect because you basically use their teammate as a hitbox.
And there's also a lot of movement in them, so it can be a little bit difficult to punish, like, as the move is happening, as opposed to being locked in the same place. All right, Acno, that's a big answer there. Gonna push this lead even further. Both Acno and Blaze only midway through their second stock. They have weapon control. Jakey's gonna be hunting for one. Does get it with a neutral light.
Sidelight and air from Blaze. Tags on even more damage from
Nice.
Godly. Sidelight, D-Light, neutral light. So much damage to be putting on here. Jakey, getting hit by Axe,
Nice
Sidelight
interruption.
and air. Not a great start. And down to clears the board. Yes, friendly fire. I will say worth. You did enough damage there to where when Blaze gets back, he's only gonna have to hit one move. That was awesome.
What was that, man?
Yeah, that's like your teammate stuck in a signature they regret,
Yeah.
and you hit them with the lowest damaging move.
Yeah.
To save them.
Although it does put you in a lot of stun time, so that could have potentially put him in so much stun that he
What's
gets
more stun time, being
counter-punished.
stuck on the ground or an unarmed D-Light?
That's a good question. And they wrapped that one up real quick, Mr. Tazza. Dude, look at
186.
Acno, man. 662 damage and 4 KOs. He put the game on his back. And then Blaze was just flying around doing his own thing.
Godly took an
444.
impressive amount of damage.
Yeah, that's true.
He did 186 and took 623. So he was around. You know, seeing the sights of Miami Dome. We're going to see that side sig to the right. And then side sig to the left. And then doesn't side sig Blaze. But he does eventually down sig him. So.
Beautiful, hitting everybody with that one, even though he KOs his own teammate. It was absolutely worth.
The replay was him taking Blaze out, but yeah, you're right. It was just the damage was so good. Godly takes a note out of Moonier's book and then says, I like this Taros character. Gets the same shovel. It's the Spring Championship, but he's got, you know, antlers. I don't know why. There's so many winter-themed characters that are meta.
I think that's a
in
testament
doubles.
to the artist of this game, that like Taros has a lot of cool skins, and you'll still have someone rocking like a 2015 skin.
Yeah,
with Wreck the Hall's
I
Taros.
mean,
That's sick.
people just like, they kind of find their loadout and they stick with it, right? Not everyone's like that. You've got some character loyalists. Like once something new comes out, you got something completely different. Queen Nai mains are loving the most recent battle pass, for example. But no Queen Nai on the screen here. We've got Acno on Kaya, Nair and Godly around. Good dodge
Nice
in the headlight.
and then the hold on the signature so Godly can jump out of the way and not
was
get
like
hit.
3 punishes on punishing teammates there in a row. Side sig on a Jakey, and then Blaze
Nice.
getting hit, and then Gauntlet recovery onto Blaze. Stop
Nice.
Sarah onto Acno. There we go. Lead for the red team. The Taros is what they needed.
Not that they have like the biggest lead in the world by any means at this moment, but Godly is, you know,
It can very quickly get a lot
making
bigger.
it a little bit easy looking. Okay, see if they can secure
Ground
this
pound here.
KO onto Jakey. He's able to get back.
Ooh, and misses the D-Lights. Doesn't get the cider afterwards. Raw recovery, not going to knock out.
Nice.
That's Pogo will do it. I cannot believe it. I think Blaze got that Sair in before. Yeah. That was a spear Sair that would have knocked out, but Blaze took the credit with the Sair. Great reaction coming out from him. So ready to be able to fall off his teammates, but he's taking a lot of damage. Godly, however, is going to join him. Double D-Light side air into Nair from Acno. Means that the red team is just about even with the blue team now after starting off with a lead.
Godly's looking for the setups.
Oh,
He's looking
recovery?
for the stomps. He's not finding him so far. Even the side light gets dodged through by Acno. He's going to be on his own for just a second as Blaze is respawning back in. Sends Jakey away with the down air.
Down
and then
sig.
hits the D-Sig onto Godly,
That
getting the
knocks
KO,
out.
but Jakey is
Okay.
on his tail.
Ooh, but then Blaze hits the recovery on Acno. Acno goes into orange.
Nice
D-Light
pickup
side air. Okay,
off
they
the
got
team damage from Godly.
They opt to go for the team combo on Godly after sending Jakey off stage. I like that a lot. Jakey, that's a
He's
lot.
the D-Light Lord.
That's a lot of risk taking in a situation where you don't got a lot of room to take risk. But he manages to make it back. That was scary. Godly stomps air, not punished. And Blaze caught in
This
his
is scary.
recovery. Neutral air into recovery. D-Light recovery. Oh, Godly can't get the stomp. If he got the stomp, that leads to the dare. That could have been a knockout off the top. They can try it again. And Sig into neutral air. No, Godly does not get the swing. But Acno still takes a ton of damage. Sends Jakey flying, but Jakey's still on 2 stocks. Godly barely damaged.
Jakey back to the main platform, but does get hit by the onstage ground pound coming out from Acno, and he didn't get punished for it afterward. There's a nice Sair, and then a pickup from Jakey off of that too, wanting to try and take Blaze off the top. There's a side light, instantly punished. Nice down air. It's an unarmed fight.
Oh, yeah, Acno winning it, too. Several unarmed recoveries coming out. Gets the... I thought Blaze was going to go for the Lance recovery right afterwards, but oh, Jakey does do the pivot side air to try to bring Blaze in, but no, Godly goes down. The side air coming up from Blaze. Acno taking the lead unarmed versus Boots. Side light, D-light, side air. Blaze gets the weapon throw right afterwards. It's the best he could have done. Jakey with nothing gets ground pounded, and Acno and Blaze clutch game 2 after the character swap coming out from Godly, who's managed to double his damage, but still stays actually not the lowest on the board. Blaze only did 328. Man, Acno was 763.
Dude, he's going crazy today. That's like the second game where we've seen like Blaze's damage and been like, oh, that's not great. But then you look on the other side and it's like, oh yeah, that's just Acno going crazy mode.
Yeah, and in Blaze's defense, he is setting up a lot for Acno.
Oh, absolutely.
Here,
He's certainly active in this game. Like, he still got half of the KOs there as well. Took almost as much damage as Acno. But again, like, we also have Jakey taking a lot of damage too, 621. So averaging
it's
about
a bloodbath, and they're
208 per
hitting
stock.
each other quite a bit. But I think as close as that was, it was still a game win for Blaze and Acno after a very dominant game 1. So it's match point now.
Yep.
We might get that 3-1 scoreline again. We'll see what Godly's got. I don't know if he's going to stay on the Taros after that. We're going to find out in stage striking right now. Looks like, what is Godly on? Is that Onyx?
I can't. Yeah, it looks like Onyx.
might
I
be
can't
Onyx.
tell the dun over the face. Yes, it is Onyx. Of course, Jakey's still sticking with the Tesca. That level 100 Tesca. We have 2 level 100s in this, Blaze's Ulgrim and Jakey's Tesca.
Acno, not quite there yet, which is a surprise. He's played Kaya for quite a while now. The level 100 Legend, that's like, it's an insane amount of game time. You're looking up the level right now, aren't you?
Yeah.
We'll see what he's at. Miami Dome for game number 3. I think Acno and Blaze play phenomenally here. So let's see if this was a mistake for Red Team to leave this open. We're going to game 3 here. If Godly and Jakey lose this, they are out at 3rd, and Blaze and Acno will get their rematch up in the grand finals against Munir's team. Down sig comes through. Acno looks for the ground pound, and Blaze holds center. Jakey does not get that combo with the down air, and Blaze just divides the trouble in the center of the stage with that down signature. Goes forward with that down light, stopped by Blaze. D-Light Nair, recovery, not going to knock out Godly simply by the grace of his character. That defense being high enough to hold on, but D-Light side air, not going to be able to hold on that time, and Jakey has to avoid being caught in between both of these
interruption
Titans.
Before the force dump at the end of that move. So Jakey doesn't get the edge guard setup. He doesn't get the KO off of that either. It is a level 82 Kaya coming out from Acno. It is his highest leveled legend. So not a surprise there, but he also has a level 78 Brent and a level 77 and a Val and a level 75 Koji. So he just has that's 4 or 5 really highly leveled legends.
That's like an even spread for sure.
And I feel like that's just like the eras of Acno, right?
Gets the recovery as well. All right, evens it up 4-4, looking good, but still in favor of Acno and Blaze when it comes to momentum. Let's see, the weapon spawns comes in. Oh, that's a tough spawn to cover. For both of them. They could have gotten caught in between both of them. Nice down air right afterwards. Gets the recovery. Blaze goes for the recovery again. Side stick going to knock Godly out.
He turns
Jakey has to dip
around.
low, and the chainsaw narrowly avoids the blades.
And then the D-Sig coming in from Acno as well. Just the zone coverage that they have, putting the fear of everything into Jakey while he's on his second stock, doesn't want to be put on a final.
Why does he get a weapon? Okay, there it goes. Spawns in the center. What has he got? Goes in for pickup recovery there from Acno. Godly gets something started. Accidental friendly fire. But he gets the punish on the Jakey for going for a very high committal move. The most committal on gauntlets that you can get. Neutral light. Leads to the sidelight sider. Jakey goes down. Sidelight Nair dodged out of the way, but Godly taking so much damage. Can he get that knockout onto Acno and Blaze? This would be big. Let's see if they get the double edge guard. There's one.
It almost seemed like he wasn't going to go for that ground pound, but then it was the delay, and then Godly gets the KO off the top. That's going to shut down Blaze. Everybody on final stock here. Jakey and Godly need something if they're going to keep themselves in this, or it's going to be a 3-0. A landing down light, or a down air from Blaze ends up hitting Acno in the process. The side light on Godly gets interrupted by Jakey.
Now Jakey falling down to side plat, hits the Nair. Let's see what else he can do here. Godly's barely taking any damage so far. The downlight from Acno comes through. Jakey goes for the ground pound. This could be huge, but Blaze with the save, and then Godly with the counter hit gets the Nair afterwards to stop Blaze from finishing that sidelight Nair combo onto Jakey.
Weapon pickup favors Acno. It's going to be Jakey without one. He gets sent off the screen. This could be it for the red team here, as Godly's going to have to fight the 1v2. He has gauntlets. Instantly punished on that. The side air almost KOing. Double weapon toss is coming out. Holding the D-Sig. No, he pulls out of it, and Godly gets back on the stage. The side air still not doing it. Onyx defense, but the weapon toss from Blaze. The heat-seeking missile hits him, sends him into the blast zone, and secures the 3-0.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Acno and Blaze looking really, really good. Jakey struggled there on Miami Dome. I do think Blaze and Acno look great on that stage.
Absolutely.
It's one of my favorites for them. They've got some amazing follow-ups. The platform height is just right where Blaze wants to be. Whenever Acno starts a grounded sidelight, D-light, double D-light side, whatever the case is, he could be right there to jump and follow up right afterwards. And then here we see Godly trying to get down, but to know not faulting Godly, it is difficult to get a weapon in between these two. Even with the gauntlets there, he's got to do something, and the weapon throws from Blaze have been on point the entire day. They're going to go up in the grand finals, have that rematch against Munir and Taya.
Yep. Even in that final moment, you pointed out the soft platforms, he was able to extend his threat range up on that level so that he could catch Godly high in the air, recovering high with the weapon toss there.
Yeah.
He would have had to burn jumps to get up there if he was going to do it, which is a little bit more timing than just kind of sitting on that soft platform for a moment before throwing that harpoon toss. So Blaze and Acno absolutely back in full form. Little bit shaky earlier, at least from what we expect from them. They weren't quite reaching their potential that we expected earlier, but it seems like they are back here, and they're going to fight for the chance to come out on top.
Yeah, I think we have a very strong chance for a bracket reset here.
I would agree.
I think that by all intents and purposes, that best of 5 was an upset for Munir and Taya. They're playing very well today, but it felt like it was like it was a 3-2, and maybe it shouldn't have been. And now I want to be proven wrong. I know Taya's been playing really great today. We were looking at Taya's seed very high, recently been getting more of those top 8 placements. This is a top 2 placement coming in for him. Moonir, no stranger to being on the podium, but a stranger of being on the podium without a big name like Godly next to him.
Yeah.
Right? Moonir is now the big name, and that's really cool to see, because there was once a time in the early stages of the Royale where the joke between the players was like, who's going to get Moonir this bracket, because he would get one. I think it ended up being like Luna the first time that he was there. So he's a mainstay in EU, has been for quite some time now, and in both game modes. So let's see if he can get a championship win here. That would be huge, especially over Acno and Blaze.
He also can't get mad at me for cursing him by putting him in my predictions. Like, he always
Where did you put him
loves.
in your prediction?
I put him in 3rd.
Oh, so you were wrong.
Yes.
It's rare that you curse somebody in the opposite direction.
And I'm happy to be wrong. I'm
Yeah.
so happy for Moonir to be wrong here, especially if he comes out on top over Blaze and Acno. But they're going to make it really tough, and Moonir and Taya are going into this with Moonir leading on the Taros, and then Acno, of course, is also leading on the Bryn.
Now, keep in mind, this Taros pick was a Game 5 Moonir Classic. It was it's 2-2. We just lost. I'm gonna switch it up. He does this all the time. It's like a confidence booster for him. That means that it could go really poorly in Game 1, which is, and then oftentimes he goes back to what his original game plan was, which was Deska. So we're gonna see if that happens here. Fortress of Lions is gonna open up. I think this is the most neutral stage for many teams when it comes to counter picks here. So excited about this. Acno also starting off with his counter pick.
Nice.
With the Bryn. It happened halfway through the set.
Yeah, they're both going like heavy hitter mode. They want to go crazy style on the damage. Okay, this could be a great start, but nice interruption from Blaze as he gets back onto the platform and interrupts Taya.
Yeah, that being said, Moonir's Taros is carrying Game 1. And I said it, and then he got side-sigged. And now Taya has to avoid getting team comboed here. Let's see what happens. Acno starts with the weapon throw. D-Light Cider not going to quite hit. And Moonir now going over to the left side of the stage, waiting for Taya to start something, because Taya does have 3 healthy stocks. And I think that it takes a lot of self-control to not want to be super aggressive when you're winning this hard as Moonir.
I love how we have like mono game plans here where it's like everybody either has an axe or we're just throwing big circles. We're 2 Lance players throwing big circle, and then we're Acno with a spear throwing big circle with a neutral air as well.
Circle Brawlhalla, that's right. Brings me back to the days of dot circles.
Everyone hated on him for that, but I saw the vision. I saw the vision.
Shouts to Rocky. No spear on screen, though. Stomps air. Blaze goes down to the double knockout. Moonir with all 4 knockouts.
This is a very scary way to start things off when they won the set
earlier.
earlier. Yo, no way! Yo, no way, Moonir! He's gonna lose that stuff.
He didn't need the ground pound, but like, it was absolutely the right thing to do, because I doubt very many players are in a situation where what happens when you double Sarah recovery and Ulgrim at white into the stage? It would have guaranteed the knockout with the ground pound.
Yep.
And then it was 3 stocks to 1. Moonir absolutely decimating the blue team on his own this game. Taya has been doing a great job just being the stock tank.
And even if that was like a ground pound, a celebratory ground pound or something, that was him recognizing in the moment, like, oh, I'm going to throw, my stock is gone. It's guaranteed gone. Okay, Acno, almost getting the 7-10 split there, hitting one on the top and one on the bottom with that ground pound in the air. But even if you go in for that, you're respawning back to the stage as quickly as possible so you can help your teammate.
It was just all good.
Yeah,
it was a guaranteed trade. And then neutral and the side sig. I think Moonir got all 6. Yeah, that's 6 KO points. And the damage was low. 485 is low for Taros. So that's an outplay and a half. Acno's going to be sticking with the Bryn. We're going to have the replays here in just a little bit. We'll see that hammer knockout. I think that was Blaze on a fresh stock that we're about to see.
Blaze coming in. I believe he got the interruption. Okay, there's the stomp side air.
So Blaze comes right back, and we're not going to see it. That's okay. Game started.
I'm sure we'll get to see it on twitter.com/
and also at the end
Pro
of the
Brawlhalla or on like the Monday post show.
We might even see it again this game, depending on if Blaze makes the same mistake again and Moonir capitalizes, because, man, Moonir's hammer's looking good. That's why I'm saying I'd like to see the Thor. But honestly, it's fine.
Bro,
it's great.
Taros, right?
Yeah,
it's
Taros is pretty good. Stomps air, gets the alley-oop there. Not going to be able to get the knockout, though. And Moonir taking a ton of damage. Blue team looking much better in game number 2. Acno, however, will take a Sarah and a side sake, evening things up pretty quickly there.
Okay, we see almost 1 axe KO from Acno. He's swapping back over to the spear. We're trading 1-for-1.
Oh.
Moon here for Blaze.
Taya did not recognize that that punish opportunity there to gravity count the down sig. Lets Acno go unscathed for a little bit longer. Taya almost goes down. Moonier's going to do it again. He does.
Dude, he did it again. He's so good.
Although that was Acno's first stock. A huge difference if that was Blaze.
And it wasn't a white KO.
Yeah. But now Taya just comboing the entire board. Still on this first stock, finally goes down. Moonier, however, could go down as well. Nice dodge out of that combo. Down air comes through on Blaze, gets the nair, and then Taya gets the D-like ground pound. Blaze deleted. Acno could go down too.
Yeah.
But that axe recovery, while hitting Moonier, does not go unpunished, and Acno is deep red.
It looked really scary for Moonier there for a second, but then Taya came in, got the KO, and then Moonier kept nairing Acno, adding up the damage, therefore leading to that KO right there. And it's 3 stocks to 2. Taya and Moonier seemingly shocking everybody today.
Taya might be done for.
Nice.
Okay, and just like that, it's 2 stocks to 2. Shocking everybody, but then Acno and Blaze clutching it where it matters. Taya goes down in orange to a fantastic edge guard from the blue team. Now Acno on the left side of the stage, and the Moonier and Taya go back to their game plan. Sidelights getting punished by sidelights. Blaze the one looking the weakest so far, but he does play well in these scenarios. Sidelight Nair comes through, some more damage on the Acno. Okay, Moonier in trouble. Does he get that ground pound to Acno? No, he goes right over to help Taya. Dash lands down, but ends up just getting caught. Side air, doesn't follow up, but a double stare from Taya. Okay, this is all
we're gonna see
Taya game
recovery
2.
there coming out from Taya. There it is over on the edge, bouncing off the wall. So Acno doesn't lose it there. He went for the stop into the down air. It felt like that down air was so late.
It was a little bit, and I think it was almost a reaction to like he didn't want to stare Taya.
Exactly.
He was like, what's the one thing I could do here that will knock out my opponent and not ruin the game if it misses? Goes for the down air, it pays off.
Nice.
Stop Cider comes through. Moonier and Taya now 1 game away for a 3-0 sweep to become the Spring Championship champions. I mean, that's incredible. This is not how I was expecting it to go, but Moonier's Teros is just it.
Dude, and I mean, like, look at it. 5, well, you can't look at it, but like, you can look at it. The viewers at home can't look at it.
We can tell them
5
what it is.
KOs, 603 damage for Moonier. So he didn't get the full sweep this game, but he still did the most damage. He still got 5 of the 6 KOs. Like, Moonier's going crazy.
And Acno is staying on Bryn. Just does not want to play the Kaya for this matchup. They're just going to run it back to Fortress of Alliance. It's the same thing the entire way through. Sparky, I think this 9-4 Teros is going to do it. I think it's going to 3-0. Moonier and Taya are going to get the win. We'll have to see if Blaze and Acno can change something this game. And they did do better last game. But these offstage interactions are what's costing them. And Moonier has no fear in these situations when it comes to just going for a really crazy combo offstage, specifically when hitting people into the side of the stage as well. So here we go. Double axe for the red team. Acno putting out a super risky down sig at the very start to get his entire team knocked off the right side of the stage. And Taya's continuing to put on the hurt.
I think Acno's absolutely looking for the next axe that he can get. Last game he did 550 on the axe compared to 77 on the spear, so he's absolutely leaning on the heavy weapon here.
Oh, the weapon throw, this pick up and
gosh.
dash. And then the Acno trying to get some more damage onto Moonier, but Moonier now looking for those down air. Stop Cider would do it. Acno gets a sidelight nair. Falling Cider on the drift away. Good read on Moonier's movement, but Taya still so healthy. Goes in for that nair onto Blaze. They're trading hits, but every trade is that much more for Taya, as Blaze is now stuck in the 1v2 between the two, and Acno opts to go. Actually, I don't know if he got hit by that weapon or not, but it looked like he just drifted towards the edge of the stage. Gets back as soon as he possibly can to be able to help his teammate.
The nairs continuing to come out from Taya, playing the best lance that we've seen today. Even better than Blaze. Okay, there's the falling Cider. It does get the hit on Blaze. He's only in yellow, though. There's the in-light, punishing a potential landing coming in from Taya. See if they can get the full team wipe here.
Okay, Cider could make it back. No, that's it. Taya just fast falls off the right side of the stage. It's now 3 stocks to 4. Moonier taking a ton of damage here. Blaze and Acno looking the best they had so far this set. Acno goes for the ground pound. Not going to be able to get it, but Taya can't get anything started, and Moonier is hurting.
Dude, you see him immediately grab the weapon and go over to the wall. Like, he's scared of the potential onslaught that Acno's bringing. Taya is just having to fight for his life over here. Does hit the down air, get the, yes, the perfect timing. Maybe you could have been a little bit higher to get the spike down from the bottom side of the axe recovery instead of sending off the top.
Ooh, the friendly fire on the Blaze. Moonier looking for the recovery to bring him back down to Taya. Gets the recovery. That's Nair to scoop. Okay, that's good damage on the Acno. And the series low on jumps. Acno could be done for. Ground pound sends him flying straight up into the sky. And Acno has taken so much damage here. It is 3 stocks to 2, but it could very quickly become 3-1.
They added up damage on Acno. Oh my gosh,
Moonier's
Moonier.
so good.
Even though he's over on the wall, even though he's playing defensively because he has to, he's still active
It was like
in
a
the
grapple
game.
hook effect where he was like, get back down here. Munir now covering his head with these weapon throws. He's going to have wall slip pretty soon. Avoids the.
That's tough to get through.
The pogo. Taya now at the right side of the stage, having to play defense for Munir. Munir is a neutral light away from going down, so Taya has to play the 1v2. Goes over the recovery. Acno trying to find a snipe.
So good.
This is an arrow to Blaze. Munir gets neutral light away to the recovery. That's going to be it, but Taya gets the knockout. It is now a 1v1 where Acno's one hit away. Endlight takes it, and that's going to be the win. Munir and Taya 3-0, Acno and Blaze, and are your champions of the Spring 2v2 Championship.
And who were we talking about in every other game this set? It was the 6 KOs from Munir. Last game, it was the 5 KOs and the 600 plus damage. This game, it was Taya. 709 damage. Munir signaling to his teammates saying, I am damaged, I am low, I will do what I can with the saving weapon tosses, I will follow up off of you, but you have to take the lead here, and that's exactly what Taya did. Oh my gosh.
And that team has a lot of room to grow too. There's a fantastic amount of teamwork. The Munir weapon throw off the left side of the stage saved the game. And the team combos that are coming out in the setups aren't even developed to a point where I would say this team is nearing its peak.
This is their first tournament, Tazaraki.
Yeah. I like it a lot. There's a lot of synergy there. I hope that they are as happy with their win as I am to see them performing this well, because I've seen Munir jump between a lot of different teammates, right? And I think it's difficult to synergize with a player like Munir sometimes, who himself admittingly would just say, yeah, sometimes I hit one move, and then my brain shuts off, and the next 5 things happen in a row, and then I see what happened. like that's how he plays sometimes. So being able to play with somebody like that effectively, the way that Taya did, and play support or play aggressive when need be, is an incredible feat. And they looked great together, and they went undefeated in the day.
Godly wasn't able to do it when Godly and Munir played together in Winter Championship. They lost to Blaze and Acno.
That's right.
And Godly is already an amazing player in his own right, but also his ability to play with a bunch of different people and find success there. But somehow, something about Taya specifically, Munir and Taya like fit together lock and key. They're so strong together. Their synergy is incredible.
I want to double check. I see Taya rocking the 2v2 Autumn Championship 2024, and I wonder who Taya, I don't recall who Taya won with. But we should check on that because that's just showing that Taya might be a new like double staple in Europe, right? When we were talking about Blaze quite a bit. Fantastic performance, loved seeing it. And on the Ulgrim, of course, you breeds the best 2v2 Ulgrim mains, I suppose. You managed to find anything?
I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to get it quickly. It could be a little difficult. Just take us home, man.
Yeah, no, we almost got it.
Just take us home, man. What was it? It was Autumn Championship 2024. We're gonna do this.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Okay.
We're gonna
play the music. We're still doing this.
We're gonna find out.
2v2 Autumn Championship. Play the music as loud as you want. I don't care.
I want to find out.
I don't care.
Okay.
Keep it up. I don't care.
Congrats, Munir, Taya.
It was with Jakey.
It was with Jakey. Oh, all right. Pretty nice win then, considering that there's been a little bit of musical chairs going on with Godly with Jakey this time around. Cool. Excellent win. Really excited for more EU doubles in the future. That's going to be it for us today. Tune in tomorrow for North America. We got doubles coming on then, and we'll see you all next time. The dump pressure on. Nothing's going to happen on this attack. Whoa, Violet with a snipe on J44.
Stocks as long as he can. We have an even game here, Taza. The neutral air is not going to KO off the top. That's going to KO off the left side and over to the wall. He gets the ball again. He hits Kimono. That could have been the attempt at an interruption.
You're really quick, dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some good saves coming out from the red team, but there it is, that neutral air. Here's the follow-up.
Going to catch one of his own, sending Blitza all the way over. Safhir going to be able to keep that going as the blue team still keeping their set long lead that they have not dropped. That's fine, it's worth a little second. Are they going to be able to confirm this against Marker off stage?
Big.
And they are. That's huge. Oh, no. One more of those might do it.
He's sweating.
Oh, no, he's sweating.
V2. It's not looking likely, PJ.
The Endlight comes out, double Endlight, downlight into GC, sideline into Ensing, and it's
Get back on Kimono, just going to be swatting Banya away. The Endlight, D-Light, neutral.
right now.
Oh,
AMGG's just
Kimono.
watching. He's like, you go off.
That's okay.
Nice recovery from AMGG. The down air comes out now. And Bamya looks for that ground pound, but the weapon toss interrupts. And AMGG with the chase touchdown there. He gets another there. Into the ground pound. AMGG AMG is dominating this match. Dare comes out, no recovery, a narrow or recovery from either of the team. Blue team's members will find the KO. Both of the blue team's members. Nice double sider on the weapon toss, and the weapon toss to follow up as well. And that's a double
what they
KO.
needed. They needed this. They're back in it.
The downer from Blaze. They're going to have to do a few more of those. Sidelight, D-line, sider to Sarah.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah, pick up and to get hit by Sarah. Not great. Taya going for the edge guard there because I'm like, Taya got destroyed Acno.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
a
crazy.
fantastic edge guard. Toss is coming out, holding the desync. No, he pulls out of it, and Godly gets back on the stage. The Sider is still not doing it. Onyx defense. What the very scary way to start things off when they won the set earlier. Yo, no way! Yo, no way! Moonir! He's gonna lose that stuff. Taya's so good.
This is in there the Blaze. Moonir gets neutral away to the auto recovery. That's going to be it, but Taya gets the knockout. It is now a 1v1 where Acno's one hit away. Endlight takes it, and that's going to be the win. Moonir and Taya 3-0. Acno and Blaze. And are your
There's something in the water, days are getting warmer, and I'm next to you. I'm feeling kinda thirsty, and up for the journey, came here for the view. You and me together, killer combination, look what we can do. So tell me where we're headed, count me in, I'm ready, steady, go. Don't you think how lucky how it all worked out? Don't you think it's funny how it turned around? Vista, don't wanna wake up to any other view. Vista, can I race it to the top to see the view? Vista, every day we play it over deja vu. It's really, really nice to meet you, but I came here for the Vista. Paint the sky an orange colored honeydew. Vista, as the night grows close, dark and indigo hue. Vista, riding high on vibes, that shotgun with you. It's really, really nice to meet you, but I came here for the Vista. If I did it over, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't change